That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Stratton from the stretch. Here's his pitch. Chapman swings and belts one deep left center field. Baer on the run, going back at the track, looking up. It is gone. Matt Chapman again homers for the third day in a row here in Pittsburgh. Deposits that one into the Giants bullpen. It's a 3-run blast, and this is a 1-run game now. The Giants only trail 6-5. And his 0-2 pitch. Wisely swings, line drive, base hit, center field. And the Giants take the lead. Luciano scores from third. Brett Wisely with the go-ahead hit here in the 8th. And it's 7-6 Giants.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
Very nice. Very nice. So the last time we spoke with you, and by the way, expertly called by Joe Rizzo. Thanks for joining us. Just lunch with you today. Papa is at 49ers camp, and we await breathlessly about the report of men running around in shorts tomorrow. So we'll get that tomorrow. But let's rewind for a minute. The last time we spoke, talking about you and I and the Sweet Clean listeners and everything else. By the way, welcome in. Appreciate it. Giants win. If you just tuned in, you just came out of a meeting. 7-6 over the Padres, or over the Pirates, and they take 2 of 3 in Pittsburgh at PNC Park. So if you went into that meeting early and you're like, wait a minute, they were losing. It was 5-1. It was the Joey Bart revenge game. He hit a home run to dead center field and was strutting around the bases as he watched that thing leave the yard and kind of looked to the dugout. Take that, Giants! And so we think, okay, they're going to lose 2 of 3. But the last time we spoke was yesterday. So there's been a night game and a day game, obviously, and we're coming off the last time we spoke, again, just a day ago, which was they have this loss. It's a devastating loss. Is this going to be, I mean, as I was watching them lose that game a couple of nights ago, I was thinking to myself, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, our good friend, had written a piece at the end of the Warriors season, because a lot of the discussion was, well, gosh, if they didn't lose this 20-point lead and this 20-point lead and this and this and this, look where they'd be in the standings. They ended up 10th, obviously, and not into the playoffs. And so with the glut after the Dodgers, let's put the Phillies first. After the Phillies, after the Dodgers, presumably the Braves, if they get their offense together, maybe the Cubs. Let's not put the Cubs in there yet, but certainly the top 2 teams in the East, the National League East, and add the Dodgers, unfortunately, in the West, and then the line starts after those teams. I don't know who's going to win the Central, maybe Milwaukee, maybe Chicago, maybe somebody else. They are kind of tightly bunched. But after that, the wild card race is incredibly close. So my thought was they're going to see the same article, and the loss, let's see, today's Thursday, so the loss on Tuesday night was going to be one of the games where you said to yourself, man, that's the number 1 loss of the season. It sent them into a tailspin. They should have had the win, all this kind of stuff. And then last night happens, 9-5. You're down big, and they absolutely explode late. And then today looks like the same old thing. It's a lazy afternoon in Pittsburgh after Joey Bart hits the grand slam. You're thinking they're not going to win this game. And then Luke Jackson gives up an extra run, and you're thinking to yourself, this thing's over. What else is on, or what else do I got to do, or I actually have to work today, or whatever it is you're doing, working in your home office, whatever it is. And then Matt Chapman, who I think Dave Fleming, both on TV and radio, said the same thing, and he's 100% correct. If you had never watched baseball before, he said something along these lines. I'm not doing it exactly verbatim, but if something along these lines of, if you had never seen a baseball game before and you just watched the last couple of games, you would think that Matt Chapman was the best player in baseball. It's certainly the reason why the Giants signed him. Now, he's not going to do that every day, but between the combination of Matt Chapman defensively and the occasional sparks with the bat, Matt Chapman is a massive upgrade at third base. He played incredible this entire series. Heads-up plays that look routine that aren't. Throwing Joey Bart out, then Bart barked at the umpire because he didn't like a check swing call earlier. He gets kicked out of the game. You could just see the frustration with the Pirates. So long story in telling all of this is they lose a heartbreaker. Everybody says it's over. Farhan's got to be fired. Everybody stinks. It's the greatness of 162 games, and also the greatness of baseball players don't have time to dwell. if we were having the same conversation about the 49ers, we could use the Ravens game, for example, and just, we have players have a whole week to stew on that. They're asked a million times the same question. By Thursday or Friday, Kyle Shanahan wants to rip the media's heads off. Like, you've asked me the same question 20 times. In baseball, it doesn't work like that. You just have to you get to the hotel, you put your head on the pillow, you wake up, it's a new day. They're pretty good at it. So it looks not good last night. They come back and win 9-5. Looks worse today, and then the 8th inning happens. Chapman, after 2 singles, hits a 3-run shot. Soler hits a double after that. Not Ramos. They get a guy up after that. Let me check my box score. I'm losing the whole thing. They get a single there. That scored down the right field line. That scores Soler. That ties the game. And then Brett Wisely, are you kidding me? After you get Luciano, who we'll get to the 9th inning on Luciano in just a second. After Luciano steals a couple of bases, then a couple of great at-bats by Brett Wisely, who came into this game with no hits. Wisely hits one up the middle. After looking bad in a couple of pitches against Aroldis Chapman, they get a 7-6 lead. And despite the fact that Luciano had another error in the 9th inning that we shall discuss, the Giants survive that because Patrick Mahle makes a great throw and Luciano makes a great tag. So the Pirates trying to get a runner in scoring position does not work, and the Giants walk out with a 7-6 win. So here's my thought. Love to get your thought as well. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. By the way, Flores was the name that I was looking for. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Give me your thoughts. The first thing that comes to mind and the most obvious question to ask is, all right, the last time you and I met, everything was down the drain and they stink. Now they win 2 games they probably shouldn't have won. They get a little bit of momentum. I don't believe momentum in baseball. We said it the other day. It depends. But you look at the surface of this whole thing, and it's like Martin Perez pitches a game in which you're way ahead, and then you think to yourself, damn, we lose that game, and now it's going to be Jared Jones and Paul Skeens, and we're going to get swept. And you turn it around, and you beat Jared Jones, you beat Paul Skeens, and you really didn't beat Skeens. You beat the bullpen in both cases, to be honest. But you won in their starts, which a lot of times we look at it and we say, damn, a bullpen start versus Paul Skeens? We're not winning that game. Are you kidding me? Not that game. Okay, that's a loss. So they win 2 of 3 in Pittsburgh. I'm not a big momentum guy because we just saw in this one maybe the worst loss of the season in the first game of this series, and by game 2 and game 3, you steal probably 2 you're not supposed to win but do, and that's called a winning streak, and maybe that's called momentum. Like I said, I don't believe in it, but you could look back at some point because now the Giants sit there at 25 and 26. And I'll continue to say this because it's really what I believe. I think this is a good team. I think Farhan went out and got some quality players, as we saw from Chapman. That Chapman doesn't always have to be hitting, but it would be nice. There's still questions about Luciano, there's no doubt. Ramos had a key hit in today's game. Matos is not going to knock in multiple runs and have home run saving catches every game, although with McCutchen, who led off with a home run to give the Pirates a 1-0 lead as the first batter of the game for the Pirates, he almost had another, which, by the way, I both love and hate because you got to admire that he's going up and getting those, and he did have it in his glove until the wall knocked it out. But at some point you're thinking to yourself, dude, reaching over the fence, you're going to get hurt. It happened to Jung-Hoo Lee. It happened to Austin Slater. We thought it happened to you once before. I mean, if Bob Melvin, I'm like, one side of me says, I love this, and the other side says, dude, if you get hurt, the hell are we going to do in center field? Brett Wisely finished up there. I don't want to see that every day. Anyway, give me your thoughts. I've thrown a ton at you as far as the game is concerned. If you saw it, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. It's Pop on London on KNBR AM and FM, by the way, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. So this could lead to something for the Giants. We could look back on this series against Pittsburgh and say, remember that Pittsburgh series? And they lost the first, then they won the next 2 games. They got to within a game of 500. They went into New York. They swept that series. They came home against the hottest team or best team in baseball in the Phillies. They won that series, and then they were just rolling. Remember all that? Remember that in late May, and then they started playing great baseball on June 1st? Because remember a number of years ago, that just reminded me as I was talking, like Bob Melvin's A's. I don't remember what year it was. Maybe it was like 14 or something like that, and it was like June 1st on. They were just the best team in baseball. I'm not saying that about the Giants because I want to go back to Wednesday's game. I want to talk about Blake Snell and some of the things that happened on Wednesday. And this is by no means a team right now that you can call even a playoff team. But this is encouraging. Dave kept saying it. Javi kept saying it on the TV broadcast during the game as I was listening to it. It shows a resiliency a baseball team feels like when they get the confidence that they're never out of a game. That's a really big thing. You know, you heard Chapman say it. I think it was Chapman last night, or who? Yeah, I can't remember who the postgame was. It was Chapman today. But it was Lamont Wade Jr. And he was saying in the postgame show, look, we never feel like we're out of a game. Well, it's one thing to say that, but if you haven't done it a numerous amount of times, but all of a sudden you become one of those teams, and you've seen it, and it doesn't last all year long because 162 games is far too long, but you can get a stretch there where you start to get a confidence. And what this team needs is then, and this is where I'm going to go back to Blake Snell for a minute, and I know that he was better, but they've got to start winning the games pitched by Logan Webb and the games pitched by Blake Snell. And they're doing it with Kyle Harrison. What is it, 7 in a row with Kyle Harrison? And they do it with Jordan Hicks. So your 3 and 4 are giving you that. The 1 and 2, if they can combine that, and I know, look, they've scored 9 and 7 runs the last 2 games. They scored early in the season a couple of big run games against the Padres. This offense is not going to be a 9 or a 7 run scoring offense. But what they have to do is eventually get the starting pitching going, to especially at the top, where Logan Webb starts means wins, which they didn't last year despite the fact that he was second in the Cy Young voting. And Blake Snell, despite the fact that they got a win in his start, it really wasn't because of him, because for the second consecutive day today, they give up the grand slam. And there's a stat that's out there. I mean, when you give up grand slams, you don't win games. Well, they're the first team or the third team or the fourth team. There's a stat out there. I'll check it out during the break. But there's a stat out there that it's been a long time. It's very rare that you give up grand slams and win games, especially when you're talking about 2 games in a row, and that's what they've done. They've bucked the odds for 2 straight games. So Blake Snell, after the game, Bob Melvin, will play for you a little bit later in the hour, was saying how much better Blake Snell pitched. But the results were the same. He gave up a grand slam. It was a crooked number. He got out of the game early. He always throws a lot of pitches. He was in a lot of 3-2 counts, 3-1 counts. And what that means is that your bullpen doesn't get a rest. And I give a ton of credit because, look, I understand what happened with Duvall. I understand what happened with Luke Jackson the other night. Luke Jackson gave up a home run that seemed like it was, at the time, what was it, 5-1, then it was like 6-1, and then you're like, well, it was 6-2 because they got the Giants got that run, but then they gave it right back to the Pirates. So it was 5-2, and then it was 6-2 after Jackson gave up a homer, and you think, okay, now it's really over. And that's when the Giants came back. But again, just back to the original point of, when you start showing resiliency, you believe that you can come back in games. Lamont Wade said it in the postgame last night. Matt Chapman said it in the postgame this afternoon. Like, all of a sudden you're thinking to yourself, okay, which guy's going to step up and get a hit? Whereas before this series, I think you as a fan and me are the same way. They go down, 3 or 4 runs. It's like, you kidding me with this offense? They're not scoring runs. So anyway, give me any of your thoughts. What do you want to go back to Wednesday, which we'll do coming up next? I got some thoughts on Blake Snell and that win, but I want to get your thoughts today. It looked like it was the Joey Bart revenge game with the 4th inning grand slam, but then we saw why they signed Matt Chapman, the 8th inning 3-run shot, 2 highlight plays in the bottom of that inning defensively, and all of a sudden we're calling them the fighting Giants in the 8th inning. 5 runs, 6 hits in that inning, and highlighted by Chapman's 3-run shot. Then Soler gets the double after that. Flores with the single. Luciano pinch runs. Pass ball gets him to second. He steals third. And then Wisely with the single up the middle to make it 7-6 Giants in the 8th inning. And that's against Chapman, who struggled the night before to find his control. And usually the Pirates bullpen is really good. So usually it's they did a nice enough job against Skeens today in terms of trying to make him throw pitches, but the guy's he's incredibly talented. So to come in and win the 2 games they probably weren't supposed to win on paper against Jones and Skeens and lose the game against Martin Perez. And again, we were frustrated talking about it the last time we spoke yesterday, but then the night game come back and today's game come back, and all of a sudden the Giants are within a game of 500. And I have just a personal philosophy. We don't really start talking playoffs until a team is 500. But my thought on this team, and I'd love to get your thoughts on this as well. Again, Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line, call line the same, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. I think this team is too talented to not be a playoff contender, and I don't think they've hit their stride. Maybe this will kind of push them into it. The other side of it is this is just who they are, and they're going to struggle all year. But I think the pitching is too good. I do think, despite the fact that I wasn't as encouraged as what Bob Melvin was yesterday on Blake Snell, he said, this is better, that is better. And while I acknowledge that, I'm a bottom-line guy when it comes to pitching, so I look at his numbers, and they're not good. So you could say that, the fastball's popping a little more, that he had more, fastball command and control and all these kind of things, and that's what Bob Melvin said. With Blake Snell, it still comes down to the fact that he threw too many pitches early. He gave up a grand slam. He didn't give the bullpen a break. And I do think those things are going to change. He's got a track record of it. I know at times he struggled, but he's won the Cy twice. He was great last year after a slow start, but I'm sick of hearing that stuff. I'm sick of hearing slow starts, all these different things. Now the paternity list, which he's on, that's a totally different thing. But what I'm saying is this team is talented. I think they got a ton of pitching. I think that, again, Matt Chapman is not going to, over his last 11 games, I think he's hitting .415 with 4 home runs. He's not going to keep doing that, but a middle ground from when he couldn't hit anything, especially high fastballs, to what he's doing right now, like that middle ground would be nice. Soler has shown some signs, although kind of frustrating, but he did get the double today. A couple of times last night, he had hanging sliders that you think, dude, when he's on, he's going to hit that pitch 500 feet. I mean, it's going to be ridiculous, but he hasn't been yet. So I kind of get encouraged by those things, that a lot of guys in the lineup aren't doing a lot. But when they come back and they start having some health and they have those tough decisions to who to bring down, that's great. But the pitching, I think, is going to be there. And another encouraging piece, Randy Rodriguez is starting to get into some high leverage situations. You saw him pitch today in the 8th inning, and Bob Melvin's starting to trust him. And I don't know, maybe I'm caught up in velocity, but a bullpen at some point that has a back end of Rodriguez throwing the nasty stuff he throws with Duvall in the 9th inning, I like that stuff. Maybe he's not ready for that kind of a high-leverage role, but I don't think Luke Jackson is ready. So I think they have the arms down in the bullpen. I know this offense isn't going to score, 9 and 7 runs like they have the last 2 games on a consistent basis. They're not the Dodgers. But I do think that they can score enough, and I think the starting pitching can come around. So what do you think? They're a game under 500. They come back the last 2 games against the Pirates after having a devastating loss in the first game in the series. Give me your thoughts on it. The Golden State Lumber to Build Materials text line and call-in line the same. The Giants come back today 7-6 and get the victory over the Pirates. We'll continue to talk about it. We'll look at Wednesday's game as well. And I want your thoughts as well on what you think of this team at this point after coming back. Pretty tough mentally to come back from those 2 games, but that's what baseball players do. We'll do it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Lamont Wade Jr., he had that 6 at-bats, 6 on base last night, and he had a couple of nice plays again today. He joined Marcus this morning before the game, explained the Giants' resilience this season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Especially from this side, Baer runs. Here's the throw. Tag, got him! What a throw by Patrick Bailey! And it was a good tag by Luciano.
That's a great call on TV with Dave and Javi. FP and Joe are great on the radio as well. A lot of people on the text line loving FP and Joe. They had a great call. If you're just joining us, the Giants come back and win 7-6 like they came back last night and won 9-5. And, of course, game number one really struggled. By the way, I was just talking to Danny and Walter during the break, and Patrick Bailey, man. I know that Casale, and I love what Casale has done because they needed an adult. They needed a professional. Nothing against Blake Sable. It's just, defensively something against Blake Sable. It's just he's not a major league catcher yet. I don't know that he ever will be. But Patrick, I don't want to say it too early, but I think we have enough information now. Patrick Bailey defensively was having some struggles early in the season, but it was a good enough throw. And then give Luciano credit. Didn't hang his head. I mean, were we all screaming and F-bombing at our TV when he did it? When he in the ninth inning, and then they get a pinch runner in there, and you're thinking, dude, come on. Like, there's no excuse. This happened 2 nights ago. Is this going to happen again? They're going to tie the game at 7. Luciano boots one to start the ninth inning. But he did make a great tag on the Bailey throw. But Bailey's a star. I mean, I don't think I'm breaking any news to you. Bailey's a star. He looked great last night. Comes in late in this game, makes that throw. You know, we've talked for a long time. Who's going to be a star in this team? Well, Logan Webb is, but he only pitches, every 5th day. Patrick Bailey is, he's back from them, hopefully, and, makes you a little bit concerned. The concussions, the balls off the mask, all that kind of stuff. But, man, they're just different when he's in there. I mean, they're just different. But anyway, whether you want to talk about Chapman, whether you want to talk about the resiliency of this team, could this spur this team into some things? They're 1 game under 500, so we're not going to talk playoffs until they're 500. That's kind of a rule. But you can break it. You can do whatever you want. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, both on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line and the call-in line. Let's jump out to the phones. Greg leads us off in Gilroy. Hi, Greg. Welcome.
Hey, good afternoon. Yeah, it's every fan's dream when your farm system can produce and bring in players that just make the team different. I mean, the last time the Giants won World Series, we had pieces of our farm system help out. Crawford, Posey, the pitcher, all the star pitchers and whatnot. So, I mean, when you look at whether it been Houston with all of their great farm system, bringing championships to their organization. I don't even want to talk about the Dodgers to tease coming to San Diego. It's just great to see. I mean, because we went from biting our fingernails every damn game when we were only scoring 3 runs a game, and that was barely 3 runs a game, sometimes 4.
Yeah.
But now we're starting to see some of the youngsters solidifying themselves and contributing and then jumping in with more and more confidence each day. So I'm just ecstatic. I went from, frustrated and sad and angry now to a lot of happiness and a lot of optimism.
Greg, thanks for the call. Let me address that, and I'll jump back out to the lines. Other people waiting. And, again, great stuff on the text line that I'll get to as well as the Giants come back today and win 7-6 in Pittsburgh and take 2 of 3 after the opening night devastating loss, which means a lot. Now, if they go to New York and crap it, then, yeah, that's not great. But let me just go to the point, because I'm a big believer in this, too. Look, I'm a fan, and so you start looking at your team, and I want to take this back to 2021, and it's not that we weren't optimistic about it. They win 107 games, but I think as fans, we looked at the roster and we said, well, Crow's not going to be here long, and Belt's not going to be here long, and some of these guys had career years, and so the influx, I think, of fans that the Giants expected the next year, fans like, and again, you can tell me if I'm wrong on this, but we like it when, and you can't always have it, but it's like you get these young guys and they grow and they're homegrown and you love them and they win. And, obviously you're going to add free agents. You're going to sign guys. You're going to make trades. It's all part of it. But the homegrown thing is really fun. I mean, just look at the Warriors with Curry and Green and Clay. And obviously a Durant comes in. And Kevin Durant never liked it as much or felt like he was an outsider because he was kind of a hired gun. He came in from the outside. So my point in saying that all is, fans, we love the homegrown, right? When Belt came up and Crawford came up and Lincecum and Kane and Bumgarner, and I don't know what it is. You feel like those are your guys. And again, I'm not saying, look, Matt Chapman signs with their team and has the kind of games that he's had over the last couple of games. It's not like you're going to say, damn, I don't like Matt Chapman as much. Of course you do. I mean, Chapman's awesome. You watch him across the bay and then you see him play a game like he did. I mean, has anybody maybe had a better inning this year than Chapman did in the eighth? You hit a 3-run shot and you make 2 defensive plays in the eighth inning that were ridiculous. This is what he does. People expect him to do it all the time, but I'm going to try to stay on point here and not get all ADD on you, which is you like the homegrown. So, Luis Matos, when he makes plays. Ramos hits another home run today. Look at the staff. I mean, Webb's a homegrown guy, and he's from Sacramento, so that even helps. People love Logan Webb. Kyle Harrison's a local guy, and, so all of a sudden you start saying that. Now, look, it doesn't mean that you're not going to love Blake Snell if he gets it going or somebody like that, but it's hope for the future is what it is. And we've got to try to maintain our composure a little bit to say, okay, it's kind of a small sample size, but I never say to fans, like, pull it back on that. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But what Matos did, let's go back to last night for Matos. I mean, look, that game's over. And then Luis Matos gets on base. He hustles out, gets to second base on a bobble to left field. He scores on a saint. Like, you're going, damn. I mean, the guy's making stuff happen. And when Jung-Hoo Lee went down, let's all be honest, I mean, the numbers weren't there for Jung-Hoo Lee, but you kind of thought, well, he's kind of a legit. I think he's more of a number 2 hitter when he comes back. I put Lamont Wade, what's his on-base percentage after 6 appearances last night and 6 on base? It was like 487. It was ridiculous, especially for this point in the season. So it's just, my point in saying all of this is that it's fun to have up-and-comers. It's fun to have homegrowns. It's fun to have 22 and 24-year-olds that you start saying, okay, because really that's the basis of it. You get homegrown guys, they fill positions, you love it. The front office loves it because they produce and they're cheap, so you can bring in free agents and pitchers and deadline guys and all this kind of stuff. It's the lifeblood of your system. And he mentioned the Dodgers. They've done it. And I know that then they started spending a bunch of money. The Braves have done it. I mean, look at the better teams in the league. The Braves, you got a Matt Olson in there. There's no doubt about it. And Sean Murphy comes over and everything. But the basis of what Atlanta does is homegrown guys. The Phillies, okay, they brought in Bryce Harper. They brought in, Zach Wheeler, the former Giant. But look at, a lot of that team. They got a lot of homegrown guys that pitching-wise, guys like Aaron Nola and Ranger Suarez. And, they've got position guys that those guys developed in the system. So you've got to have a combination of everything. But I think that's what excites the Giants fans right now is they look at this whole thing and they say, hey, the backbone of a team, the lifeblood of a team is your farm system. And there's guys right now, Ramos for a while, he's swinging at sliders away, and I'm thinking, man, I don't know, maybe we jumped too early on him. Then he hits that home run down the left field line. And at the time, it didn't seem like it was really that relevant. Okay. But then they come back and they win it. Mike is in the city. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Sure.
I just want to start off by saying I did have the team already on the roster by spring training after it was over. But we've already looked back. So today is all we have. Like, is this series up for an ESPY award for best baseball series?
If they have that, it'd have to be, right? I mean, to come back from what they did and then to win these 2 games, I mean, a lesser team is just like, hell with it, especially yesterday, right? I mean, we're not talking about it, but Matos getting that double off the bobble and then scoring that tie and run yesterday, that was awesome.
Man, 2 strikes. Are you kidding me? Like, the game's already in hand, and Matos just wills it. And Lamont Wade was on the radio this morning with you guys talking about, like, we owe it all to Matos. And I'm sitting here like, hey, Lamont, you had something to do with it too. And
Dude, you got on base 6 times. I mean, seriously, that's ridiculous. 6 times yesterday. I mean, it's his OPS is near half. I mean, that's incredible. Billy Beane, if Billy Beane could trade for this guy, he would trade everybody for Lamont Wade Jr. right now in Moneyball. My God, it's amazing.
Yeah, and we are resilient SF. Joey B, I got to give him a shout-out because he's my guy. He's an all-star in sheep's clothing, but a hat tip to both teams. And I just want to say the song of the day, like, might be the Underestimator by the Greenhorns because, like, both
nice.
teams have been, like, underestimated a little bit this season. And, man, have they come around. And, you know, and they're both promising. And especially our guys, you know, I want to stick with our guys here. But it's just, you ever seen the end of, what's the name of that movie? The Great Outdoors. The dance scene where Dan Aykroyd's out there.
Yeah. Nice
buttoned up from a rug. And it just looks like they're all having a great time making this thing together, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Mike, thanks for the call, man. We got to jump, but appreciate it. I just love it that it, you know, he set it up for an ESPY. I don't know if they have best baseball series. They probably don't. But, you know, Pittsburgh would probably say it's not the best baseball series. But, again, to go emotionally as a sports fan, if you're a big Giants fan and you go emotionally from what happened on today's Thursday, so that's Tuesday night, and then they come back, Matos, 2 strikes, you're down to the final 1, and he gets a double off a bobble left, scores on a single, they tie it, they ended up winning. And then they crushed after that. I mean, you're going into extra innings, and all of a sudden it's like they get 4. I mean, it's tied at 5, they get 4. I mean, they just kept on going, and Dave on TV kept saying, just get another one, because you just don't know. And then today, for the roller coaster ride, you know, after Jackson gives up the home run, and it just seems like kind of it's, you know, innocuous home run, like, okay, it's just going to extend the score a little bit. But then for them to come back, Chapman hits the homer, and you're thinking as you're watching the game on your couch, they didn't give up that extra home run, so they pull within a run. And then, you know, Soler gets a double after that. You know, Bob Melvin's pulling the strings, you know, gets the pinch hitter up there. I mean, Flores gets the hit. He gets pinch run for. Luciano comes in, pass ball, stolen base, he scores. I mean, it's like, are you kidding me? To do that, and then, you know, to come back after that. And again, that's what baseball players do. 162 games, you can't hang your head. You know, it's not like football where you talk about it for an entire week. We ask these guys all these damn questions for a week after they get beaten. They're like, God, I just can't wait to get on the field. It's quick, and you have to turn it around. But look, maybe it means something, maybe it doesn't. I mean, you go on to New York, and it's got to work. But give me your thoughts. Exciting series, exciting game. Maybe it turns into something. Give me your thoughts as the Giants pulled it within 1 game of 500. If you missed it, they come back 7-6 after being down 5-1 and 6-2 to the Pirates. So they do it to the Pirates 2 games in a row after the Pirates did it to them on game number 1. It looked like it was going to be the Joey Bart revenge game. He hits a grand slam today to dead center field, but the Giants come back from it. We'll continue to talk about it up to the top of the hour, only here on the Sports Leader. Summer starts right here. Well, not where I'm sitting, but it starts at Modesto Toyota, and it starts with big savings. So enjoy summer with that new Toyota you want, with great deals just waiting for you at Modesto Toyota. So what you do is you come in, you check out the all-new models and deals, or this is what I did when I got my new RAV4 Hybrid, which is awesome. You go to ModestoToyota.com, you see all the incoming vehicles, you pick out the one you want, and like never before, now is the time to save on gas, and that's why I went with it. Hybrid, you want that gas there, so there are many hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks. And speaking of trucks, you can check out the totally new, amazing, I tell you, Tacoma, and, of course, the powerful new Tundra, even some models with big customer cash back, so just ask them about it. My favorite part, they've been around and family-owned since 1965, so they're going to be there for you after the sale and for many more, like I have been. Modesto Toyota has thousands of happy customers like me. I'm smiling right now because of the great service and great prices, so now's the time. And summer starts now. You're going to be going on that road trip. So let's go. Let's go get your new Toyota. No dealer markup. Did I mention that? No dealer markup, and the time's never been better. it's where I get my Toyotas. I just told you about that. Come find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. If you were at a meeting, asleep, whatever it is, I'm not judging. The Giants come back. Maybe you turned it off after the home run made it 6-2. But the Giants come back for the second consecutive, night. Last night, today, day. But they win 7-6 today, 9-5 yesterday after the big loss. I'm not going to call it devastating. You know, we were talking about it the other day. We were using the word devastating. I mean, there's 162. The Super Bowl for the 49ers is devastating. Losing to the Cavs in Game 7 for the Warriors at home is devastating. It's not devastating to lose a game in the regular season. I think that we were talking about this a couple of days ago, one of those ones that you could look back on and say, geez, we didn't make the wild card. Remember that game in Pittsburgh? I mean, that's the kind of game it was going to be, and it still might. But to come back in the resilient fashion they have, Blake Snell did not pitch well yesterday. They still win the game, and that's against Jared Jones. Paul Skeens pitched great when he was out there, but again, the pitches catch up with them. They pull, and for the second consecutive day, the Pirates bullpen doesn't get it done, and it's a pretty good bullpen. I like when you bring in Matt Chapman out of the bullpen. Yesterday he couldn't throw strikes. Today he couldn't get anybody out, and Matt Chapman was the best player in baseball for the last 2 nights or last 2 days, and that's why the Giants signed him. It's unrealistic to expect he's going to do that every single day, but as Dave said during the game, I don't know how you could be better than he was the last 2 games, and I don't know how you could be better in the 8th inning where you hit a 3-run shot at the top and he made 2 sparkling defensive plays at the bottom, and he's so good. Those are plays that we just expect to happen. And then on the second one, Joey Bart got thrown out of the game because he didn't like a check swing from earlier that the first base umpire side, so they were kind of losing their stuff. So anyway, what does it mean? I don't know. How excited? A lot of people talking about the young players. And if they do get the vets to start swinging the bat, again, somewhere between the 200 hitter, Mendoza line hitter that Chapman was, and the player he was in the last couple of games, the middle ground would be nice. Like to see Soler be a little bit better. Yesterday, he had a couple of hanging sliders that he would have hit out of the into the river there in Pittsburgh, into the Allegheny, and he didn't. He did get a single on one, but he's got to get going. And again, every time you watch Patrick Bailey play, the more you think to yourself, okay, they got one. Everybody thinks the prospect is going to be the next one, and Matos might be great, and Ramos hit a home run down the line, and the way Matos played yesterday to again get that double out to help them win that game to tie it, and then eventually they go off and win 9-5. So they're all kind of contributing. Luciano, again, look, you don't like the ninth inning error. That was absolutely, but he made a great tag to make up for it on the throw from Bailey in the ninth inning today. Stole a base that stole third, got him in a position. He did get on that pass ball anyway. He's going to get by that. But again, these are the young mistakes. We talked about it yesterday after the loss. The young mistakes are going to happen. Hell, Matos almost stole McCutcheon's home run to start the game. He had it in his glove, and the wall knocked it out. So anything you want to discuss about these last couple of games, let's do it. 415 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, both on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the call-in line. Joel's in San Rafael. Hi, Joel. Welcome.
Hey, John. Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
I have a bone to pick with you about criticizing Bob Melvin's pitching choices.
Sure.
He's been a long-term catcher, long-term manager. And the other day when the Giants blew the 6-2 lead, you said he should have brought in Sean Jelly, that you disagreed with his pitching choice. And, well, of course, the next game he brings in Sean Jelly, and he gives up a grand slam home run. So
no, I thought you're talking about the first game. I thought he should have went with Duvall in the first game. That's what I was saying. I didn't mention Jelly, but that's okay. Go ahead. It's fine. You still there?
The players have to, they've got to perform. It's not the manager's fault if they don't. And to criticize, the manager, or to criticize Shanahan, which you often do when he calls a play you didn't like, or even Steve Kerr, I think it's, these guys are great at what they do, and just a talking heads, sports show guy to criticize him, I don't think it's right.
That's fair. That's a fair assessment. Here's I have a philosophy in all of this, okay, that can just kind of cover all of it. I think Bob Melvin's great. I think Steve Kerr speaks for himself. Kyle Shanahan, even though he hasn't won a Super Bowl, if the 49ers fired him, by the time he hung up the phone, he'd have another job. These guys are all great. I'm not saying they're not. And it's the same thing, and we applied it to Bruce Bochy when he was here, or any other great coach, Bill Walsh. They are all awesome, and most of their decisions come up flowers, and if they didn't, they'd be gone, and they wouldn't be revered as they are. But, like all of us, they can have a bad day. Bob Melvin is a great manager. I don't know that he's had a great start to the season, but you're right. And I have a philosophy that players play and coaches coach. But absolutely, as far as the first game of this series was concerned, what I was saying, and it's easy to have hindsight 2020. I agree with you, Joel. It's really easy for me to sit in my chair right here and criticize guys and say, I would have done this, I would have done that. My question about the first game, to go back just 24 hours, it seems like a year ago, was I don't understand in the analytics age why a closer can only come into a game when it's a save situation. Now, they didn't do that last night because it was like, whoa, we're not doing that 2 nights in a row. But when in the first game of this thing, because it was a 4-run game, it was like, well, we're not going to bring our closer in. But then you have to bring your closer in the middle of an inning. And a lot of it also has to do with the fact that Duvall hadn't had a lot of work to that point. So I'm thinking, hey, get the road trip off to a great start, and Duvall should be in there, and Luke Jackson shouldn't. And to me, right now where Luke Jackson is, and this is, again, Bob Melvin is awesome, but one of the things he does, which I absolutely love, by the way, is that he'll stay with veterans. He's stayed with guys. He's not going to bench guys, all those kind of things. But I think he too quickly is putting Luke Jackson into high leverage situations. And what I'm saying is that I'm looking at not only in the Duvall situation where I would have put the closer in, but I think Randy Rodriguez is starting to be in a situation, and he did it today, put him in the 8th inning, where he may be ready for some more high leverage situations. Maybe Walker is the 8 and Rodriguez is the 7 or whatever. I love roles in a bullpen, and I think Bob's still trying to find out what the roles are, and that's not his fault. Players have to perform, but all I would say is that Luke Jackson right now, he's got a great resume. He's got a great pretty good back of the baseball card, but he's not pitching like that. And so I would criticize on that. But your assessment is fair. I'm by no means saying that I understand or know any of these games even remotely close, even a tiny percentage of what the guys you just mentioned do, like a Kerr or a Shanahan or a Melvin. But they're not perfect. And so when we sit here and we do what we do, yeah, I'm not going to just say, well, Bob Melvin, look at the resume on Bob Melvin. Every decision he makes is great. I can't do that. And I can't do it with Shanahan, and I can't do it with Kerr. I mean, some of the rotations for Kerr this year you can question. It doesn't mean that they're not great at their job 90% of the time. It just means that on certain days you can criticize them. You can criticize Bob Melvin for that first game. There's no question about it. And because here's the thing. The reason why these guys get paid so much is because they're paid to make decisions. You can criticize Kyle Shanahan for the way that he handled the Super Bowl. You know, again, the third downs, the fourth downs. I mean, that's a fair criticism. Doesn't mean Kyle Shanahan's not a great coach. Just means that you go, maybe Kyle should have done this or done that, and they would have won the Super Bowl. You know, we criticized Bochy as great as he was. These guys are not beyond reproach because they're so great. Sorry to go on a tangent like that. It's how I feel. He's gone, right? Okay. All right. 415. Was I rambling? 415-808-567, 415-808 KNBR. We'll give you a few more thoughts if you want to get more into the game itself. Again, great win for the Giants the last couple of nights, and Bob Melvin was absolutely great. All right, we'll get it, and we got a couple of remnants, and then Tolbert and Kerry Crowley at the top of the hour, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, good stuff from today. I'll hit up the text line at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Text line, Giants win again, 7-6. Not as simple as it sounds. They were down 5-1, 6-2. Matt Chapman hits a 3-run shot in the 8th, and then Wilmer Flores, and you had Jorge Soler and Luciano, and all those guys contribute. They come back and win 7-6. And by the way, since Duvall wasn't available, I'm thinking, oh, my God, they didn't go to Duvall. And but Tyler Rogers gets it done at the end. And, again, a couple of big games for the Giants. It did look early on like it was going to be kind of a revenge game for Joey Bart. You know, part of me was, I don't know, most Giants fans probably didn't think like this. But as he hit the home run, I kind of felt good for the guy, but then bad for the Giants, if that makes any sense. I don't know if you're ever watching a game and you're kind of split a little bit on it, because it was like, you know, not that they screwed him or anything. I mean, look, Joey Bart had a million chances. Maybe it wasn't completely fair. Should you have signed Tom Murphy instead of keeping Joey Bart? I don't know. I mean, had they lost that game, we'd probably, you know, in a Joey Bart fashion, it probably would have been all fire Farhan on the text line. And there's actually still a fire Farhan after they won these last two games. He's the one who signed Matt Chapman, just so you know. But, but you know, after this game, that's probably all it would have been. I don't know. I don't know the inner workings of the Joey Bart. I'm just happy he's having success. He was a good guy. We had him on a number of times on the show. One of the times, I think the last time, he sounded really mature. I think it was beginning of last year, and I thought, man, this guy's going to come around. He didn't. But he's having success in Pittsburgh, and part of me was kind of like, oh, that's pretty cool. Not terrible. So anyway, give me your thoughts. Send Luke Jackson to the Savannah Bananas. They probably won't do that. That is fun. Somebody saying that Blake Snell is the Dodger version of Jason Schmidt. I understand that. Look, he does have to get it going, because this is a great series win. Does it mean momentum? Again, to throw another philosophy, I'm just not a momentum guy. I wasn't a momentum guy. I didn't think that first game was devastating. I just don't think that's a term you use for a regular season game. You could use it, I guess, in the NFL, where there's only 17 of these things, and there could be something that happens in a game that knocks you out of the playoffs. I guess you could call it devastating. But in 162 games, there's rarely a devastating game. Now, you lose, Logan Webb to a Tommy John. That's devastating to your team that season. There's no question about it. But you lose a game, a team comes back on you. You're programmed as a baseball player. Look, I don't know this because I'm not an athlete, but I'm just telling you, I've talked to enough of them, that the next day you come back, there's 162. You can't dwell on it. You can't talk about it. It's not Little League where, I would strike out when I was in Little League and I would cry. And then I'd go out to left field. This actually happened to me. And then, a ball would get caught in the sun and I get hit with a black eye. When I was in Little League, I had the anti-Matt Chapman 8th inning. Because Chapman hit a 3-run home run and then he made 2 great plays in the bottom of the inning. I had a strikeout. I cried and was still with tears in my eyes. I got hit with a ball that got caught in the sun in left field and gave me a black eye. I mean, that's a bad inning. But so it's when you're in Little League, you hold everything forever, right? You're out in the field just like, I can't believe I struck out. Please don't hit it to me. Please don't hit it to me. Major League players don't do that. They have a bat at bat. They have to go out and they got to play in the field. They have a bad game. They got to turn around and they got to play. It was just that these games were kind of unlikely to win both of these games. So you go into New York, maybe it can mean something. But I think what it means, and again, I don't often speak for fans, but just getting the feedback that we're getting both on the text line and the calls is we're starting to, as a fan, you're starting to believe that, Matos, after what he did last night where, he's a spark plug at the start of that lineup and he gets that hustle double, ends up, tying the game and they ended up winning it. You're looking at Randy Rodriguez on the mound where Bob Melvin's trusting him in the 8th inning of this game. And he's throwing nasty stuff. And, again, I'm biased. I'll completely admit it, that I love the back of a rotation to be like what Oakland's doing right now with the A's with, you probably don't watch them, but, Ursig and Miller at the end, the game's over. Remember Kansas City back in their heyday? Giants beat them once, but then Kansas City came back the next year. And they had, it was just Holland and Davis and who was it? Herrera, Hernandez. It was the 6th inning happens and the game's over. See ya. That's it. I love guys who are just gassing at the end. It's fun to watch. Like right now, to be honest with you, the most fun thing to do in sports, and I did it accidentally the other day. I was flipping channels. My son's an A's fan, so we were just he's like, put it on the A's game. I'm like, do I have to? And so I flipped it to the A's game, and Mason Miller's throwing it at 103, and the Rockies were flailing like they were in Little League against like the best pitcher. You know that in Little League where it's just like some dude can just bring it, and kids have no clue where it's going, so they just flail and swing. That's what the Rockies are doing. It's the most fun thing to watch in all of maybe sports right now. It's like, oh my God, this is like, remember Danny Almonte? That was like the New York kid that was 15, but he was playing in Little League, and they didn't know. I mean, they should have known. He had a full mustache, but it was like nobody could touch him. And that's what Mason Miller's doing right now. So to have Camilo Duvall with the ability to do that in the game, to have Randy Rodriguez throwing 100 miles an hour. I mean, we saw Matt Chapman twice in this series. He used to do that. He doesn't anymore. But, I mean, that's fun. And so, it's not that I'm velocity biased. I'm not velocity biased. If you get a guy out, like, Rogers comes in today and he's throwing 73 and he's getting guys out, whatever, right? But it would be pretty cool if the Giants could, at the end of games, be like, look, you got no chance. The 8th and the 9th inning is just pure gas, and it's just fun to watch. But anyway, I got stuck on a tangent. But I think what's going on is fans are looking at this thing going, wait a minute. Because 2021 is great, but I think we all knew 107 wins, everything's great, this is all fun. But it was a bunch of older guys having the season of their lives. It was just, that's what it was. And then the next year, I think all the fans came back and said, okay, do it again. And you're looking at this thing, and this is kind of the pre, right? Ramos, I think, is going to get better. Matos is 22. He's going to get better. You're starting to see a group of guys, and this is where it starts. The Braves a few years ago, when they brought up all their guys and then they signed them all, you start to see that, and you're thinking, can I be that? I mean, again, I'm going to go back in time, but like the first team to really re-sign their young guys before they had to was like the Cleveland Indians, and they had like Carlos Baer and Manny Ramirez and all, that whole group of guys. It was like, whoa, these guys are good. And again, I'm not saying these guys are that, but I'm saying from a hope standpoint for fans, look, it's great having Chapman. It's great having veteran guys. But when you have the guys that you're bringing up and the guys that you start saying, geez, Ramos was 24 and Matos was 22 and this Rodriguez kid and Harrison's 22. Now, again, Mason Black wasn't great. I'm not down on Mason Black. They needed him to come in. He's not quite ready. He's got to go back to Sacramento. I mean, I think in Sacramento he had a 108 ERA pitching in that league. So, yeah, my expectations were kind of high for the guy. But remember, Harrison's gone up and down a few times. So it looks like they have some young pitching on the horizon. And it looks like if they can stay in this thing, as they're now a game under 500, that Farhan may have something to work with. All of a sudden, trade deadline comes, bullpen maybe a couple, maybe a veteran bullpen arm. That's what everybody's kind of looking for. Maybe they need to, not maybe. They probably need to add another bat somewhere. That'd be nice. But you're starting to see, like a Chapman comes around. He's not going to be this red hot, but he's starting to come around. Soler is the one guy where I'm like, oh, he had a couple of pitches last night. I mean, hanging sliders that you're thinking this guy's going to rake. And he did hit one single, which kind of, which helped. He did hit a double today. But these guys, some of these vets got to start playing like the back of their baseball card. And then some of these young guys, and you mix in, you get excited about that. So anyway, nice series for the Giants today. Yeah, or for the Giants over the last couple of games since the last time we spoke. So very cool. As far as tomorrow is concerned, Pop will be back. We'll give you a little bit of information on what he saw at camp. He's off, and he was checking out camp today, so we'll give you a couple of things from training camp tomorrow. We'll get into that conversation. We will preview the Mets and the Giants. And, again, I'm not a momentum guy, but if they can go to New York, again, these are teams that you're going to be fighting for in the wild card race. And I know you don't want to hear this, but this just in, the Dodgers are really good. They're not winning the West. So beating the Pirates, that seems like a team that is fairly close in talent level. And, you got Skeens and Jones, and they're going to win a lot of games. And you win 2 of 3, that's big. You go to New York, a team that's going to be fighting for a wild card, that's going to be big. And then you come home, and that's going to be the ultimate. The Phillies are playing ridiculous baseball. What are they, 36-14? I think is what the Phillies are, 36-14. So, again, the only thing, and I'm not saying it's a negative thing, I'm simply saying that the pitching's got to do what the pitching's got to do. You're not going to get 9 and 7 runs like they did in consecutive games like they did today on a consistent basis with this offense, but you can always pitch. So to come out today and beat Skeens certainly the way that he started, it's one of those things too, like speaking of Little League, Remember in Little League where you'd have that starter and nobody could hit, nobody could touch, your whole dugout's down, and then they take the kid out, and you're like, thank God. I mean, that's what it's like for Skeens. And usually the Pittsburgh bullpen is better, but it's like, get this guy out of the game. I mean, it's ridiculous. So they'll start getting a scouting report on this guy for right now. And again, I said this about Joey Bart's Grand Slam. Sometimes you just start looking at a guy and you forget that he's playing against your team, and you're kind of in wonderment, like, damn. It's kind of fun to watch, and then you snap back and you go, damn, he's on the Pirates. I can't root for this dude. Anyway, good series for the Giants. Thanks, as always, to Walter. Thanks to Danny as well. Appreciate them today. We had a short show. We didn't get on to like 12:45. I thought we were going to be in there. I think we were going to be in there quick with Skeens pitching today and kind of moving and everything. But it's big, man. Getting a win over Paul Skeens or win the day he pitches with a bullpen game is big. And, again, they get the win over Jared Jones. That tells you what you know. You think you're going to beat Martin Perez and lose the next two to very good young pitchers, and you beat the good young pitchers and you lose to Martin Perez. So there you go. All right, Tolbert is up next. He's got Kerry Crowley. They'll have a lot to say about this game as well. Plus there's a bunch of other stuff going on. NBA playoffs as the Mavs beat the Timberwolves yesterday. So we got that going on as well. Niners stuff happening. I haven't looked at anything from camp today, but Pop will get us caught up on everything tomorrow. So tune in for that as well for the Friday edition. Tolbert, Kerry Crowley next, talking about the Giants taking 2 of 3 on comebacks against the Pirates. Next, only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let him get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert. Adam is out. He'll be back, I believe, next Tuesday. Kerry Crowley sitting in for Adam again. JT Snow's going to join us 2:30. Barry Braden from Fieldwork Brewing is going to join us at 2:50. And we're going to pump up Pints for Paws, as we usually do this time of year. Two of my favorite things, beer and animals. So we'll let you know all the info on that, the breweries that are going to be there, where the money goes. I already know where it goes, Berkeley Humane. And I love Berkeley Humane because it's a no-kill shelter. Animals, once they get there, they stay there until someone adopts them. So big fan of that. Mark Spear is going to join us at 4:50, and Larry Baer is going to join us at 4:50. And all I have to say is, effing baseball, man. Effing baseball. I mean, just go figure. I mean, you couldn't have scripted that series if you tried. That was just, that was the wildest, that may have been, I don't want to say the wildest series because I'd have to go back and think about every series I've watched, but it couldn't get a whole lot wilder than that. When you blow a 4-run lead, you come back from a 4-run deficit, you come back from another 4-run deficit. It may have been 5. I'm not sure if it was 5-2, then 6-2 or 6-1. I had stepped out just for a second. But I mean, it was just insanity is what it was. Absolute insanity, and thank goodness Marco Luciano didn't boot one and cost him a game. That would have been.
Well, he did boot one.
He did boot one, but it didn't cost him a game. Thank goodness. Oh, man, that would have been brutal to lose that. That would have been like that would have typified the whole series.
Yeah.
But just a wild series, wasn't it? I mean, it was just crazy.
It was amazing baseball because the Giants lose the game that Logan Webb pitches where they have a lead, and then they face the two best pitching prospects probably in the National League, maybe outside of Kyle Harrison.
Yep.
And you've got Jared Jones going for the Pirates on Wednesday, and they looked hopeless after Blake Snell fell out of that game. I legitimately thought in the fourth inning that it was going to be like maybe the fifth time this season that you were going to have a position player on the mound in the same game that Blake Snell was starting for the San Francisco Giants. It was that bad. And then they come all the way back. They win that game. And today, you figure, okay, they got nothing left. The bullpen is toast. They used everyone they needed last night.
Yep.
Forget it. And Eric Miller gives up the leadoff home run to Andrew McCutcheon. When Joey Bart hits a grand slam against you, it's over.
Back-to-back games with grand slams against them, and they won both games.
Two of the best position players the Giants have drafted in the last 10 years.
Exactly.
Grand slams in this series.
Exactly.
And the Giants won the series. That's how it's supposed to be, right?
Oh, man. And Matos had that one today, too. That would have been the third time he's robbed someone of a home run. I mean, that was amazing. I thought, he did have it, and then he hit the wall and it jarred it loose. But but when Bart hit the grand slam, I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Bart, another Giant prospect? Come on. This isn't real, is it? And then the Giants come back and win. I mean, Matt Chapman is like, you can't get any hotter than Matt Chapman is right now. Like, I have no idea if I'll be doing world-famous diamond notes tomorrow. Well, then trust me, Matt Chapman will be every category outside of pitching.
Can we address the diamond notes real quick, though?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's like 4 different categories where you got to pick the hottest player on the team right now.
What's going to be Matt Chapman?
Well, yeah, I know.
Every category. I already know that.
But for a solid month of the season, I was choosing guys in Double-A.
I know.
I was deep down on the Richmond roster, high A San Jose. I was like, you can't talk about, you can't talk about any of these
now you have your
outfielders.
choice.
Exactly.
You have Matos, I've used a number of times. Ramos, I've used a number of times. Chapman, I've now used a few times. I could probably even throw Estrada in there if I wanted to. You could always throw, coming off a game where you're on base 6 times, you could throw Wade in there. I mean, they got now, like, I think this is probably what they expected. This is the extreme. But we got the other extreme for a couple months, it seemed, like a month and a half. Like, it was just, and even Soler's hitting a little bit now. I think he's got more there. Chapman doesn't have more there. Like you just can't keep going like he's going. But it's good to see that he's going this way. But this is what they kind of expected. Now, not completely what they expected because they didn't expect Matos to come up and do what he's doing. They didn't expect Ramos to come up and do what he's doing. Even Luciano's throwing out some really good at bats. I mean, he's got to take care of the glove. And again, we talked about it yesterday. When you're going to put young guys up there, things are going to happen. You're just going to have to suck it up and deal with it. I mean, you don't want it to cost you a game, and I'm glad this one didn't cost him a game. But those are the things you're going to have to deal with young players. But you could not have asked for any more. If you would have asked for more, they would have said, shut up and go away from Matos, Ramos, and Luciano. You really couldn't. I mean, these guys just look like you dropped them in there and it's like, okay, we're comfortable and we're good. Their bats look really good right now. They're really confident at the plate. It gave them a little juice, a little energy, a little bit more athleticism on the squad. And it's coincided with Chapman getting red hot, Soler having better at bats. It's just Bailey coming back, and he's pretty amazing. I'll be curious to see how he does the last 2 months of the season, because we saw him hit the ball this well early, and then he kind of got worn down, and then the bats became a little bit, the bat came a little bit slower. But right now, no, if you're a Giants fan, like you're watching these games, and again, with this is the extreme right now, but this is kind of what you're hoping for, like 4 or 5 runs a game, good at bats, a team that could get down and come back and win games, a team that can score runs, take extra bases. Matos's hustled. It was an error, but hustle double. It was a single and an error, but that set up the tying run that got him to extra innings. That was a massive, massive play. So, no. I mean, they're like, you watch him now, you're like, this team's fun to watch. It was a rough watch for a while, but now it's like, oh, okay. Now I see. Kind of see now.
First 30 games of the season, they get down 2 runs, game's over. There was
Toast.
no hope. There was no life in the lineup. And when the bullpen was bad, it was really bad. There were certain days where you knew, hey, Ryan Walker to Tyler Rogers to Camilo Doval, if you can get that script, the Giants can win the ball game 3-1. But if they were down 2, it was completely over. And this week, and even against the Colorado Rockies at Oracle Park over the weekend, they proved, hey, 4-1 deficit on Friday night. Tyro Estrada steps up, hits the 3-run home run, and the Giants have only lost 1 game since then, and it was the Logan Webb start where they had the 6-2 lead in the 9th inning that Bob Melvin inexplicably turned to Luke Jackson for. And I
said yesterday I know how tough it is, so I try to cut the athletes a little bit. I don't crack them too often. I didn't really crack them. I just said I've had enough. I've had enough.
Yeah.
I've had enough. I had enough of him when he walked the guy. You're a veteran.
Yeah.
You can't walk. You can't just stick with the slider at the bottom of the zone and say, hey, this is what I'm sticking with. You got to throw it over the middle and say, hey, we're up 4. Hit me.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't do that. And I have a huge problem with that when guys come in. I mean, look how the Giants came back last night. Chapman came in and walked the bases loaded.
He was horrendous.
I mean, and he can do that, but he's a vet too. You're just come in and throw strikes. That's what we want at this. When you're up a sizable margin at the end of the game, throw strikes. If they're hitting you, then we'll get somebody else in there. But don't give them the bait. Don't give it to them. I always say that about basketball players. You go in there, you're open, shoot it. If it's your shot, shoot it. Don't be scared to shoot it. Shoot it. If you're missing him, make the coach take you out.
Yeah.
Don't just be a non-factor out there. So from a pitching standpoint, when you come in, if they hit you, they hit you. They'll come get you. But don't make it easy on them. And Luke Jackson got it started with a walk. Camilo Duvall had one later in the inning. And then Aroldis Chapman comes in there. I think he got the first out, then walk. Bases loaded. It's here you go. Enjoy. It's oh, damn, thanks. Appreciate it. So, no, but and I know I always say the athletes are their harshest critics. So as hard as we are on some of them, they're harder on themselves because it means so much to them. But all that being said, I said, I've had enough.
Yeah.
I've had enough.
I think so. hey, the Giants recover today. Luke Jackson gives up another run today, and it doesn't matter because this offense is as hot as it will be all season long. Matt Chapman is as hot as any hitter in Major League Baseball right now. We got a great show for you today. Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes. JT Snow joining us at 2:30 this afternoon, breaking down this series win from PNC Park. You're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. Giants pull off comebacks in back-to-back games to take 2 out of 3 against the Pittsburgh Pirates, including today's dramatic 7-6 win. How are we feeling about those Giants right now? Call in at 415-808-5627.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's his pitch. Chapman swings and belts one deep left center field. Baer on the run, going back at the track, looking up. It is gone. Matt Chapman again. Homers for the third day in a row here in Pittsburgh. 2-2 pitch. Flores swings, ground ball, right side, and that's a fair ball inside of first base. In to pick it up, Joe, rounding third Soler, heading home, and he's going to score without a throw. And the Giants have tied the game in the eighth. And his 0-2 pitch. Wisely swings, line drive, base hit, center field. And the Giants take the lead. Luciano scores from third. Brett Wisely with the go-ahead hit here in the eighth, and it's 7-6 Giants.
What a week for Matt Chapman and the San Francisco Giants. A couple of comebacks in Pittsburgh. Chapman, 13 for his last 29 with 8 extra base hits, 5 doubles, 3 home runs. Homered in every game this series. Back here on Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes. Tom, we got JT Snow coming up to break down the game at 2:30. But this Giants team, what do you take away from this? They've beaten Colorado. They've beaten Pittsburgh. Are they actually good? Are they actually getting better? Or are they just playing some really bad teams right now?
Well, I don't think Pittsburgh's bad. I mean, Colorado's terrible. We know that. But I think Pittsburgh's a pretty good team. Hell, they just got through taking 3 out of 4 from Chicago in Wrigley. So, and they won games against their 2 best pitchers. So, no, I think they're playing really good baseball. Here's a Matt Chapman stat that just kind of blows me away. As of May 10th, which is just shy of 2 weeks ago, his OPS, 586. Brutal. 586. Today his OPS, 753.
What?
753. He's raised like 170 points in a couple weeks. I mean, that's on one.
Yeah.
Right there. That is just on one. He has 1, 2, 3, 4 home runs in that time frame. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 doubles in that time frame. And he has 2, 3, 4, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17 hits in that time frame.
It's not bad.
So, no, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. So, well, they're totally different. They're totally different now because of the young guys. Mm-hmm. I mean, instead of watching Austin Slater hit, we're seeing Elliot Ramos hit. And instead of Lee, who I think his numbers would have been a lot different than what they were when he got hurt because he was having good at-bats. And I've said multiple times, new league, new country, just new everything. He was going to be fine. But Ramos's numbers are way better than Lee's were. So he's getting the job done. It's just it's a different team right now with a different feel right now. I mean, they got to try to get Snell on board with this. Like, hey, we're going this. We're not going that way anymore. We're going this way now. That way's bad. This way's good. We're going the good way now. I mean, he just so much for he looked good in AAA. Like, it just goes to show you what it means when they go, oh, he looks good at AAA. Like, well, I don't care. Guess what? Those don't count at all. Let's see what he looks like here. And, well, he was kind of the same Blake Snell again. So and all I keep thinking of is like $32 million for 1 year, and you just keep ripping starts off the thing. Like, okay, that's one start. Now you're paying $32 million for hopefully 25, 24 starts, 23. Okay, we're down to so hopefully he gets it, because if he gets it rolling, now you're like, okay, now we're kind of moving because Harrison's been solid. Webb's been really good lately. He had that blip on the road, Boston and Philly, where he scuffled a little bit, but that's what you need. You need a guy who's supposed to be that guy, and then you can start stringing these wins together. Then you can start saying, okay, now we can get 8 out of 10, something like that. So I think as it is, what is it? It was 4 in a row, lost one, so 6-1 their last 7. So yeah, you go 2-1, going 2-1 in New York. That's a winning road trip. That's 8-2 over 10. That's a roll. And again, I don't know if this is who they are, but I think this is more like what we expected than what we saw the first 30, 35 games. Like, it's somewhere in the middle, but I think it slants more toward this. And again, it's different because we couldn't have factored in Ramos. Yeah. We couldn't have factored in Matos. And we certainly couldn't have factored them in playing the way they're playing, especially the way Matos was hitting in AAA. And I'm starting to believe that was, man, what do I got to do? Like, he was just in his own head. Like, I had a great spring, and then I come down here, and I don't think I belong here, and I got to try to fight it, and it wasn't happening. Then he's back up here. It's like, bam. And he hits the ground running, gets off to a great start. Now he's full of confidence. But we couldn't have factored that in. But to me, it looks like a different team. Again, this is the extreme. That's not Matt Chapman's. I'm going to continue to do this. But I think it's closer to this than it was the first 35.
I think the point about Luis Matos is great because he thrives off the juice. I mean, you can tell when he gets out there, he wants to put on a show. He wants to put on a show for the people in the third deck. He gets a real drive out of playing in Major League ballparks, about helping out this team. And I didn't watch those games at AAA Sacramento. You're a sicko if you did. Yeah. But I think that to have the spring training that he had where he did everything perfect, put on, 12 pounds this offseason to get himself in position, and then to be told, hey, you're actually not on the team and there's no real spot for you anytime soon, that could be demoralizing. And the same could be true for Elliot Ramos, but Ramos is just so good. He's 2 years older that he was going to hit AAA pitching regardless, whereas Matos chases out of the strike zone consistently in a way that is reminiscent of Pablo Sandoval, and he doesn't get the barrel on the ball the way that Pablo did. Yeah. But you trust him to expand the zone. And that's what he did last night in both of those extra inning hits. Holderman, that pitch that he swung on and hit into left field where Reynolds bobbled it, that was way outside the strike zone. And then in the 10th inning, he comes up and does the exact same thing. And I think that's a real quality to have. When you can just have someone put the ball in play, it's kind of what Jung-Hoo Lee was supposed to bring to this team, even though he had a better strike zone discipline. That matters. It matters in the late innings against these tough relievers. It matters in situations where you just need someone to get on base. He's the guy who he can bloop a single in there for you. You don't have to worry about a big strikeout at a big moment.
Yeah. And, I mean, not to get way, 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 way ahead of the game, but if these guys continue doing what they're doing, you start to envision a Matos, Ramos, Lee outfield.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And a young outfield that can all, they're all there together when they're in their mid-20s and early 20s in Matos' case. And you can start seeing that. Now, again, I'm just kind of envisioning ahead, but it's been exciting. And that's the cool part about baseball that you don't get in other sports. I've always said other sports, when guys are good, they're going to be good almost right away, and you saw them in college. These guys you haven't seen. Now, we saw a little bit of them last year, but when they come up and perform, it's really cool, and it changes the dynamics of the team. Yeah, absolutely changes the dynamics of the team. So, yeah, we'll see what they do in New York. But man, what a way to wipe that taste out of your mouth from Game 1. Because after Game 1, it was like, what a downer. Because that was going to be 5 in a row, and then you get down, grand slam Reynolds, second game, you're down 5-1. It's like, oh man, now we're going to have to hopefully not get swept in this series. And then all of a sudden you win the series. And you're down in game 3 too. So game 1's long forgotten. And it's long forgotten by the Pirates too, because they're thinking, what the hell just happened? What happened here? So no, I mean, it was again, that may go down as the series, not impactful series of the year, but for exciting and twists and turns and unexpected plays, right now this is the leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I'm going to give former Giants scouting director John Baer a call and say, hey, Brian Reynolds hit a grand slam. Joey Bart hit a grand slam at PNC Park, and the Giants won the series, and I bet he'd be a pretty happy guy knowing those results. So coming up on the other side, we got JT Snow joining us, breaking down this series in Pittsburgh, where the Giants go from here against the New York Mets. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
winter is coming.
They say it doesn't snow in San Francisco.
Snow swings, high fly ball to right, hit to the corner, to the wall.
We beg to differ.
It's gone! Oh, no. It's gone! Snow has homered, and we are tied!
Here's Forever Giant JT Snow with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert with you. Always fun to catch up with JT Snow. And I don't say it every time we talk to JT, but for those of the youngins out there that want to know, 6-time Gold Glove award winner, and he's on the Giants Wall of Fame. And he went to Arizona. That's the most important thing. What's up, JT?
Not much. What's up, guys? Yeah, that is the most important thing, right?
Was that about as wild a series as you could even? That stuff was just, you thought you were going to win the first one, you kick it, and then you're down by 4 runs in game 2 and game 3, and you come back and win both those games. I mean, that's a wild series.
Unbelievable, right? Especially on the road, and it's great for baseball, right? People watching, we're trying to get people back into the game, and the games now, they're just the way they're moving, and they're not so long, and the pitch clock, which I love, and then you have Joey Bart hitting a grand slam against his old team. It's just like for baseball purists, it's just like it's good watching. But tip of the cap to the Giants for hanging in there. Both those games look like you said. The first one looked like a win, and then the next 2 look like maybe a loss, and they come back. So. I think we said this either last time or a couple of times ago. You got to win those games against those teams you're supposed to, and then the tough teams you got to try and either split or squeak out a series win here and there. But always good on the road, and sure a happy flight to New York to take on the Mets. So just a really, really cool series to watch.
What have you seen from Matos and Ramos since they've been up, and what have they brought to the team?
I just think, and again, I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago or 3 weeks about if you're going to bring the young guys up. Remember we talked about let them play, let them just, sometimes when you're rowing the boat with one oar in the water, you're going in circles, you just get that young, energetic player in there and just get them to infuse some life maybe in the clubhouse. It really picks up some of the veteran guys, right? Just their energy. And I remember late in my career, we get young guys called. We're so excited to be there. They're trying to prove themselves. And it rubs off on everyone. And just, let them play. I know the injuries have taken their toll, but for them to be out there and just let them play and get at bats and get their feet wet in the field, it's only going to help as the season goes on. But, some big hits, some great plays. I think the Matos in center field the one day running into the – so, yeah, it's exciting. It's always fun to get some young guys up there, and they feel like their time is now, and they've been in the minor leagues in Sacramento, and they want to prove themselves. So, take the reins off and let them run and let them have fun and play.
And I said this yesterday, and I'll ask you, since you were probably a part of some of this as a player, as a veteran, but as a fan watching, I wanted to see these young guys come up. And Luciano's been really good at the plate. He boots one in game 1 that it led to them losing the lead and ultimately losing the game in game 1. He booted one today. It didn't end up costing him. But when you're going to play the young guys, you just have to say, look, you're going to have to deal with some of this stuff. It's not always going to be perfect with these guys. You're going to have to let them get out there and get their feet wet. And they're going to make some mistakes. It's going to hurt occasionally, but you got to let them fight through it.
Absolutely. You hope that, when they're down in the minor leagues and the coaches down there work with them, get them ready. But when you get to the big leagues, it's such a different level. And, the game's the same, right? The mound's the same, the bases, brighter lights, more people. Game moves a little faster like any sport. I don't care if it's NFL, NBA, it goes a little faster. But, yeah, you're going to expect some of that. The physical mistakes are going to happen, right? What you like to see is just limit the mental mistakes. The base running, throwing to the right bases, pitchers throwing the right pitches in certain counts. Physical mistakes are going to happen. You're going to make errors. You're going to strike out. But we all went through it. We were all young players at one time, and it takes the coaches to stick with you and keep you positive, mentally. And the key thing is that they're out there the next day. Once you start doing that, and then you're not playing, and then the player's in limbo, going back and forth, and then they're not sure mentally. But the physical mistake's going to happen, and they'll be less and less over time. It's 162 games is a long way to go. So but I know that we've talked about it beginning of this year. Was it go with the young guys, let them play, and maybe suck it up for a year or two, but let them get there's nothing like experience, especially on the road in the big leagues and playing every day. So I like it.
Yeah.
JT, what's the sense as a player that you get in the batter's box when you go from a terrible slump, one of the worst of your career, to 3 home runs in 3 days, 8 extra base hits and 29 at-bats like Matt Chapman has done? Because it feels like this switch has just flipped for him, and I've got to imagine you've had some similar experiences during your playing career.
There's no doubt, and everybody says the back of the baseball card is what it is, but he's in a new league, right? He was in the American League with Oakland and Toronto, and I know you play all the teams now, but it's a new city, and it takes a while to get your feet wet and get calmed down, and he's one of those guys that you don't worry about, and I know he was probably driving him crazy getting off to a slow start like that, but like I said earlier, with the long year, you just stick to your process, stick to your routine, stay strong mentally, and keep believing in yourself. The coaching staff to keep running him out there. It's not a time to panic. He's going to hit some home runs. He has done in his career, driving runs. And the one thing is his defense is so good that it takes a little bit of pressure off you mentally on your offense. Because, once that clicks, then he's going to be right there. And he plays such a good third base. And we see defenders that are good at their position. But when you get a guy that's next level, you really get to see the difference they can make in a game. And he's a Gold Glover. It was like that when Crawford was there. They're next level guys, right? They play the position so well that they stand out. And as a good defender, hey, I might not be hitting right now, but I'm going to do everything I can to take a run away, take a hit away. And that gets overlooked sometimes. So it's good to see him. He's a good player. He's a good person. You can just tell that he works his butt off day in and day out. His demeanor doesn't change. He's mentally strong. He's also a Southern Cal guy, right?
Yeah, yep.
Orange County down El Toro. So it's good to you always pull for good people. I think Matt Chapman's a good person, and it's fun to see him come around.
Talk a little bit, if you would, about the speed of the game, because you're right. No matter what sport you play, the speed ramps up when you get to that level. And, we've talked about the pitching before, how the breaking pitches are just nastier and guys they're just nastier at the big league level. But forget the hitting part of it. I'm wondering about the fielding part of it, the decision-making, the base running, like guys have better arms. They're going to get the ball into second quicker or get the ball to the base quicker. And then the decisions you have to make on the infield with the whole thing kind of moving quicker than it is at the minor league level. What kind of adjustment is that, dealing with kind of the mental speed of the game and knowing that everything's got to happen a little bit quicker?
Yeah, you said it's the mental side. So it's thinking one play ahead, right?
Yep.
It's thinking you've got to process the speed of the runner hitting the ball, the guy at bat, the speed of the guys on bases. As an infielder, you have to play it out in your mind, the speed of the ball off the bat, when I can turn to, when I can't. So at that level, it's just, like you said, it happens a little quicker, but you've got to think, you got to be one play ahead. And you got to always, when I played, it's very simple, but it's like, what do I do if the ball's hit to me, or what do I do if it's not? And there's always a place to be, and there's always a base to throw to. But I think knowing your opponents and knowing the speed of the runners, the fields up in the big leagues are so much better than the minor leagues, right? You're going to get nice ground balls, and your fields are great, the grass, the dirt. So that's the physical part. But the mental part of staying one step ahead and not being – you see that a lot in the minor leagues at the lower levels. Guys might get caught off guard, right? They get a smash hit to them. They're not quite sure, runners on first and third, or bases loaded, or if it's a double play situation, what to do with the ball. But that's the main thing at the big league levels, is the decision making. Is you're always one step ahead. So then, and you play it out in your mind, visually, mentally. You in between pitches, you can close your eyes and just take a deep breath. And if it hits me, I'm going here. If the ball takes me to the left, I'm going there. To the right, if it's a slow roller, if I got to back up, all those things, and put yourself in the situation before it happens so that when it does happen, you can react.
I wonder from your perspective, JT, I know that we've talked about this a lot, but when you see the young players come up, I think that, veterans want to see them produce. That's now happened for the Giants. And you've seen over the past couple of days, the dugout looks much more fired up than it was throughout the month of April. And it looks much more fired up than it was at the beginning of May. And that's, of course, a byproduct of them winning games. But when you get contributions from guys that maybe you didn't expect, what does that do for a team's morale and psyche going into another big series? And next week, they've got the Phillies and the Yankees, two of the hottest teams in baseball as well.
Yeah, it really picks you up. I mean, I totally agree with you. You could see at the beginning of the first couple months that the dugout is quiet and guys are walking around maybe head down or not quite sure. But then baseball is so crazy, not like any other sport, where because it is every day and all it takes is a game or two or a series for the young guys, like I said earlier, to infuse a little energy and pick the veteran guys up maybe when they get a day off. And when they start producing, they start carrying themselves a little taller, heads up, there's more chatter. And then you start believing in yourself and you start believing in the team. And I look at the baseball lineup, right? When a guy doesn't come through, they feel bad enough, but a good team, the next guy's going to pick him up, right? And the next guy's going to pick him up. And then you start rolling and you don't put so much pressure on yourself to have to be the man every at bat or every game. Now with the DH full time, you can just put 9 sticks in there and roll with it. So it's a lot of people don't think there's a lot of momentum in baseball like other sports like football or basketball, but there actually is. I mean, once you get rolling, and the Giants had a lot of new guys, right? A lot of new guys in the lineup. It's a new city, it's a new ballpark, it's a new clubhouse. Figure out where to eat on the road and how you travel and get to know one another. But once you start settling in, you start producing. So it's fun. It's fun to watch when a team comes together and they start pitching and hitting and playing great defense and running the bases. So you just watch the way guys carry themselves. Sometimes it's quiet in the dugout, and then when it's loud, guys are having fun. That's what it's all about.
Have you ever, at any level, found yourself at first base, either looking in the stands or looking in the dugout or looking just elsewhere, and all of a sudden you heard the crack of the bat and you had no idea where it was?
Maybe like in Little League. I don't think when you get into pro ball or in the big leagues, you're pretty focused. You got to know there's been times when guys have hit the ball and you really don't pick it up, right? It's on you. But it's I think nowadays I love the pitch clock nowadays because the game just moves better and you don't have as much time to sit there and have your head down and fix the dirt, right? Remember the guys used to fix the dirt with the cleats, and the pitcher's walking around getting the rosin bag and then doing his cleats. And there's definitely, back in the day, there's definitely time for your mind to wander a little bit. And you're out in the field, you're like, I'm 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, and I suck, and I'm up third next inning. I hope no one's on base. I'm going to strike out. So, but I like the way the game's moving now. It's really good. It's really fun to watch.
No, I totally agree. Last one. I've thought about this before, but I always forget, and it's not like time sensitive, but I'm going to ask it anyway. When you're at first base, guy on first, and you're trying to turn a double play, and ball's hit to you, the runner always veers in toward the grass to cut off that angle. What were you looking for? What were you looking at to make sure you could make that throw? Because we've seen it all the time now where guys throw it into right or left field. They airmail it because they can't get a good angle. What are you looking for knowing that the runner is trying to block you?
The first thing that's good is that's why it's good to be left-handed playing for
exactly,
right? Because my left arm is on the inside of the runner. Right-handers have a really hard time getting that ball across to the shortstop. So, you're holding the guy on. You come off the back on the inside, and then what I was talking about earlier, depending on the speed of the ball, if it's really hit hard, you can take a couple steps in on the cut of the grass, and then us as lefties can just throw it off the runner's left shoulder. The shortstop's going to take the throw on the inside, the infield part of the bag. And most lefties, if we drop down a little bit, we have a little bit of run on the ball, so it can miss him. But yeah, when you get a big runner or someone that's smart and they can get on the edge of the grass, I've drilled a guy in the back before, and then you just go to the umpire and hope that they see that he's inside the line. When there's runners on first and second, you're behind the runner.
Yep.
It's a lot easier because you got more space. But yeah, that's the hardest one. And then most people don't realize playing first base, you got to realize, do I get back to the bag? Do I let the pitcher get over and take it? Do I, 3-6-3 or 3-6-1, depending on where the ball takes you. But it's so important to get that throw to the shortstop. And I remember playing against Ozzie Smith or at the end of his career, talking to him. And I said, what do you like at shortstop from the first baseman? And he told me, he said, just give me the ball as soon as you can. He goes, I'm the shortstop. I've probably got the best hands on the team. That's why I'm there. So give me the ball early and let me work with it. It doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to throw it to my hat or my chest or my right shoulder. He goes, just get it to me early. Let me do my footwork.
Okay.
And let me get out of the way of the sliding runner and get the throw back to first. So, it's easier if the ball's hit hard at you because you can just take a crow hop inside the line and give it to the shortstop. But it's a lot harder play than it looks sometimes.
No,
people
definitely
make it out to.
Okay, you got me thinking of something. Now I gotta ask this, since you said you drilled somebody. Has there ever been a runner at first base, whether they go to second, maybe a guy you didn't like for whatever reason, didn't get along with, and you drilled him in the back on purpose, or has there been a guy where he comes back in, you got a pick play to first base, and he slides back in head first, and you take the glove and just smash it into his ribs?
Yeah, actually smash it. Maybe smash it on his hand if they dive back in, hands first.
Okay.
First. I don't know that I've ever drilled a guy on purpose going down the line, but most of the guys in the big leagues, 99.9% are good guys. And they get down to first, and the first baseman's kind of like, the psychologist down there. You got to listen to all their problems.
Yes, you're the greeter.
You're like the mayor over there. You got to be always in a good mood. But on the pickoffs, definitely, when a guy gets a big lead and dives back, I might slap it on his fingers or slap it on his wrist.
Nice.
But you're taught as a first baseman to kind of catch the ball over the bag.
Yeah.
And just drop it down instead of going out to catch, because the ball can move faster than you can move your glove. So you let that ball travel and you catch it right above the bag and just slap it down on the corner. And then guys will look up to you and say, "Man, why you gonna slap me so hard?"
All right, man. We're gonna let you run. You got a game tonight, right?
Yeah, we do. We're up in Montana. We're playing the Ballers. We're 2-0 on the year.
Nice.
2 one-run games, and I tell you what, it's been a blast. These kids are so fun to coach and so fun to be with. And we're up in Kalispell, Montana for 3 more days. We're playing the Glacier Range Riders. We won 7-6 on Tuesday. We won 3-2 last night. So good teams win close games. So boys are fired up. We're playing.
There you go. So if we had more time, I'm gonna have to remember this for next week. I'm gonna have to remember to ask you who the most talkative person was, who the least talkative person was when you're over there at first base, and who the funniest person was. So a lot of good stories come from first basemen because they get to see everybody kind of coming through. So good luck tonight. Right. Enjoy the next 3 games, and we'll talk to you again next week, JT.
Sounds good. I'll have 3 good answers for you on there.
Very good. Thanks, JT. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. All right,
man. Have a good one.
Now,
all I got to do is remember to ask it.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm teasing a week ahead. There's no chance. I'm going to have to write it. Tim, write that down. Do your job.
We got to do ours right now. Tim's screaming at me to get us to break. We got Barry from Fieldwork coming on next. Amazing how that works.
Incredible how that works.
We'll be back on the other side. You're listening. KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. All-NBA rookie first-team member Brandon Pajemski will join Murph and Marcus tomorrow morning at 9:30 here on KNBR. Check out that interview live on YouTube, Twitch, or right here listening on KNBR.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we do this once a year because it's for two of my favorite causes, animals and beer. And we love beer. We love raising money for animals. It helps out Berkeley Humane Society. Barry Braden comes by. We have a couple beers. Talk to him about what's new in the brewing industry, what's new at Fieldwork, and then we get all the particulars as to when, where, how to get tickets, where all the money goes, all that kind of good stuff. So Barry Braden, one of the owners of Fieldwork Brewing. Barry, what is going on?
Well, we usually have more than a couple of beers, right?
Well, now we can because of non-alcoholic beer.
Well, yes.
Right?
Yes, that is true. But, this whole camera thing is new. I've never done this with you before. This is cool.
Yeah, I got outvoted.
And I stole Carrie's seat.
You did. You booted him.
Yeah, I'm off camera, which is better for us. Ratings are about to soar, Barry.
It definitely works. Now, if that were the case, you two would be on camera and I would be off camera. That would probably be the better platform for all of us. Trust me.
Well, I get so used to watching you at home in your 2.5 T-shirts that you have.
Everybody loves my 2.5 T-shirt.
A half is generous for the AC/DC shirt.
We're
sitting about a quarter on that.
They are. They're very religious shirts. That's what they are.
You know what? I subscribe to that.
Look, when you have a T-shirt that you really like and it fits well and you just, it's hard to give up that AC/DC shirt.
I would never give that.
Yeah, and I got other ones too, but that one just, I tell people, I go, why do you think it has holes in it? I like it. I wear it a lot, okay? And I want to continue to wear it a lot.
Well, you know what? They're on tour now, so hopefully you'll be able to get a new one.
Yeah, but it won't say 82, right?
Well,
it won't say 82. Right. It won't say. Maybe I'll wear it to the concert. They'll be like, holy, look at this guy.
Yeah.
Really?
You never wear the
guy.
band's T-shirt to the concert.
No, you wear somebody else's band. That's
right.
what you got to do.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do. I don't know why that started. Why can't you wear the band's T-shirt to their concert?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's kind of a weird deal, isn't it?
It is.
It's an unspoken rock and roll rule, like unspoken baseball rules.
Very much so.
Unspoken rock and roll. You don't grab the T-shirt and then roll into the concert. Everybody's like, nah, really? You're doing that? It's like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I was.
Except for the Rush fans. The Rush fans would always wear the T-shirts to the concert.
I haven't seen them in forever, and we're never going to see them again.
No, we won't.
I saw them at Oracle, which was the Oakland Coliseum back in the day, back when I was playing for the Warriors. We'd sneak into concerts because we had keys, and we'd go in there go in their locker room and work out, take a shower, and just wait in there, have a couple of beers, and then when the concert started, we'd go grab seats. There was usually a couple of seats available, so we saw Heart, we saw Rush. U2 was there. There were no seats for U2, so we had to stand and everything. And the only reason we were allowed to stay is because all the security guards at the concert were the same security guards that did the Warrior games.
Oh, yeah, right.
So they let us. They're like, okay, just move over here, stand over here, get over there, move over there now. It's like, okay, cool. We'll just keep doing what you want us to do.
Nice thing about an NBA team is none of you guys were probably in the way. Probably all a bunch of short guys who could blend in.
No, I wasn't standing up in front of everybody. Yeah. That I don't do anyway. I'm certainly not going to do it on there for free. Oh, you paid for your tickets? I did, and I'm going to stand up right in front of you. Yeah. Enjoy the back of my head.
Yep.
How does Octung Baby sound looking at my skull?
You're not that guy.
No, I am not that guy at all. So you just got back from Bhutan?
Bhutan.
Wow.
Country that my wife and I went to that was just incredible and measures their economic units in gross national happiness.
Really?
So, yeah, it's an incredible country that just the happiest people I've seen. Beautiful country in the Himalayas and lots of hiking and yeah, just fantastic.
So where is it compared to Tibet and?
So it's bordered on one side by China and the other side by India.
Okay.
And it's this little tiny country, 800,000 people, surrounded by these gargantuan big countries with huge populations.
How is that just being there? And because I'm assuming you could probably see the range, right? Where was it the Himalayas, Everest, and K2 and all that?
Lots of mountains. Not enough visibility to see the big peaks, but flying out, we had a really good view of the tallest peak in Bhutan, which has never been climbed because they don't allow for mountain climbing in Bhutan. and it's about, I don't know, 25,000 feet high.
Wow.
So
have you ever thought about doing that, Everest? You seem like the type of person that would.
No, I thought about it for a hot minute, but then I like life.
Yeah,
and
that's a good point.
It's pretty.
But if you die up there, you preserve pretty well. You're going to be there 100 years from now. If your grandkids go see you,
they're starting to haul down all the bodies and all the garbage. So you don't get your place up there.
Look, I want to stay. If I'm going to die up there, I want to stay.
They're not going to allow that anymore.
It's a good steak if you can get it.
Yeah, if I'm falling in a crevasse, I want to be there. Me and my AC/DC shirt, I'll be there forever.
No, I mean that's some serious stuff, and I bet there's people in your audience that have done it before. But man, that is a little too much for me.
Yeah, that's yeah. It's like I'd like to do stuff like exhilarating stuff, but that stuff's a little like it's not that exhilarating to me when you're laying up there and you're out of oxygen and you're just gonna die because you can't breathe. Like that's not all that fun.
That just wouldn't be the way I'd want to go.
No, like if I got to the top and fell off, that'd be a way to go, right? Just fall down. Ping down, ping, ping.
I actually saw a story last week
that's a way to go.
About a guy who tried to ski down from the summit.
What?
And they never heard from him again, of course.
Hard to believe it ended poorly.
It was like, brilliant idea.
Oh my goodness gracious! All right, so when? Give everybody the particulars first off. When and where is Pints for Paws? And I've been to a number of these. It's a wonderful event. The people are great. The beer is great. People bring their animals. There's usually music there. It's just a really, really cool event that raises money for a very good cause.
Yes, sir. It's 10th anniversary.
Is it really
Pints
this year?
Wow. And it's Berkeley Humane's biggest fundraiser. Last year we raised over $325,000.
Wow.
And it all goes to help the puppies and the kitties. It's we're always blessed with great weather, and I'll knock on wood, I guess. But June 1st. And so that's next weekend, I guess. And it's some of our favorite brewery friends. 21st Amendment, Alvarado Street. I can go up and down the list.
Yep.
You can go to the website, Pints for Paws. At berkeleyhumane.org and get a full list, but everybody brings out some really nice beers, and it's a fun afternoon. There's also other beverages as well, so we'll be pouring our new non-alcoholic beers as well as our non-alcoholic sparkling super tonics, and it's a nice way for people to take a little break. It's a great afternoon that just raises a lot of money for Berkeley Humane.
Tonics?
We're making this brand new beverage we call super tonics, which are non-alcoholic sparkling beverages with adaptogens and nootropics, which are just a way to change your mood with a different beverage instead of alcohol.
Sounds a little suspicious. Sounds a little suspicious
okay,
to me.
Tom.
What do you mean change my mood?
Well, these adaptogens and nootropics are like naturally occurring substances in your brain that we add a supplement of GABA, which is a calming nootropic, and L-theanine is one, alpha-GPC, phenylethylamine. These are just naturally occurring substances that we just put in beverages and give you a little bit of a social butterfly effect.
All right. I'm not sure I'm buying it, but okay.
Well, other people are. So
seems like he's doing just fine.
Yeah. Again, 2 to 5, and there is a VIP ticket still available.
12? Isn't it 12 to 4?
It says 2 to 5 right here.
Oh,
1 to 2 is VIP.
1 to 2 is VIP. Well,
is that still available?
Why wouldn't you be there between 1 and 2?
Oh, I'll be there. Of course, I'll be there.
I think VIP tickets are still available.
Okay. Yeah, and for those that don't know what you get with VIP, basically you just get in early and you get to try some different beer. And usually they'll have some beer set aside for the VIP. If you buy a VIP ticket, they'll have some special beers that they'll set
we're
aside.
bringing for that. We're bringing a couple of our barrel-aged bottles, Power Stave, and we're also bringing some King Coconut.
King Coconut.
Which is our coconut double IPA that will be gone by the time the regular session starts.
Yeah. So let me give everybody a little bit of a rundown. So it is 2 to 5, 1 to 2 for the VIP. 2700. That's 2700 9th in Berkeley. As Barry said, it's the 10th anniversary, and I've been there for at least 4 of those years. And the music is good, the people are better, and the beer is incredible. It's just a really fun. And again, if you have a well-behaved dog, bring him along or bring her along. It's always fun to see the dogs out there. There were 200 animals out there last year. Yeah, there was quite a few. I got to pet quite a few dogs. Lulu will not be going for the 4th straight year because Lulu is not well behaved. She's not terrible. She just gets a little wild sometimes. Will the mobile adoption unit be there?
Yes.
The home of Kit and Pip. We have 2 cats that we got at the Oktoberfest that we did.
You're not getting more, right?
No. No, actually, so here's the deal. For those that don't know, and I've told this story before, we were there doing the Oktoberfest, and a mobile adoption unit was outside, and Pip and Kit are a black kitty and a black and white kitty. And so, and they're sisters. So Lori and Haley saw the kitties. They're like, "Oh, we got to get kitties." I'm like, "Well, we have 2 dogs." I go, I love cats, but I don't know if that's going to work. I got overruled. That's fine. I love the cats. They're awesome. They're my buddies. But I didn't know how it was going to work. Worked out fine. You know, the dogs get along well with the cats, and they kind of ignored Maybelle for a while, and she's since passed, so it's just the 3 of them now. And Lulu and Kit play, and Lulu and Pip ignore each other. That's perfect.
You have a menagerie.
I do. Well, I have a turtle too.
Yeah, you have a menagerie.
I got a menagerie.
That's
Yeah,
right.
it's a quad.
I've never seen the turtle on the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, I call my police squad.
Yeah,
I got the 2 black. I got the 2 black and whites, and then Kit's black. I have a ton of jokes there, but I'm not going to go into it right now. But they are really good. Trust me on that. They're amazing jokes.
Tom?
No, they are. I mean, trust you just have to take my word for that one. But yeah, that's where we got them. So you'll have a chance to. The only thing I was hoping was that the mobile adoption unit would have puppies occasionally. Usually it's just kitties.
Yeah.
And maybe the puppies are too big or too rambunctious for the mobile unit.
I'm not sure how they make those decisions, Tom.
But you're only steps away from the Berkeley Humane Society over there.
For sure.
So if you wanted to go adopt a dog, and I do want to say this too. Barry does an incredible job raising money for a lot of worthy causes. This one's my favorite, and because I love the no-kill mantra they have over there. Once a dog, cat, whatever animal comes in there, it's going to stay there until it gets adopted. So they need all the help they can get. So this will help them take care of those animals. Sometimes there's surgery that comes about with some of these animals that are brought in there. Very expensive, and that's how they fund all this. But aside from money, if you happen to own an animal, and let's say your animal has since passed, you don't have an animal now, and you have toys, or you have blankets, or you have bedding, or you have whatever, they'll take those too. I mean, all that stuff that you can't use anymore or you don't use anymore, take it over to Berkeley Humane or take it over to your local Humane Society and donate it to them. They can use all that stuff for their animals. So anything you can donate helps them with their ability to get these animals new homes. And that's kind of what this is all about, is not just taking care of the animals, but finding them new homes, finding them forever homes. So people have a cat or a dog, or I'm not even sure if they have. I mean, those are the main animals. I know they probably have. I mean, it's not like they have kangaroos floating around anytime soon, but who knows? It might have an iguana, just a languishing iguana over there. It's like, hey, take me too. So it's a really, really cool event. You can go to pintsforpaws.com. You can find out or you can go to berkeleyhumane.org, events Pint for Paws, and they'll let you know about all the breweries that are going to be there. Fieldwork, of course. Bear Bottle is going to be over there. Lester's going to be over there. That's great. Alvarado Street. Great Notion is going to be there. Cellar Maker will be there. Ghost Town, Del Cielo, Laughing Monk. So, I mean, it's incredible beer. It really is. So if you're a beer aficionado and you like to try new things, or you just want to try some of your favorite things, go over there, hang out, know that you're doing a great thing, raising money for the Berkeley Humane Society, and it'll be a fun day. And like you said, lots of dogs. And like you said, the weather's usually good.
Yeah.
It's usually mid-70s, and people are out there, good mood, listening to music, drinking beer.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's, we're looking to break records this year in terms of the amount of money raised, and the cost of medical care has gone up substantially in the past year or two. And so, it's money that's just well needed for the organization. And it's an organization that just has incredible people, and people very committed to making the world a better place for dogs and cats and everything in general.
Yeah,
so.
No, that's incredible, and it's awesome that you do so much in that regard. What's going on with field work? You got any new locations that you're going to be opening up anytime soon?
Well, we're thank you for asking.
Alameda.
Oh, well, we're pretty close to you in San Leandro.
Would you jump over? Yeah, you are. I was going to say jump over to the Navy base. Everybody's doing it.
You could. You're a big walker. You can walk to San Leandro.
Ooh, that's a stretch.
Is it really?
Yeah, but after I get done drinking, which way am I going to walk home? Who knows where the hell I'll end up?
Have you heard of Lyft?
I could end up. No, I don't trust Lyft drivers.
Okay.
Or Uber drivers.
How about Lori?
She doesn't work for Lyft. I've never taken Uber or Lyft unless somebody else had it.
Really?
Yeah. I just don't trust them.
Wow.
Because I'm like, what kind of screening process you go through?
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I took a Lyft to get over here. I ride
well,
safely,
yeah. It could have been Manson.
I hate to be doing a commercial for Lyft right now, but maybe.
Well, that's okay. You say what you say, and then I'll cancel it out with
there
what
you
I
go.
say. I mean, you never know. Who knows?
Outside of the Bay Area,
he's driving you now.
Outside of the Bay Area, we're going to be opening later this year in Roseville.
Okay.
We got a big beer garden opening there. And we got a couple of cool announcements coming up over the next few months. So,
that does me no good right now.
I know. I hope you'll have me back. I love. In fact, I love the new studio that you're in.
Very cool.
And it's cameras and everything. It's just you guys have really come up in the world.
So, thank you. I appreciate that. How many years now for field work?
We're in our 10th.
In your 10th?
We're in our 10th year.
Wow. I think I was there not from the beginning, but pretty close, like probably year 2.
Well, I
showed
I
up.
remember enjoying beers with you in the Berkeley tap room a long, long time ago. And,
back when Crowlers were the thing.
Back when yes. I mean, that's, you and I met in 2016, probably.
Yeah, it's been a while. Because I know you guys had been going for a year or two.
Yeah, but not very long.
No, not that long.
You could still find me behind the bar back then.
Yeah, you were behind the bar.
Now
I never see you there.
Well,
well, not that I'm there that often either.
Got a few places to check in on.
Behind the bar to Bhutan. That's a pretty good rise, huh?
You should open fieldwork in Bhutan.
Everybody gets a vacation, Tom.
Worldwide. No, I absolutely. It's funny because Lori always tells me, "God, you love beer so much. Why don't you try to get into the whole fieldwork thing?" I'm like, well, 1, I didn't know Barry back then, and 2, I didn't know Barry back then. It's kind of hard to get into something when you don't know somebody. But now you guys have done, and it's such a competitive business here in the Bay Area. You look at some of the breweries I just listed here, they're all Bay Area. I mean, Lester does an incredible job over at Bear Bottle, and Connor and the guys over at Cellar Maker do an incredible job. Great Notion has come in. Sante Darius is here now over in Oakland. Even Humble C is over in Alameda. They're at the base, and then Roger with Faction. He does
it's a embarrassment of riches.
It really is.
Like every one of those breweries you mentioned they're not only great brewers but they're amazing people, and it just is. It's so much fun.
I used to think that like Portland, San Diego, and the Bay Area were those were the 3. I don't know if it's not just the Bay Area now and kind of the rest. I mean, those are great areas, but I think the Bay Area, when I look at the breweries, and if you want to go outskirts a little bit, you could even include Vinny over Russian River too. I mean, the Bay Area.
When do you not?
Yeah, I think the Bay Area is probably, in my humble opinion, they might be number one in terms of like an area for just a concentration of incredible breweries.
Well, and every one of those breweries you mentioned has wonderful tap rooms with great vibe and places to go to enjoy craft beer. And I think it's just watching it develop in the last 10 years. Myself, I mean, some of those people were there before we were. It's just fun, and to see everybody, come through the pandemic so strong and, be doing better than they ever have is really cool.
Yep. And then you can go there and get seltzers, too. What does that have, like dopamine and beta blockers? Is that what it is?
Beta blockers for you.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, beta blockers for you.
Oh, Barry Braden, Fieldwork, thank you so much for coming in.
Oh, I love it. Thank you, guys.
We always
very nice to
appreciate
meet you.
it.
Yeah, very nice to meet
I'm
you.
a long-time listener.
That makes one of us. One person is a long-time listener of me.
And real
it's
quick,
a pleasure.
Let me let everybody
Long-time drinker.
let everybody know the particulars once again. That's June 1st. So that's coming up next weekend. 2 to 5, 1 to 2 is the VIP entrance. If you want to go there, no lines, and get some, you're going to get some cool beers regardless of what time you go, but maybe some beers that you won't be able to get between 2 and 5, and the lines will be short. Whatever ones your favorites are, you'll be able to get them right away. 2700 9th Street in Berkeley, and that's Pints for Paws, 10th year. Proceeds are going to donate Berkeley Humane Society. And once again, that is a no-kill shelter. So once the animals get there, they stay there until they find their forever home. So if you're a fan of beer, yeah, come hang out with me. That's not much of a sell. Tim will be there. Come hang out with Tim. Maybe Derek will be there too. Eat bleep, Derek. But he'll be there.
I've got plans now.
And then Carrie, you want to see? Carrie can go. Okay, if Carrie's in town, Carrie will be there. We'll have the whole gang there. But it's 10th anniversary. And look, the beer is great. It's fantastic. The people are great, but really what we're doing it for is raising money for the puppies and raising money for the kitties. And once those kitties get there, we want them to find their homes, and we're going to help them do that. So there you go. June 1st, Pints for Paws. Get her done. Coming up more, Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert here on the Sports Leader.
Draymond Green joined John Wall's Point Game podcast and revealed that Joe Lacob had told him he could take over for Steve Kerr as Warriors head coach. How would Draymond been as a head coach? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland on Thursday afternoon. The Giants win 7-6 in Pittsburgh today. They take the series, one of their best wins of the season, following last night what may be their absolute best win of the year thus far. Blake Snell unable to get through 4 innings. Sean Jelly gives up a grand slam last night to Brian Reynolds. You think things are going south after Tuesday's collapse. They fight all the way back, 9 unanswered runs, and they beat the Pittsburgh Pirates 9-5. Today, they fall behind. They're down 5-1. Matt Chapman gets them back in the ballgame. And what a series Matt Chapman had in Pittsburgh. Where would the Giants be right now if not for Matt Chapman and Luis Matos' play over the last week to 2 weeks? Giants have fought their way back. They're now within a game of 500, an opportunity to get there that starts tomorrow in New York against the Mets. So Giants bullpen comes up big today. Randy Rodriguez, for the second consecutive day, turns in an outstanding performance. The Giants really needed it. Tyler Rogers ends up getting the save, and they overcome the 9th inning error from Marco Luciano in part because Patrick Bailey behind the plate able to throw out Baer trying to take second base in the 9th inning. A really strong performance behind the plate from Patrick Bailey as he came in as the defensive replacement. So the Giants head to Queens in New York. We'll talk more about that this afternoon. On the other side, we'll preview tonight's Game 2 matchup between the Boston Celtics and the Indiana Pacers after the Celtics win Game 1. The Minnesota Timberwolves fall last night to the Dallas Mavericks. We'll also touch on that. 3:50 today, Mark Spears going to join us. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Doncic with McDaniels there. Shot clock at 7. Luka will make a move. Lets it rip. Doncic puts it in. 4-point Dallas lead. The game is over, and the Dallas Mavericks have come from behind to beat Minnesota in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals.
We are back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Thursday afternoon. You just heard the call. The Dallas Mavericks win Game 1 of the Western Conference Final against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And tonight it's Game 2. Boston Celtics with a 1-0 series edge over the Indiana Pacers. Tom, I was listening yesterday afternoon on my drive around town before the early Giants start, a game that they ended up coming back and winning. You had quite the breakdown of that final play last on Monday evening between the Celtics and the Pacers. And
the
game.
Fouling?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was it's funny how like little things like inbounding the ball, right? Or it can cause you a victory, or it can cause you to lose a game.
Oh, that's a foul!
Thank you. David Guthrie didn't have the guts to call it. And Ed Malloy. Like last night's game. Great game, right? Great game. Luka did his thing. Kyrie was incredible in the first half. And the Timberwolves were just bombing threes. I think they shot 49 threes.
Yeah.
McDaniels was hitting threes. Anthony Edwards hit some threes. Cat hit that one big bomb from the top of the key. Like, they just – the second half they cooled a little bit, and I think that was part of Dallas's plan. But two things jumped out at me from that game. One, and teams screw this up all the time, and it drives me – like, little stuff like this drives me nuts. Just I don't understand, but it happens. The Warriors do it too, screwing up quarters or into halves.
Yeah.
The Timberwolves are up 8 points with 30 seconds left. 8 with 30 seconds left. So you're thinking, okay, we're going to have a decent working margin coming home. Kyrie goes down. Layup. Tough layup, too, over Gobert. Left-hand layup. Left side of the rim. Kind of bounced around, dropped in. So, okay, you're up 6. You're up 6 with the ball. 20 seconds left. The worst you should go in is up 6 points. We're going to get the last shot. We're up 6 points. Now, having watched basketball over the last couple years, I always say this when I'm calling the Warrior games. This team should allegedly get the last shot of the half because they screw it up
Never works
so
that way.
much. They'll shoot it too soon. They'll turn it over. They'll shoot it too late. Won't even get a shot off. It's like, what are we doing out here? So T-Wolves have the ball. Up 6. You're thinking, okay, up 6 is the worst we're going to go in. Maybe up 8. Maybe up 9. Who knows? And Anthony Edwards, with 5 seconds left, chucks it out of bounds right over Conley's head. And they get the ball back with 5 seconds left. So what happens is you knew it would. They give the ball to Kyrie, goes flying down the court. He gets fouled, hits like a leaner, bank, good, free throw, good. Now you're up 3. It's like we're just up 8. Like you feel like you just gave away 5 points. Now, the first one, they were going to get a shot off anyway, so they're up 2. Or they get 2, and you're up 6. But that should have been it. Up 6 just seems like a lot different than 3.
Yeah.
Right? One possession, they're right back in this thing. And then the Mavericks caught a run in the late third, I think it was, where Luka went kind of nuts. He was hitting his mid-range jump shot, mixed in a 3 in there. Luka was actually playing some defense last night. And him and Kyrie have been playing defense throughout the playoffs, which who knew? Who knew those guys could play defense? I don't think they've ever tried before. And now they're actually trying, and they're playing defense, and it ties everything together because they have good defensive players on that team. P.J. Washington, good defensive player. Lively, Gafford, good defensive players. Jones, very good defensive player. But when your stars who are out on the court all the time are just turnstiles, you know, you're going to lose something. And then the rest of the team's like, what are we doing out here busting our ass? And these guys won't even try to stay in front of somebody. But Kyrie and Luka have been given effort defensively. There was one play last night, I don't know if anybody will remember it, where Luka jabbed at the driver, then backpedaled and deflected a lob they threw to Baer. Like, he actually got up and tipped it so Baer couldn't get it. A little underthrown, but still, the effort was there, and he got the tip, and they got the ball. And it was a turnover, and it was a really, really nice defensive play. So if you're Minnesota, here's the other thing I wanted to get to. Here's what you got to figure out. Anthony Edwards took 16 shots last night. 4 of them were two-pointers. 4. This guy gets to the rim like no other. He's explosive. He can get to the free throw line. That mid-range pull-up game is fantastic. Backs you down, gives you a little shake, little turnaround jumper in the lane. But they were not letting him get to the lane. And what they were doing was guard him up top. You have 2 guys at the elbow extended, 2 guys at the block extended. And all eyes are on Anthony Edwards. 10 eyes are on Anthony Edwards. So as soon as he drives, guys are going to collapse. And he's going to have to kick it out. That's why they took 49 3-point shots, because those were the ones that were open. They just could not get to the paint. They weren't going to let him get to the paint. They specifically weren't going to let Anthony Edwards get to the paint. So they were hot in the first half, and they stuck with the game plan, and they cooled down in the second half. They weren't hitting as many threes in the second half. I think that's the most threes they've shot, or close to it. The most threes they've shot in a game this year is 49. So they're going to have to figure out a way to get Anthony Edwards some room so he can get to the paint. And one of the ways to do it is just cut guys through. You have a guy on a wing, cut him through to the other corner, and then just kind of move guys up a little bit. So now you're going to have 2 guys on this side of the court. It's going to be a little harder to help, because if I drive now, right, and there's only 1 guy on that side of the court and he's in the corner, you're going to have to make a decision. Do I want to come off the corner 3, which you really don't want to do? Like, that's kind of a cardinal rule, cardinal sin in the NBA. Do not come off the strong side corner.
You wouldn't
3.
know that from watching the Warriors.
No, you wouldn't. The Warriors
like coming off the corner 3 was their hallmark.
The Warriors gave up corner 3s like no other. Like, what are we doing out here? So
that's the insight we need.
Yeah, that's an interesting. That'll be interesting if they use someone to cut through. Because what happens is, if you don't cut through, it's easy to help off the guy above the break. You don't mind a guy shooting an above the break 3. Yeah. Like, there's probably about 20 guys in the NBA that, like, you don't want to leave them above the break because they're that good. Like, Steph would be number 1. Clay would be one of those guys. But most guys teams are trying to get corner 3s. Like, those are the 2 most coveted shots in basketball, corner 3s and layups. So if you have a guy on the wing, you dribble. He can help off, because what you're going to do is end up pitching it to a guy above the break. And, if he shoots that, he shoots it, he makes it. You're not going to worry about it too much. But Anthony Edwards is so explosive, they got to figure out a way to get him to the paint, because I don't think they shoot the 3 ball well enough that they can just go ahead and live off it. Like, they can't say, you know what, if we're going to shoot 49 threes a game, we're fine with that. Even though they are good looks, you still can't count on McDaniels getting as hot as he got last night. Like, he was really hot. He's not a great shooter, but he was very good last night. So, but I think it's going to be one of those series that goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It could be a 7-game series. It should be a really, really good series. The other one, I still think Indiana has a shot, even though they have to win 5 games now, because they kicked that one. That was theirs. That was right in their hands. Inbound the ball, hit a free throw, you win. You get game 1. And you take a terrible angle on the inbounds where you're not running toward the ball, you're running toward the sideline, and you're trying to make a pass as the guy's running toward the sideline, as Jaylen Brown's running right behind him. They made it way more difficult than it should have been. It's an inbound. It shouldn't be that difficult, yet sometimes teams make it that difficult. So they had that game 1 a couple times, kicked it away, lost it. But the one thing they have in their favor is they're one of the few teams in the NBA that can match shot for shot with the Celtics. Yeah. Like, they have shot makers like the Celtics have shot makers. Like, the way they're shooting right now, Nembhard shooting the ball, Halliburton shooting the ball, Siakam's a guy who can hit that mid-range shot, Nesmith is a guy that's been hitting shots for him. You got Shepherd coming off the bench, McConnell, bear down, coming off the bench and kicking ass. So they're really good. And the thing I love about them is they just keep coming. Like, they're going to run it down your throat, whether they're down 20 or up 20. They just keep coming at you. So it's mental pressure and physical pressure, because physically, like, you got to bust your ass to get back. Like, you got to go get back or they're going to kill you. And mentally, you get a little fatigued sometimes. It's like, God, these guys, it's like a boxer. It's always in your face, always in your face, always coming forward, always in your face. And that's what the Pacers are. And they're kind of house money right now, right? They're in the Eastern Conference Finals. Nobody expected the Pacers to be in the Eastern Conference Finals. Everybody expected the Celtics to be here. And not only did everybody expect the Celtics to get here, they expected them to win this round and then the next round. So there's still a lot of expectation. So the pressure is still on the Celtics, but I'm just happy we got 2 good games, first 2 games.
Yeah.
Because the playoffs have been a little sometimes. There's just so many blowouts.
Yeah, the Celtics 37-4 at home this season, but in the playoffs in recent years, they've struggled at the Garden. It's not a place that they've defended well. In Indiana, 21-20 on the road, but very clearly could have won that game on Tuesday evening. So they've got an opportunity tonight to potentially swing the series back in their favor before they go home. If they still won, the Celtics are a good road playoff team right now. They've got a lot of veteran players, but I think that's a great opportunity for them. And love what you said about Anthony Edwards, because he can't have 4 shots inside the three-point. He's so good. He's so dynamic. And I think right now, of all the players in the NBA that the general public, if you're not a fan locally of these 4 teams that everyone wants to see in the finals and wants to see on the big stage, it's Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
He is the guy, 22 years old. He's the next great American basketball star. And he is someone who, if he's shooting just 4 times inside the arc against Dallas, that's not going to get it done from a Timberwolves perspective, and it's not going to keep our interest in the series.
Takes away the best part of his game.
Yeah, it does.
And I don't have the stats in front of me, but how many free throws did he shoot? 2?
Well, let's check. I do have the stats in front of me. Anthony Edwards last night was 2 of 2.
No,
that's not going to work.
That because what it does when he gets to the paint is it stresses the defense. And now you get guys collapsing. And then you can pitch out. And then it's a pump fake. And a guy goes for the pump fake. And then you get to the paint. And you get the defense scrambling. The defense didn't have to scramble all that much last night. It was pretty static. And I think Minnesota at times made it easy on them by just having guys in certain areas and saying, okay, go get him. But the problem was they're like, well, we don't care about that guy. We care about that guy with the ball, and we're going to make sure we do everything we can to keep him out of the paint. So they'll, Finch is a really, really good coach, and he'll come out with different ways, different sets to get him going. And if it's not there, you get Cat or Baer on lobs, stuff like that. But for me, now, I understand most of those threes were good shots, but I've always said, if that's what a team wants you to do, you probably shouldn't do that. Like, if they're saying, please do this, you probably should think twice about, should we do this? I don't know. They want us to do this. It's probably not a good idea if we do it. Now, they could shoot 35, but when you're getting up 49, that's over 50% of your shots from three-point land. And I've always thought, too, that the three-point shot breeds a little laziness isn't the right word. But it's just guys aren't cutting as hard, moving as hard, because you're just standing around and you're just like pass, chuck, pass, chuck. And you got to stress the defense out somehow, some way. And they'll come up with something, though, because I'm sure I guarantee you that coaching staff is looking at that box score thinking that we can't have that.
Yeah.
We can't have this guy taking 4 twos. We're making it too easy. We're letting them off the hook. It did happen, Tim.
I think I saw Chris Finch said today, the Western Conference Finals have started. Our guys just found out about that. He was pretty upset about that.
Guys just found out.
Yeah, he alerted his team today at practice. So
that's pretty funny.
Speaking of the NBA playoffs, we will have Mark Spears joining us on the other side, breaking down this Timberwolves-Mavericks series. And, of course, Game 2 tonight from the Garden, the Celtics and the Pacers in the Eastern Conference Final. You're listening. Tolbert and Copes, Crowley for Copes here on KNBR 104.5 680 The Sports Leader. 49ers OTAs are underway, and Brandon Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey are not in attendance down in Santa Clara. Big deal or no big deal? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert with you. Always fun to catch up with Mark Spears, Anscape.com, as we talk Western and Eastern Conference playoffs and maybe a little look ahead to the offseason. What's going on, Mr. Spears?
Oh, man, about to head out of New York City. I was here for a couple days for some Anscape stuff and also had an exclusive for a pending announcement by Carmelo Anthony, who quite interesting. I covered him when he came into the league and the first 5 years of his career. And great guy, man. Good to see him being on every commercial. He's on more commercials now than he was when he played.
No doubt.
But I'll be heading to Dallas for games 3 and going forward. And this has been certainly some interesting basketball so far. I was also at the Denver's funeral.
Well, they ran out of gas, didn't they?
Yeah, man. They just kind of it was really strange to see, especially being at home. And when you have that big a lead at home and that kind of game and lose, I think running out of gas is the certainly right term for it.
What did you make? Well, let me ask you this before we get to the games. Why is Carmelo so visible nowadays? He was never this visible, never this accessible when he was playing, and now all of a sudden, Carmelo's very visible and very accessible.
Like, Tom, I watched the game the other day, and he had 3 commercials. That's really impressive, right? He had like a beer commercial, a spirits commercial, and a phone commercial. And, like, didn't get any of this really as a player. I think he just has a high likability score. Being in New York probably helps in terms of, being around that world.
Yeah.
He's at Knicks games regularly. And, and I think he's probably also, like, not at a place where this is beneath him to do it, right? Where some superstars are.
Yep.
But, I mean, he's going to be a future Hall of Famer. But, yeah, he must have a really great Q score, because anybody that's in 3 commercials, that's pretty impressive. I almost took a loan from him before I left.
Oh, you got that Anscape money. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I ain't got Melo money.
No, well, none of us do. None of us do. Oh, I got to ask you something. I don't know if you know anything about this or you have an opinion on this. It's not really an opinion. It's just a curiosity. Do you think all the players that were at the Knicks games, former Knicks players, Knicks alumni, I got to be honest, too. I got sick of seeing John Starks stand up and, like, question the officials all the time. Like, sit down. You're not playing anymore. But do you think Dolan, we know they didn't pay for the tickets. My theory is he paid them to be there so it would look cool that former Knicks players were sitting front row at the Knicks games.
You know what? That's a good question. I actually, not specifically that, but I asked Melo about it, and he was like, he loved it. He loved going, and he said he got to meet, said he didn't really know Starks, but Starks used to go to his games when he played, and he didn't really know a lot of those guys. And then, suddenly Marbury is there. Like, to me, Melo's there, maybe Starks and Sprewell, they need the cash.
Yeah.
Right? Melo's there because he wants to be there.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know what Dolan might have given those lesser. I feel bad calling those guys lesser guys.
Well, Sprewell's got to feed the family.
Yeah. I mean, like Starks. Yeah, he probably, does Patrick Ewing need a check from Dolan?
Probably not.
Right.
Probably not.
But Marbury was there. Was actually doing quite well business-wise. But I think those guys just like being there. Like Melo said, he usually keeps it kind of more low-key. He goes a game. He's not really trying to be in the spotlight. He's like 3 or 4 rows behind, But he said he enjoyed it and kind of felt like an uncle now going to the game. Although I did ask him, I said, do you think you could play now? I said, the Warriors need a scorer off the bench. And he said, I'll probably give him 20 minutes, but I'm good. I'm done.
I'm good. Well, remember, speaking of the money, Patrick Ewing once famously said, we make a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money too.
Therein lies the problem.
One of the great faux pas.
Stuff, right?
Oh, Pat, what are you doing? What are you doing? All right, let's get into a little bit of the series. Let's start with the game that's going to happen tonight, Celtics and Pacers. Indiana's got to win 5 games in that series now because they should have won game 1. They kicked it a couple times. That was their game to win, and they couldn't inbound the ball. All they had to do was inbound the ball, make a free throw, and they were good. How you feeling about game 2? A lot of people think, well, the Celtics got their feet wet. They come back. I like this Pacer team. They keep punching. They keep fighting. McConnell is a little SOB out there in the court, man. Yeah. Like, he just gets into you. Halliburton's growing up. See, I'm a big fan of the way they play. You know what else I love about it, Mark? They're kind of bucking the tradition. Everybody says, oh, you can't play fast in the playoffs. you got to slow it down in the playoffs. No, you don't. I don't know who started that, and everybody started believing it, but the Pacers are like, screw it. We're going to keep running and gunning, and that's what they've done. But what kind of chance do you give them to take this to 6, if not 7?
Well, first of all, Boston always say they always trick off a game and then they settle in, right?
Yep.
And to me, that first game was that game. Like Pacers, I don't know if there's as many. It's one thing to lose a game at the buzzer or something like that. It's another thing to give up a playoff game on the road.
Yep.
And that's what the Pacers did. And if they end up like losing this game in 7 or losing it in 6, like you're already kicking yourself. You just can't lose games like that. And perhaps we need to give the Pacers more credit. Halliburton, all-star. You know, Siakam is an all-star caliber player and hasn't been an all-star and is a champ. And if Miles Turner is your number 3, that's a really good number 3.
Yep.
You know? Yep. And then keep in mind, like, Ben Mathurin is out with a shoulder injury. So if he was playing, they'd be even better. I just think because they're like Indiana and they're, you know, like you said, they're not really loud. I mean, these dudes were in the in-season tournament championship game without Siakam. So maybe we got to give them more credit for how good they are. I do think Boston still wins the series, but it's not out of the realm of possibility for Indiana to figure this out. They are that good. They're very well coached, you know, with Rick Carlisle and our local guy Lloyd Pierce as an assistant. And so, I mean, and you could tell they ain't scared of him. That's for dang sure.
Nope.
So I'm really curious to see what happens tonight.
Yeah.
Mark, you mentioned that Indiana made it to the in-season tournament final without Siakam. They go out and get him. The Mavericks obviously made big additions before the trade deadline this year. You think that NBA teams will maybe approach the trade deadline in future years with, you know, a little bit more seriousness and that they can add the role players that they need? Obviously, Siakam's a star, but that they can add to their roster in ways that can, you know, punch up a level and give them a better opportunity to win, because you see so many teams, and maybe it's just my looking at the Golden State Warriors, that are hesitant to make a move around the deadline for fear of sacrificing future assets.
Well, I think most teams, and you got to remember, like Kyrie, he got traded last year. So, you know, take that into account. But typically with Siakam, it usually comes the next season. It doesn't come this fast.
Yeah.
You know, the last guy I saw who made that kind of impact, or definitely a bigger impact, was Pau Gasol when he got traded in 2008, and the Lakers ended up making it to the final. So, you know, kudos to Indiana for making that move and seeing the fit and getting a guy that, you know, fits in with their superstar and isn't worried about ego and I should be number 1 or I should be the guy. In fact, Halliburton, before the trade was made, he actually called Siakam and told him, like, hey, are you just coming here to try to raise your money, or do you want to be here? Because I don't really want us to make a trade for somebody that's just going to be a rental. And, you know, Halliburton bought a house in Indiana. A lot of his family lived there. They drive up and back from Wisconsin. He's very protective of the Pacers and their future. So he basically, forget the agents, forget the owner, forget the coach. This is me and you talking. Do you want to be here long term? And he told him yes, and I totally expect Siakam to live up to that and to sign long term with them. But they, to me, are a great complement to each other.
They're a fun team to watch. The other series, Dallas gets one last night in Minnesota. What do you make of that one? I was telling Carrie, the one stat that jumped out to me, Mark, was Anthony Edwards only took 4 2-pointers, and Dallas did everything they could to keep Minnesota out of the paint, which is why they shot 49 threes. They made a few of them in the first half, cooled off in the second half. They're going to have to figure out a way to get to the paint, let Anthony Edwards get to the paint. But what do you make of that one? Because let me ask you this before you tell me what you think of the series. At what point did Luka and Kyrie start to play defense and start to take it seriously? Like, hey, we got to do this, because that has made such a huge difference in this team that those guys are giving it an effort. Sometimes it's not great, but they're giving it an effort, and it turns them into a whole new team. Was there a turning point there that you know of?
Yeah, I think it's when they got Gafford and Washington. When they picked those two guys up, they were basically acquired to improve their defense. Obviously Washington is giving them some three-point shooting now, which is actually better now than it was in the regular season. But, and I wrote a story about it a couple of months ago, but the Dallas was I believe 28th in defense before the trade. And since they've been top 5.
Yep.
So I think it's those two guys and what they infused in them defensively that, pushed those two superstars to play defense better. And look, Jason Kidd's doing a fantastic job, man, getting Luka to buy into that side. And I think he played really tough defense against Anthony Edwards. It was funny. Draymond cracked me up because he said, all these guys from Minnesota talking about they tired. He's like, shoot, Dallas just had one more game off than they and Dallas flew there, so Anthony Edwards hasn't really played well in the last couple games if you look at it. I think the last 4 games against Denver, I think he had a 45-point game, but outside of that, he was getting doubled, wasn't getting a lot of shots. He played great at the end of that closeout game, but, he hasn't taken off and been a signature. And as Jordan-esque as I projected, probably you guys projected, I've been expecting more of a, hey, this is the new superstar moment from him. And but, hey, man, Luka wants to get to the finals too.
Yeah.
Kyrie's extremely motivated. Dallas picking him up was perfect for him. It's almost like he just rejuvenated his whole life. And so, these Mavericks are just as hungry as Minnesota is.
Just kind of bouncing around the league real quick before we let you run. Is J.J. Redick going to be the head coach of the Lakers?
Lakers are funny, man. I wouldn't be surprised. But here's the thing. Until LeBron, and maybe this is why they haven't hired anybody yet, until you know for certain that LeBron James is coming back, why would you hire a coach? Right? What if they hire JJ and he opts out and goes somewhere? It's just last week, wasn't he sitting courtside in Cleveland?
He's coming back. You know that.
That's the expectation, but I don't know, man. Until, it sounds good. But until it's etched in stone, I'm going to wait. What's the rush? There ain't no championship team.
Yeah, it's true.
What if LeBron wants to see who they hire?
No, okay, well, let me see. You say it first, and then you can see. Right? I'm waiting. You coming back? This is after you asked about the coaching update. You coming back? I don't know yet. Okay, well, we don't have no update. Let me know. Because that's the difference of hiring a J.J. Redick or hiring some name with $10 million than hiring somebody for a rebuild, right? Because if LeBron decides to leave, why would AD want to be there, right? So, now it sounds good that he's coming back, but until it's locked in, hey, man, you can tell all these coaching agents to go on vacation and call me when LeBron figures it out.
All right, I'll give you a couple players before we let you run, and we appreciate you joining us. And where you think, just give me a crystal ball. It ain't got to be too in-depth unless you want to be in-depth, but give me a crystal ball where Mark Spears thinks these players will end up next year. Donovan Mitchell.
Well, now that they fired J.B. Bickerstaff, who, let's just look at it real quick. He won 48 games despite the fact that Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell, and Evan Mobley played less than 56 games. Mitchell didn't play in the last 2 playoff games. Jared Allen missed 6 playoff games. Sound like there's somebody in that team that didn't want to bear no more. Took him to the second round. So me being a betting man, Spider stays.
Spider stays. Paul George.
I'm going to say this is a sentimental reason why I say Paul George stays.
Okay.
His and this is said with all due heart and respect. His mother has some health issues.
Okay.
And she's able to go to games in LA and sit courtside at the games, and as well as his father. And I know that means a tremendous amount to him.
Okay.
That his parents could go. And I think it certainly was much more difficult for them to go when he was in Indiana, OKC. If I'm speaking out of turn, Paul, I apologize, but I asked him about his mom sitting there once, and he told me that meant a lot to him. So maybe there's some gamemanship there, but my guess is his preference, and from a legacy standpoint, and staying at home means something personal to him. And then the Clippers are going into a new arena, probably feel like they have some unfinished business, so I think he stays.
Okay, last one, Trae Young.
He gone.
Okay, where? He gone.
You know what? Spurs have the 4th and 8th pick, and while Atlanta has number 1. If I'm Atlanta, for the 4th and 8th pick, maybe somebody young on the Spurs, a young talented player, you can have Trae. And I think it gives Atlanta a chance to rebuild with the 1st, 4th, and the 8th pick. I'm going to guess that Trae Young's playing for the Spurs next year next to Wembanyama.
Okay. That would be interesting. Because I keep hearing that, and I keep saying there's no way Pop will coach Trae Young. He is not a Pop player at all. Maybe they can convert him. Maybe they can make him.
Well, they're going to have to.
They're going to have to.
I'll say the Lakers are a dark horse in that, just because he has a home in L.A., his agent's there. I'm sure he'd love to get to the L.A. market. He's an L.A. guy. So my guess is Spurs or Lakers.
Okay, that'd be very Lakers to trade for Trae Young.
But here's the thing, Tom, who's their asset? What do people want from them? Rui Hachimura. What do you want from them? Draft picks, I guess. It sounds like the Spurs got some pretty good draft picks to offer. So Trae, get used to the Alamo.
Get used to the Alamo. All right, my friend. Thank you so much. Enjoy NYC, and we will talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right, Mark.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Mark.
it, man.
Good stuff.
He gone.
Get ready to learn the Alamo, Trae Young. I love it. Thanks to Mark Spears of Anscape for stopping by. Up next, we got Tom's favorite segment, the NBA Grab Bag.
Yeah.
Returns to the airwaves
NBA Grab Bag.
here on Thursday afternoon. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Crowley for Copes here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. The Giants pull off comebacks in back-to-back games to take 2 out of 3 against the Pittsburgh Pirates, including today's dramatic 7-6 win. How are we feeling about those Giants right now? Call in at 415-808-5627. We are back here on Tolbert and Copes. It's time for the NBA grab bag, Tom. And
NBA grab bag.
You know what that means? The hardest hitting topics in the world of basketball.
Absolutely.
So I think
maybe basketball.
Well, we'll see. I'm told it's basketball.
Yeah, we'll see.
But you never know. It's a winding road to the end of the grab bag. And I guess we'll kick things off with this. It's been long speculated, but we're nearing an official announcement, it seems, that the NBA will be signing a new media rights deal this week with ESPN, NBC, and Amazon, which means no more NBA on TNT, which means no more Inside the NBA, which the end of its run coming potentially next year. Charles Barkley gave a enlightening interview on the Dan Patrick Show this morning saying morale sucks. Which should tell you all you need to know.
I think he called his bosses clowns.
He did. Yeah. Last night, I think he said, as long as the mailman shows up on the 1st and 15th, I'll still be here.
That's so funny. It's too bad. Like, I didn't like the show as much as everybody else. I didn't watch it as much as everybody else. When I did watch it, I was entertained.
Yeah.
Like, it was probably the best studio show, depending on what you want out of a studio show. And for me, what do I want out of a studio show? Entertainment. Mm-hmm. They were the best, bar none. Because you can't really get, like, if you want to really learn something in a studio show, it's just not the format for it. There's not enough time to get in and get out and all that. So they did it better than anybody. The camaraderie, the chemistry that they had was unparalleled. So from that standpoint, it was funny when people would say, "Oh, these guys, did you hear what they said about this basketball or that basketball?" I'm like, I don't watch it for basketball. I'm not watching them to learn anything from these guys. You kidding me? Like, they know enough, of course, but they're funny. The graphics people on that show are awesome.
Second to none.
They're awesome. So it's just everything. And then Ernie ties it all in. Like, he kind of keeps it all together from falling. It didn't fall apart. So I'll miss watching it when I watch it. Because then, like I said, I don't watch it a lot, but when I do, I'm always entertained.
Yeah,
always.
I think it was Shaq who said this. He said that people wouldn't watch the games, but they would watch Inside the NBA. And I actually became one of those people where if I was scrolling late at night and I saw that Inside the NBA was on, I didn't care what game actually preceded it. And I wasn't going to learn what game preceded it on the show.
They probably didn't watch it. They probably didn't watch it.
They watched less basketball among that crew to produce that show.
Charles came back. I remember this show vividly. Comes back from the show. And they go, let's talk about this game. They're at halftime. What do you think about the game? He goes, I don't know. I was watching Duke, Georgia Tech. I was like, I go, there you go.
Yeah.
That's all you need to know about this show.
That's what made it great.
And nobody cared.
Yeah. I mean, and you juxtapose that with Sunday's pregame for Game 7 of Pacers-Knicks on ESPN.
Oh, the Knicks, the local Knicks TV show?
Yeah.
Local Knicks pregame show?
Exactly.
That was an embarrassment.
It was.
Absolute embarrassment.
And, there's been ESPN people who've spoken out about that now. They were pissed.
I can imagine they would be.
Yeah.
Tim Legler said he's been wanting to talk about the Pacers and he can't. And I told Derek, get legs on here. We'll talk about the Pacers.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the Pacers and talk about it's just we get why they do it, but come on.
Yeah.
Come on. That's like so like Hicksville. Let's just run with the big team and leave the little guys out there. When they have just as much to gain, of course they have just as much to gain as the Knicks. Yeah, that was ESPN. Sometimes you wonder. That was just a flat-out embarrassment.
Yeah.
And everybody that was involved with it, that wasn't in on it, was like, I can't believe I'm doing this.
Yeah.
So.
NBA Grab Bag continues with our next basketball topic.
NBA Grab Bag.
The video of Scottie Scheffler's arrest leaked this morning, and I don't know if you've had a chance to watch the body cam footage, or I guess it's not body cam footage, but it is.
Because he didn't turn it on.
Exactly. Amazing how that happened.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
The station footage of Scottie Scheffler's arrest. We did get a first-person account from Dave Fleming on Monday, I believe. When he came on, he was, Dave's in the video.
No, he wasn't? That would have been great if he was.
He's just off screen.
Yeah.
He's just off screen.
Maybe he was the one doing it.
Hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids.
Dave was filming it.
You're gonna have to change that. Hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate Kentucky, because man, does he not want to go back to Kentucky? But the video of Scottie Scheffler's arrest leaked this morning. The police in Louisville said it was an overreaction on the part of the arresting officer. Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed?
And I think if you haven't had the chance to watch the grainy 6 a.m. footage in the dark, you got to check it out. It's real enlightening stuff.
I'll check it out.
It's about a minute and a half long, and Scottie very calmly pulls his car up to the gate. looks like he's getting the flashlight banging on the window treatment.
I actually think this is a great opportunity for the Louisville PD to come up with a PSA that says, look, we don't just rough up minorities. We rough up white guys, too. You kidding me? We take everybody out. We don't care. Anything that has to do anything with race, Tim's butthole tightens up on me. Just flat out tightens up on me.
I don't think anyone wants to hear from the Louisville PD, regardless of the PSA subject.
I don't think so either.
Next time we will hear from them, though. Apparently, Scottie Scheffler's going to be in court, or some representatives from Scottie Scheffler.
Yeah, they don't want to. They said they don't want to settle.
Yeah,
like, we're going to court.
Either
you drop it or we're going to court.
Yeah. So here we go.
They're going to kill them.
First week of June. Saw someone today put out on Twitter that Scottie's going to own the entire state of Kentucky by the end of this. I think his GDP this year is actually probably more than the entire state of Kentucky. Well, they've got bourbon there, so
he's
going to
win more than Shoffley.
Yeah. Oh, he is. No question.
How much Shoffley get? A couple mil? He'll get more than that.
Yeah. Up next in the NBA grab bag. No more chain gangs in football. It's a real possibility that the NFL is preparing to test optical tracking for line-to-gain rulings during the preseason. Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports put this out there. He said if the test is successful, the NFL could use the technology during the regular season. robots coming to football, Tom?
I don't really want them to come into football, but I do want them for first downs and touchdowns.
Yeah.
I just want a laser. A freaking laser beam is what I want. A laser. Is that too much to ask for? On the top of a shark's head. I want a laser that goes from pylon to pylon, and I want a laser that denotes the first down line. And when the ball crosses it, something beeps, and they say, because how many times do you get somebody that goes in a scrum, right? And you go, oh, and then I got it, oh, and the guy comes down, oh, has a left foot or a right foot spot. Like, that's what we're still doing, left foot or right foot spot. Who's got it? Top judge or bottom judge? Like, they're two different. Where are they going to, okay, let's just split the difference and call right here. And then all of a sudden, you're like 3 inches short, or you make it by 3 inches. Nobody knows if that's exactly where the ball stopped, and coaches can't challenge it, or the smart ones don't challenge it. Dumb ones sometimes go, we're challenging that. I'm like, there's no way they're overturning that. They can't tell. But if you have a laser, it will beep when you get there, because there are just certain times you can't tell if somebody got the first down or not. I love that idea. I don't want too much involvement with the robot overlords, because they're already too involved anyway.
Yeah.
But I think first down, touchdown. Just let me know. If I cross the goal line, it beeps. If I get the first down, it beeps. Period. That's it. But I do like that idea.
Well, what I don't quite understand here is that if the NFL is testing this technology and they're doing it for first downs to eliminate the chain gang, how can this not just be involved in touchdowns? How do you not extend this to,
makes no sense.
to the goal line? What's the difference? In fact, that should be easier to do than changing the first down, which is, the 47.5-yard line or the 26th and a third yard line, depending on where you are. The goal line is the goal line. That should be where this all starts. So I have no idea how they're going to accomplish this, but
I hope they get it done. I don't want them to go too far with this, but this seems easy.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be obtrusive. Beep, first down. No beep, no first down. Beep, touchdown. No beep, no touchdown. Like, I think they're probably pretty good on the touchdowns because of the cameras that go down the goal line. They usually get those right for the most part. I'd say they get those right. For those of you that remember Vinny Testaverde scoring a touchdown with his head.
Who could forget?
Phil Luckett. Oh, love the great Luckett. Oh, Luckett. We used to do that every time we turn on it. Somebody watch all the games. We'd be flipping channels back in the day, and a bad call we'd go, oh, was that Luckett? And sure enough, they showed Luckett making those. Oh, Luckett killing me. But yeah, those would seemingly be easy fixes that would be for the betterment of the game, and they wouldn't be too intrusive.
Well,
shut up, Tim. What do you want there? I mean, what
and I, for one, welcome our new insect overlords.
No, we don't. Go away.
It looks like that's it for the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
With only 4 teams left, with it being the conference finals, there's just very few NBA topics left to talk about. So that will do it for the NBA
you want some
grab
more of
bag.
my Louisville PD commentary?
There was a station here in the building that used to do commentary on that stuff.
That's why they're not here.
I was going to say, I don't think we want to meet the same fate. Let's see what's next. I don't know what's next. Larry Baer's going to join us at 4:50 today. We'll talk Giants baseball on the other side. Checking in on this team after a series win, an improbable series win at that, against the Pittsburgh Pirates. More coming up next. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley, and for Copes here on Thursday afternoon. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680 Sports Leader.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for... Hold on a minute there, Carrie. You save your story for a second. I got to get this done. Tim will get mad at me. 3, 2, 1. Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone. 3, 2, 1. Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house a little bit different, but they're all the same in one way, or possibly the same in one way. You've all got those places that the Wi-Fi just doesn't quite reach, whether you have an attic, a basement, corner bedroom, doesn't matter where it is. You're just not getting the same quality Wi-Fi, blazing fast Wi-Fi that you've come to expect from Xfinity. You're not getting it all over the house. Well, if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you could worry less about that. So the gamer, the streamer, maybe someone that's working or going to school gets taken care of just like everybody else. And that's the way it should be. Everyone deserves fast, reliable Wi-Fi. It's America. Everyone deserves it. You deserve it. I deserve it. Even, okay. I guess Tim deserves it too. You can have it too. But everyone deserves quality Wi-Fi that's blazing fast. Not blazing fast in one room and kind of fast in this room and then not really fast in this room. No, everyone deserves the same. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your home. Now, through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you want blazing fast Wi-Fi that's reliable in every part of your house? You want Xfinity.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Finishing up their road trip as Chapman swings, launches one deep out to left field. Reynolds on the move, going back, looking up. It's gone! And for the second night in a row, Matt Chapman has hit a home run. The 1-1, Wade swings, line drive, right field, he's got a hit! Over towards the track, Zawinski cuts it off, rounding third, Matos, heading home, and he'll score without a throw. A 2-out RBI single for Lamont Wade Jr. The 1-0, Soler with a line drive, base hit into left center. Trotting home from third, Chapman. That's the second run of this top of the 10th. Bailey stops at second. Jorge Soler with an RBI single. Make it 7-5 Giants. There goes Ramos from first. There's a line drive into right field. Another hit. Scoring on the play, Soler. Ramos, who was running on the pitch, will easily get to third. Luis Matos, he's the RBI machine.
Credit to Joe Rizzo, who you could hear over the bellowing fan at PNC Park. Amazing he was able to get his voice up that high to deliver the Giants highlights. The Giants win it on Wednesday evening. They win the series on Thursday afternoon. They do so with a pair of 4-run comebacks. If you want to sound off on Giants baseball, your thoughts on the state of this team right now, May 23rd, right now is the time to do so. 415-808-KNBR is the number. You're listening to Kerry Crowley and Tom Tolbert here on Thursday afternoon. Larry Baer, Giants CEO, going to join us at 4:50 today, our final guest of the afternoon. Tom, back-to-back comeback wins for this Giants team. And we opened the show talking about this, but they sure have become a lot more entertaining since bringing up the kids. Obviously, they're winning more, and that helps, but just the quality of the at-bats that they're putting together, it's very different from what we saw when these kids came up for the first time in July, August, and September of last year. I think that's a huge step forward, regardless of the win and loss total.
No doubt. Well, you look at just look at the basic OPS numbers, right? And you look at Ramos versus Slater. You look at Matos versus Lee. You look at Luciano versus Ahmed. It's not even close. It's not even close, like, at all. And again, even Lee was okay, but he was like in the 600s as far as, like, low 600s, I think, as far as OPS.
Yeah, 641.
Yeah, Matos is like up in the 950s, 930s, 940s. And I know, I get it. Small sample size, but that's what we're talking about here. A small sample size where this team's playing really good and playing some exciting baseball. And I talked about this a couple hours ago where, Matt Chapman has jumped up his OPS like almost 200 points, like 180, 190 points in 2 weeks. So he's been on fire. And then you get Bailey back, and Bailey's hitting. So the offense just looks totally different, and a lot of it is the kids. A lot of it's the kids. And you couldn't have asked for anything better than having all of them come up and perform really well at the plate. Luciano's had a couple errors. Matos had a couple, bobbles in center, I would say. And not just physically bobbles, like a poor jump or this or that, but he's also stolen a couple home runs, could have stolen one today. He's been really good for the most part out in center field. Ramos been good out in the field. So you're getting, boy, more than you could have ever asked. If you'd have got this out of one of them, you would have been happy. But you're getting them out of two of them, and then Luciano's been good at the dish as well. So, yeah, I mean, these guys are kind of saving their bacon in a way right now.
I just did the math at those three positions. Center field, where Matos is playing in place of Jung-Hoo Lee. Right field, or, the one outfield spot where you can say Elliot Ramos has taken the spot over from Austin Slater right now. And then Marco Luciano playing in front of the injured Nick Ahmed right now.
Okay.
The Giants are up a combined 800 points in the OPS category.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then you throw in Matt Chapman, who's raised his OPS 140 points in the last 2 weeks. That's 1,000 OPS points that you've changed the trajectory of in a span of 10 to 14 days.
Yeah. I mean, it's really impressive. Now the question is going to be, can they keep it up? I don't expect them to keep it up to this level. I don't know if Ramos is a 900 OPS guy, but hell, if it's in the 800s, and if Ramos can stay right around 800, then it just gives you a huge, huge upgrade offensively. And Luciano, a guy that if he can do the same, we're not just talking one player here. We're talking multiple players, right? Multiple players that are out there adding at bats, adding a little, not a lot of thump, but they've just been good at bats. And a guy that you feel like, hey, if he's up in this situation, I feel confident he can get a hit. Like Austin Slater is a really, really cool dude. No one wanted to see him up. They just didn't. He was like really scuffling. Great mustache, really scuffling at the plate. As good as Ahmed was with the glove, he is what he is. He actually put together some good at-bats, and he wasn't bad with runners in scoring position. But, yeah, you're probably at best going to get in the low 600s OPS, and that's not why he's there. He is there for his glove. So you add 3 guys to a lineup, 33% of your lineup that are all playing pretty well, swinging the bat pretty well, giving you good at-bats. That's going to make a huge difference. It has made a huge difference for him. So I don't know how Giant fans feel. And if you want to at some point, I mean, we may take a phone call or we got Larry Baer coming up in about 15 minutes. But I'm curious if Giant fans' outlook has changed over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, do you just view things differently now? And not just because of this last series, which, of course, has been fun, and the comebacks have been great. And I'm sure there's been a range of emotion for Giant fans. Like, oh, these guys are great. Oh, they suck. How could you? Oh, look at them. That's incredible. Oh, they suck again. Oh, we suck again. Oh, no, we're good again. That's incredible.
At least there's a range of emotions.
Yes, exactly. But how do you feel watching this team as a Giants fan? They're more exciting to watch. They're younger. You're starting to get an infusion of youth on this team that's playing really well. And I got to think, if you're a Giants fan, you're kind of like digging this team right now as much as you have been in at least a year.
Yeah.
Because last year they were boring. Like, it was they were a tough watch. And they were a tough watch early this year. Now they're not a tough watch. Now they're fun to watch. They're kind of exciting. So I'm wondering if Giant fans feel like, flash in the pan, they jaded Giants fans, or the Giant fans are like, hey, this is a new team. This is a new team. It's a different team. They're a lot more fun to watch. Obviously, the answer is right in the middle there somewhere, but, we're going to have to give them a few more weeks and kind of see how it goes. But as of now, hardcore Giant fans are going to watch the Giants either way.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of fans out there that I'm wondering if you're more apt to want to watch a Giants game now than you were 3 weeks ago. Because right now, I watch them anyway, but I feel a little bit more like a sense of excitement when I'm getting ready to watch the game just because of how they're constructed now. And it's like, I get to watch these young guys play, and they're doing well, and they're scoring runs. So, yeah, and my thought process has completely changed on the Giants, even though I still thought, Chapman's going to hit at some point, so Laird's going to hit. I didn't know it'd be like that for Chapman, but now with the infusion of those guys, I look at it differently.
Well, we got time for a few quick phone calls here. Let's open up the phone lines. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's head out to Danny and Tracy. Danny and Tracy, you're on with Tolbert and Copes. Danny, how are you this afternoon?
Hey, pretty good, guys. Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
So I'm calling. I think this is a totally different team. I agree with Tom. I would watch. I'm a hardcore fan. I watch these guys regardless. But the home run is good enough. But I believe now with the youth and the speed and the on-base percentage that we have as a team, I wouldn't mind seeing some base stealing. I think it'd put more pressure on the defense, and I truly believe it automatically would consider some more W's on the board. So that's my quote on that. Let me see what you guys think about that.
Yeah, I think the way the game's played nowadays, you got to have the ability to take extra bases and steal bases. Now, I don't know, just because you're fast doesn't mean you're a good base stealer. Like, I don't know what type of base stealer Matos, Ramos, Luciano are. Like, I don't know if I didn't look at their minor league stats. I don't know if they stole bases down there or not. But, yeah, that's got to be something. Because, I mean, even a guy, Chapman hasn't been on base a lot, but Chapman's got speed. Like, they have guys.
He's very fast, yeah.
They have guys on this team that should, in theory, be able to take extra bases. And it's just something with the rules of the game now you got to be able to take advantage of. You just can't be one of those teams that steals, 40 bases a year now. You just can't. When you got teams like the Reds that are going to steal like 200, that are getting extra 90 feet like a couple of times or a time and a half a game. You have to be able to do that. It's got to be part of your arsenal one way or the other. Unless you're just going to bang out like 250, 280 home runs. If you're going to be that team, fine. You don't need to steal bases. Just go ahead and do it. But the Giants aren't that team. So, no, I do agree. Now, again, I don't know their base stealing acumen. That I do not know. But I know they're athletic enough, and they do have a few guys on this team that, in theory, should be able to get on base and push the envelope a little bit.
Giants have 17 steals right now, but only 3 players with multiple steals on the season. 2 of them not on the team. Tyler Fitzgerald has 4. He's down in AAA Sacramento. Jung-Hoo Lee, 2. He's out for the season. Matt Chapman, the team leader, with 5. Let's take one more phone call here. Let's go out to Josh in Santa Maria. Josh down in Santa Maria, you're on with Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes here. Josh, how are you?
Good. How about you guys?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind, Josh?
Well, I was thinking, I love it. They're really playing well. They're starting to kind of click a little bit. Finally getting that production out of the lineup with some youth movement and Chapman really coming around a bit. But I don't know if I'm completely convinced yet. I don't know what you guys think, but in my mind, I got to give them through this next homestand with Philadelphia and New York coming in. There's a real good test,
No, I agree with you. It's a real small sample size, and you're right to want to see a little bit more from kind of this new lineup. What they need is to keep this kind of rolling and then have Snell join the party, because he's been AWOL. And not only has he been AWOL, he's fighting for the enemy, basically. Like, he jumped sides. He's like, yeah, I was fighting for the Confederate, but I'm going to that, so I'm going to Union now. We're good. Like, oh, dude, you were just on our team. Obviously, I'm joking, but I mean, the way he's been pitching, he hasn't been helping the team one bit. He needs to join the party, and so you can have that, I don't want to say a bridge, but you can have that other stud where it's Webb, it's him, it's Harrison, and then maybe Hicks. Hicks has been awesome. And then you have that one spot where you're just trying to fill in. But no, I'm with you. I don't expect him. I would say this, and appreciate the phone call, man. I don't expect him to beat up or even have a better record than the Phillies, Braves, Dodgers when they play each other, like head to head. But you got to be able to hang in. Mm-hmm. Like, you can't get wiped out. They've been getting wiped out against the Dodgers. What are they, 1-5 against the Dodgers? They got wiped out against the Phillies when they were in Philadelphia. Like, it's got to be better than that.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you can't just, against the Dodgers, if you're 2-4, okay, they're the Dodgers. But guess what? Dodgers just got blanked 6-0 to the D-backs last night, who threw an opener. They didn't score against them. They've lost 2 in a row, maybe 3, but I think 2 in a row against the D-backs. So it's not like they're invincible. You can beat this team. But the Giants just haven't. But those aren't the teams that I'm really going to measure them against. It is the Mets.
Yeah.
It is the Cubs, Brewers, Padres, D-backs. Like, those teams, you can't get obliterated against the top teams. It's got to be them hanging in there. Maybe we play 400 ball against them or something like that. And then the rest of those teams, that's where you got to have a winning record. So I'm real curious to see how they do against the Mets, because that's one of those teams, like the Giants, is going to be fighting for one of those wild card spots. And those are the ones you want to win. Those are the ones you want to find a way to get a leg up on. And if you win that series, winning road trip. And
you're 500.
You're 500. That's right. That's big. 500 coming back home.
Yeah.
No,
coming back home to take on the Phillies and Yankees.
Well, at least at home. At least it's at home.
At least they can sleep in their own beds when they lose.
But I would say this: if you win this series and you go 4-2 on the road trip, have a winning road trip, you're going to be feeling coming home like, hey, we can beat these teams.
Absolutely.
We can get after these teams, because they're better than they were when they went to Philly last time. I mean, they were just they got trucked. Maybe be careful with Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper is so weird too, because if you catch him in the right moment, it doesn't matter what you throw him or how it's going, he's gonna hit it out.
Yeah,
like he gets in these like jags where it's like, oh, he's on fire, don't even throw him a strike. And then there are times where it's like, oh, this guy can't hit. You can get him out. Of course you can get him out. So hopefully he'll be nice and frosty by the time he gets to the Bay. But winning road trip, and they'll be feeling good about themselves heading back home. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
You know who knows a little thing or two about Bryce Harper?
Who's that?
Our next guest, Larry Baer.
Yes, he does.
We probably won't ask him about Bryce Harper, though. Giants CEO coming up on the other side.
I don't know what you're going to
Yeah, we'll see. I've asked him before. 4:50, Larry Baer is going to join us here on Tolbert and Cubs. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. All-NBA rookie first-team member Brandon Pajemski will join Murph and Marcus tomorrow morning at 9:30 here on KNBR. Check out that interview live on YouTube, Twitch, or right here listening on KNBR. All right, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us, what do you do if you have unfiled tax returns?
You call us and let us take care of it for you. The number one reason people don't file returns is just plain old simple, didn't have the money. And then the next year rolls around and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1 and they still don't have the money? And a lot of people don't have the records either. No problem. We get all the records the government has on you, IRS and state. And if you can't pay the taxes, no problem. We want to make a sweet deal for you. And then your problems are over. Your tax problem is in the rearview mirror, you're moving forward. And the bottom line is you can then live a normal life, enjoy your life, and that's what we want for you. The only thing you have to do is just pick up that telephone, call us, let us explain what we can do, your options, your rights, and then let us do it for you.
All right, thanks, Steve. Call Steve Moskowitz at 188-TAX-DEAL, 188-TAXDEAL, or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
From the diamond to the boardroom, Tolbert and Copes get down to business with Giant CEO Larry Baer. Larry Baer on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Dodgers trying to end the game right here. He comes set. The 2-1 pitch. A swing and a pop-up. Right side. Wade over. Foul ground. He's got room. He's got it. And the Giants have won. Another comeback.
All right, we are back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in this afternoon. Getting the call right now. Larry Baer about to join us here on KNBR. Giants CEO talking about a team that started to turn things around. Series win against the Pittsburgh Pirates following that series sweep against the Colorado Rockies at Oracle Park over the weekend. And now they head into New York with an opportunity to get back to 500, potentially get over 500. They can keep things rolling. It's time to welcome in the Giants CEO, Larry Baer. Larry, how are you?
Hi, Kerry. Hi, Tom. How you guys doing?
Good.
Doing well.
What took you so long to call up the young guys?
Well, first question to you, because after all, I am asking you the question.
Yeah, what's going on? Wait, what are we doing here? You interviewing me?
Is this the way you would draw up a 2-1 series victory on the road?
Absolutely. It's exactly the way you want to draw it up.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is you don't know you're going to get either of those games. I said it was the weirdest series I had seen in a long time. There are games like that, maybe even 2 games like that during a series, not 3 games like that where they come back from a 4-run deficit, then you come back from a 4-run deficit, then you come back from another 4-run deficit. The great thing about it is, though, nobody remembers Monday. Nobody, or Tuesday, I should say. Nobody remembers that game now, and they won't even remember it because they lost the last 2. But no, to answer your question, no, I can't remember drawing anything up like that or watching anything quite like that.
To your point, there is a really great statistic that Sarah Langs, I don't know if you know her. She's amazing. She's wonderful.
Yep.
A fantastic reporter. She's on the Baseball Network a lot. So she came up with something. Have you heard this? This is crazy. This is the 5th time, this Giants-Pirates series, the 5th time in baseball history in a 3-game series. So we're talking about, 150 years, 160 years. The 5th time in baseball history where in a 3-game series, the victorious team came from 4 runs or more behind in all 3 games. That's only happened 5 times.
I guess that's why I've never seen it before.
Yeah. Well, no, maybe, but Tom, you have, because let me tell you the other 4 times it happened. Okay, because you probably have seen it. Okay, it happened August 9th through 11th in 1999. It was the Giants and Marlins. Okay.
Okay.
And actually the Marlins won all 3 games. So that was painful. So you might have seen that one.
Okay.
If you remember it. Okay. The other 3 times, let's test your knowledge.
I'm assuming the Angels lost all 3.
Yeah, I was going to try to go there, but I was a little afraid to go there with you.
That's okay. I got calluses.
April 29th through May 2nd, 1896.
1896.
Giants at Phillies.
The Gothams.
Wow, Giants are involved in all these things.
No, that is the thing. Actually, I kind of buried the lead. The Giants were the road team on all of them. So there's one more. So this was actually the fourth time. Sorry, not the 5th time, the 4th time. The Giants were involved, the road team on all of them. That was Sarah's tweet was like, this is incredible. And then the other time, maybe you or Kerry have a shot at remembering this one. July 5th through July 6th. So it means there was one of these days was a doubleheader.
Okay.
July 5th through July 6th, 1886. The New York Giants at the Detroit Wolverines.
Oh, the Wolverines, yes. Big fan of the Wolverines. Big fan.
I still have my ticket stub.
So hold on a minute. This has happened 4 times in baseball history, and the Giants were the road team every time it happened.
This is incredible. And I got to give Farhad credit. Farhad sent this to me.
Wow.
He's like, get this. So this is unbelievable. You go on Sarah Langs, go look her up in the Twitterverse or whatever verse, and you'll see it. It's just incredible. So it's only happened 4 times in history, and the Giants were the road team all 4. And we were on. Let's see. So I guess let's see the one in Detroit in 1886. It was the Wolverines. Won the series 2-1. The Phillies beat the New York Giants 2-1 in that series.
Okay.
And the Giants lost the series in 1999 to the Marlins, where it happened 3-0. So this was the only series of the 4, with the Giants being the road team, where we actually won the series. How about that?
Wow, now that's amazing. That's like only a stat you would find in baseball because it's been around for so long.
I know it.
That's wild.
It is wild, but you're right. I mean, Tuesday night. Oh my goodness, we're just like having a cow, and then Wednesday, you were just, wow, this is great, and then Thursday, it's kind of a repeat of Wednesday in some ways today.
Here, try this one on for size, and Carrie mentioned this earlier on in the show. See if you can add this to the query. The 4-run down, come back and win the game, and then add in that the winning team in 2 of those games gave up grand slams to guys they drafted.
That's
Can read for John Barr.
Throw that one in there.
That's a good one.
See what you get.
I don't think that happened in the Wolverine series.
No, I don't think so. You'd be hard pressed to find a series where there were 2 grand slams and both of them were hit against a team that drafted them. That may be something that's only happened 4 or 5 times in the history of baseball, if that.
I'm not sure. It could be a first. Let's get Sarah on that one. That's really incredible.
It really is.
I didn't think through that. Yeah, and so we're in an interesting spot here. I mean, we're in New York, right? So we've got the 3 games with the Mets. Then we come right back home. So no rest for the weary, right? So we've got the Phillies and the Yankees. We do have an off day next Thursday.
Yep.
So this is going to be interesting. There's going to be a lot of juggling, and Far and Bob, the group, going to have the juggle, but sometimes we got a day game in New York Sunday, and then a day game in San Francisco Monday.
Ooh. Well, let me ask you this. I was talking about the young guys, and I want to get into that a little bit more because I think there's so much energy, and they've all played well. But I wanted to ask you about Marco Luciano, and I'm wondering if you guys talked about this, if the coaching staff has talked about it, because clearly having his bat in the lineup is better than having Ahmed's bat in the lineup. He's just got more upside. He's got more pop, and he's got better stick. Now, Ahmed, a much better defensive player. Luciano's error in the first game of the series helped contribute to the loss. He had an error today in the last inning, but Bailey erased that on the stolen base attempt. When you bring these guys up, do you guys say, look, if we're going to bring them up and let them play, we got to live with some of this stuff? Like when you're young, you're going to have a few bobbles here and there. It's just part of being young in sports. Everything moves so fast, you got to get used to it. Are you guys are they prepared for hey, we want to win all these games, but we also got to let these guys have a little room to breathe a little bit and know that, hey, if you make a mistake, we're not going to sit you down because you made that mistake.
Yeah, I think we are prepared. I mean, and it obviously, we'll see how it all goes. But the whole thing with Marco, because he was an international signing, you sort of, it's not the same age schedule, right, as a high school or college signing in the United States, especially college. So he's 22.
Yep.
He's 22 years old, and so he's been around a long time. We've talked about him. He's been a top prospect for a long time, but he's 22. So my feeling, we'll see what happens. Nick's coming back, and we've got a lot of movement, and here comes Brett Wisely getting a huge hit last night.
Yep.
So everybody's picking each other up, and I think that's the view is we'll pick you up, and you make an error, you make a mistake, we're gonna we keep going, and you keep going, you learn from it, and I think this is the stage. As a 22-year-old, you're going to learn from your mistakes. So you've seen this before. You've seen guys over the years that, they get rocky starts potentially defensively to their career, and they become great players. So I don't see we'll have lots of roster shuffles, but I don't see the error in and of itself causing a demotion at all. Just play through it.
Got it.
Yeah, Larry, there's going to be some interesting roster predicaments. You mentioned the roster shuffles that are coming up, but down the line, you've got all these young pitchers who are exciting. Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks. You could throw Keaton Wynn before he went on the injured list. These guys are going to bump up against their innings limit, and I know that you're going to get Robbie Ray back at some point, and there's some uncertainty surrounding Alex Cobb. How much of these discussions kind of started inside the organization over what you do with these guys, especially if you're in contention for a playoff spot?
Yeah, I mean, I think the group is doing that every day. They're trying to figure all that out. I mean, we've been, with some of the frustration early, there's been some really bright spots. So you look at Jordan Hicks, you look at Kyle Harrison, and those are you want these kinds of tough decisions. So here we have Robbie Ray, who is, my understanding is really moving quickly. And way beyond where the expectation was in spring training, or even when we acquired him in a trade. So that's a positive. As you mentioned, Alex Cobb has had some bumps, but we love Alex, and he had a tremendous year last year. So I can't wait to get him back. And Blake last night went on paternity leave. Hopefully, unclear. He's on paternity leave, but may be able to make his next start. So you're going to have a shuffle. Then you have Keaton Wynn. We can't forget about him, and he had an injury, but I think he's back relatively soon and has shown he had some outstanding outings. I mean, I know the last couple might have been tough, but he had some great outings for us when he came on the scene. So. It's a shuffle. It's a shuffle, but that's a good thing. It's a good problem to have. Good problem to have, or good challenge to have, because there's inning limits. There's some of the guys haven't thrown the kinds of innings that say Logan Webb has thrown in his last year, where he led the league in innings, right? So it's going to be, I think we're just going to keep going day to day, week to week, but have a lot of talent in the rotation. We're super happy with the rotation, in general.
I'm curious, from an analytics standpoint, I know that maybe this would be a question to ask Farhan next week, but you're here, so I'll ask you. How different are analytics departments from team to team? Like, everyone does it now, and I think everyone does it in every sport. And, a lot of them don't want to talk about what they do precisely because it may be a little different than what other teams do. And I appreciate that. I'm just curious, like, how much you're getting out, like how much teams are getting out of the analytics now, where it's not quite as cutting edge anymore. It's like, if everyone has it and everyone does it, then maybe the advantages you thought you were getting to begin with aren't the same advantages, because everyone's playing those advantages, if that makes any sense. So I'm kind of curious, like, how does it work in terms of like what you guys decide is important, what's not important, and how it differentiates, what you guys view as important from other teams?
Well, we can actually talk about that kind of in the big picture discussion at MLB. We just had an MLB owners meetings, and we talk about that kind of big picture in the sense that there's kind of new arms races out there, and I think that's kind of the way I think about it. Okay, so if you go back some years, there was the what they call it, analytics, or you call it just the analysis of who you put on the team and why. It was the big arms race was in scouting, right? So who has the better scouts? Who has a more complete scouting operation, and whether it's numbers or eyeballs or sneaking scouts into places. I remember we were talking about there was a story told the other night about how Brian Sabian was not supposed to go see Tim Lincecum because that would tip our hand. Yep. Remember that would when we drafted Lincecum right after Timmy was right after Seattle. So that was kind of the arms race then. Then on development, and how you develop a player as you go. And there's been a lot of analytics and a lot of emphasis. So I'm talking about this is more roster construction. In game, I think that there aren't that many secrets proprietary. I mean, everybody tries to get the edge, but it tends to regulate. So you're looking for a new edge. And you're looking for what is it that you don't. So I think 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 teams will have something, and then blink your eyes and 30 teams have it or have some version of it. And it's hard for it to stay proprietary. So I really don't think that there's and every team is doing it to some extent. So I don't think there's really a secret sauce where you say, hey, those 3 teams just do it, 10x better than anybody else. I just don't think that exists. Because word catches on, and you also look at executives move club to club, right? And so sometimes they bring some of those talents to a new club that may not have it.
Speaking of executives moving, have you ever had a chance to move?
I've been there a few decades. Yes, the answer is yes, but I wasn't going to give up taking the bus with my dad out 19th Avenue to Willie to watch the Giants Candlestick as a kid and the Willies. So that was never that. So the enticement, the enticing elements of moving never really hit me because, and you always, there are people that are new owners that come in and they're bringing somebody in who may be experienced. It's interesting that the recent owners meetings, we have one new ownership, the Baltimore Orioles, and they have not on their GM, Mike Elias has done a great job, but they're because of the other ownership stepping out, they'll bring in some new folks, I think, in that front office and at least on the business side, and and they'll be approaching people probably with experience. So I think that I feel blessed, and I know there are others in my shoes in other franchises who born and raised and grew up in an area and lucky enough to work for their hometown team. The CEO of the Red Sox, Sam Kennedy, is in that boat as well, and a number of others.
One of these days, Larry will say, "This is who courted me."
Where do you want to ship me off?
You could also do the Bob Myers thing.
To the Angels?
It's not quite like it's not quite being a GM, but you could check out other sports too. Bob Myers, he seems to have his hat in everything. Very interested in the Commanders now. I mean, there's opportunities.
How about Ned Coletti going to scouting for the Sharks?
Yeah,
scouting for the Sharks. I love that. That is classic. Classic Ned. And no, Larry, I wouldn't wish the Angels even on you. I would not do that to you. They can lie in their own bed.
I love the Angels. I'm just saying that you're.
Well, tell me why.
Yeah, 29 owners love the Angels.
I want to rekindle my fires. Tell me why you love them.
2002. I don't love them for 2002, but I respect them for 2002. Those were that series. Oh my goodness! That's still, as much as we've enjoyed. World Series victories. That one, that's still. There. Once in a while, I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm hearing thunder sticks.
You can't win enough to have that one dissipate. You can't. Everybody says that. Everybody loves the wins and they love them dearly, but they always say the ones I think about are the ones that got away. Those are the ones everyone thinks about.
The losses are more.
Yep.
Yeah, the losses stick with you, right?
They absolutely do.
Different ways.
There is no doubt about it. Well, is there real quick before we let you go? Is there anything going on with the Phillies or Yankees come to town that people should know about?
Tons of things going on. What I really want to call out to you is Friday night against the Yankees. I mean, we have fantastic homestand. We have the Phillies on Memorial Day.
Yep.
2 o'clock, then Tuesday night and Wednesday day game, and then the Yankees Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The Yankees are not here every year, as everybody knows. The one I'm thinking about, though, is Friday night, where it's African American Heritage Night. Bob Kendrick, who is the head of the Negro League Museum in Kansas City, is going to be our guest. We are giving away Willie Mays' Birmingham Black Barons bobbleheads on that night. And it's sort of the kickoff to the launch. Although we've been talking about it, it's going to be a very, a very prominent part of Friday night is the launch to the run up to Rickwood Field, our game in Birmingham, Alabama, June 20th against the Cardinals. Cool. Yeah. And we're going to celebrate Willie Mays. We're going to celebrate the Negro Leagues, and so Friday night, I think it's going to be a very cool experience for everybody to be there, and there's going to be some I believe very moving ceremonies and discussion, and come early because the Willie Mays, the bobblehead craze with Mario Alioto and Pat Gallagher really started with a Willie Mays bobblehead, and this will be Willie and his Birmingham Black Barons 1948 Negro League.
So who gets the bobbleheads?
It's the first X. I don't have it in front of me. This is like another craft beer moment.
Why don't you just kick in a bobblehead for everybody that shows up, Larry? Why doesn't everybody get a bobblehead?
Okay.
That's democratic. Come on. Give everybody a damn bobblehead, Larry.
Okay. 40,000? Yes. How many are we going to have?
Everyone that goes to the park gets a bobblehead. That's the platform I'm running on. Everyone gets a bobblehead under my watch.
You're going to be elected. You're elected mayor. We got to move over the candidates out there. You're elected.
Everyone gets one.
Against that.
Have a great weekend, Larry. We'll talk to you again next week.
You too.
All right, take it easy.
Memorial Day, everyone.
There you go. You too. Right. No, I wanted to say like first 35,000. I was like, well, there's 7,000 more. Just kick it in for everybody. Warriors do it too.
Yeah.
And I always tell Joe, give everybody a damn bobblehead, okay? Just kick in an extra 3,000 bobbleheads.
Yeah.
Just everybody. You show up, you get a bobblehead, okay? You guys make enough money. Give everybody a damn bobblehead. That's my platform. I'm sticking to it. I'm not backing off that.
I don't think you'll find one person who disagrees with you, other than the person who we just hung up with.
Other than the executives for the teams.
Exactly.
No, we're not giving out any now. We're not doing that.
Yeah, well, I just where are they storing all these old bobbleheads? Because those exist too.
Probably with Rusty.
Yeah, with Rusty. Coming up next, an investigation into Rusty's undisclosed location 25 years later. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes on Thursday afternoon. KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. Draymond Green joined John Wall's Point Game podcast and revealed that Joe Lacob had told him he could take over for Steve Kerr as Warriors head coach. How would Draymond been as a head coach? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
This is Tolbert & Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
We are back. Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes here on Thursday afternoon. It's time for a little sound soiree. I want to thank our guest, Larry Baer, for stopping by talking Giants baseball. Our first piece of audio comes to you courtesy of 49ers camp. Yes, they're back in action down in Santa Clara with OTAs this week. And the person who always provides the best soundbite down in Santa Clara, it's Nick Bosa discussing his teammate Brock Purdy's newfound fame.
I think he's definitely getting a little more vocal within the building. And, yeah, I mean, I don't think he's ever going to change. I don't think he's somebody that's going to change even when he gets paid next year. So he's a man of faith, and he kind of reminds me of Scotty Scheffler, but except for he got arrested. But just super humble and really good kid. And, yeah, he's definitely famous. He's famous for
Do you know
sure.
Scheffler?
I don't, just from watching.
It's a pretty apt comparison, to be quite honest with you. I mean, if you were to pick a 49ers player to get arrested driving into the gates, I'm not saying, I'm kidding. There's no comparison there. But the Scotty Scheffler, Brock Purdy comparison is a pretty good one by Nick Bosa. Scotty's about the last guy you would ever expect that to happen to at Valhalla, and it did. And if you were picking a 49ers player to get in any sort of trouble, well, Brock Purdy was out on the stage at Luke Combs last weekend in Santa Clara, and George Kittle was drinking beers like Madison Bumgarner, I think Brock Purdy was just handing him the beers. I think he was just caddying for George Kittle's consumption.
What he's supposed to do, deliver the mail. Yeah, he's the quarterback.
He was right on target.
We have a dude that works here. Have you noticed? It kind of looks like Purdy a little bit with the hat on.
Yeah.
The young kid. What's his name?
Cole.
Yeah. He kind of looks like, he looks a little like Purdy. He got a little Purdy in him. I thought he was kind of like, I go, oh, I like Cole. Cole's cool. Until he came up to me and asked me, he goes, hey, you want to do a video? Murph did one. I'm like, Cole, get away from me. No. I don't even know you. Beat it.
Different kid. You're talking about Jack.
Oh, it's Jack?
Yeah, Jack's on his drive home right now.
Okay.
Listen to you make fun of him.
Not a fan of Jack anymore. Jack, you're on your drive home. Suck it.
You know why you two wouldn't get along? Jack went to Arizona State.
I might do your video. Well, you did too.
Yeah, I know. But Jack believes in keeping the athletic program there, whereas I believe in disbanding it. Yeah, I give us the death penalty. That's what I'm asking.
I told
for.
Jack, let me talk to my people. I'll get back to you.
Well, I mean, you got competing sponsorships. You can't do certain reads.
We'll see how.
Sometimes Derek has to fill in for. I don't know.
Well, the first thing that happened when he goes, I mean, look. I was like listening to him and he was like drawing me in. And then as soon as he said Murph did it, I go, well, why would I want to do it then? I'm out. Doesn't sound that cool.
No.
Moving on. What do you got for me?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, get Greg and then I'll do it. Get Greg to do it and then I'm right. I'll tell you what, I will do it as soon as Greg does it.
Yeah.
Okay? I got to go down to San Jose and see Blake Snell this weekend. But after that, we're going to be good to go.
There you go. Up next in our sound soiree, this is Shaq and Draymond on the Big Pod, which I assume you're a listener of, Tom.
Love it.
Yeah, it's
Big fan.
It's in my rotation. The Big Pod. This is Shaq asking if Draymond would ever chase another ring.
If you have the opportunity to ring chase into your career, they need you, your play, your leadership, would you do that?
If there's something that I could offer to a team and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there, I can go help that team get over the hump. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. No, I want to be able to contribute. But the Warriors will have to not want me anymore. If I had to stay and go to State another 5 years and we not make the playoffs for 5 years straight, I'm totally fine with that. Not because I'm not a competitor, but because I'd rather do it. I'd rather struggle with the same guys that I succeeded with. It ain't about, we struggling now, I need to go that way. Nah, the same way we succeeded together, I'd rather struggle together. As opposed to, oh, I can go over here and do this. As long as they'll have me, I got no reason to ever want to leave that place.
Got to respect that.
Yeah.
Got to respect that. And that sounds like Draymond, that he would stick it out with his guys. The question the Warriors are going to have to ask is, do they want those guys to stick it out with them, or do they want to, kind of move them and get going in a different direction? So far, the answer to that has been no. We will see, though. We'll see what this offseason brings, and Draymond's still a damn good basketball player that can help team win. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. Our next piece of audio here in the Sound Soiree, let's see. Draymond Green on, how about this? It's not the Big Pod, but the Point Game Pod.
Okay.
Which might actually, I'm more of a Point Game Pod guy.
I have them both in the queue.
Yeah. Compared to the Big Pod.
Yes.
But Draymond on a lot of podcasts these days. This is with John Wall. So he goes from Shaq to John Wall. This is interesting. Joe Lacob apparently told Draymond Green that he could replace Steve Kerr. Let's add some context here with the audio.
I'm honored, man, with the conversations that I've had with Joe Lacob over the years and him saying to me, like, yo, when you're done, I can see you one day coaching this team when Steve's done. Like, I can see you working with this team. Like, I would love to see that. That means the world to me, because that means the man that owned the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team. Like, big business. These assets are not small, man. Like, if you're gonna trust somebody to coach your team, that's not small. That's not a small thing. That's a big fucking deal. But as I am in year 12 of my career, I say right now, and everything changes as time goes on, so I would never say never. But where I stand right now in year 12 of my career, headed into year 13, I'm not sure I want to be on the basketball schedule. Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Dr. Junk.
You know what? We're going to have Dr. Junk on. I'm going to call Dr. Junk pretty soon. Because Dr. Junk is official now. He is an actual doctor.
I was going to say, I don't know where this is going, but do I want to know where this is going?
Well, you know Steve's Dr. Junk, right?
I did not.
We call him Dr. Junk because all his junk defenses. So Dr.
There
Junk.
you go.
And Dr. Junk is official because he got his doctorate, his honorary doctorate
there we
from
go.
Arizona.
Well, tough place.
Honorary, of course.
I guess they'll just pass. I mean, they will pass out degrees to anyone.
His
We know
doctorate
that.
means as much as mine does, which is nothing.
You got a doctorate?
No.
I was
But
gonna
if I
say.
had one, it'd be the same.
It'd be from the same school, too.
Exactly. So there's a lot of work that goes into this. And these guys that have made all the money they've made and have the opportunities that they have, because Draymond could do pods, he could do studio shows. I mean, Draymond's golden there.
Yeah, there's no shortage of pods for him to do.
I think that's his wheelhouse. Yeah, exactly. He keeps hopping from pod to pod jumper. But he could either inside the NBA or something similar to inside the NBA. He could certainly do that and would be well compensated for doing it. And I think that's kind of his wheelhouse. Do I think he could coach? Yes. But very rarely do you see players that are all-star caliber, Hall of Fame caliber players be coaches, because it's like too much work.
Yeah.
These guys put in a lot of hours, and it's a grind. You just got through playing for 15 years. You really want to grind for 18 hours a day, 15 hours, whatever it is, and worry about your team when you're going home, and just all that crap. These guys don't want to have to put up with that, especially when they don't have to. So yes, could he? Yes. Do I think he will? No.
This is the exact argument I've given everyone when the subject of Buster Posey managing the San Francisco Giants comes up. Everyone wants to have this discussion once or twice a year. Should the Giants just name Buster Posey the manager and move on and, go with him? No. It's always been no, because there's no chance that Buster would ever do that job. The guy made $150 million in his playing career on his last contract. And from what I've heard, the body armor deal that he signed way back when might have paid him more.
Really?
So I don't know how he's doing financially, but I do know that when you look up at every manager in baseball right now, they're typically the guys like Stephen Vogt, like a Bob Melvin, like a Bruce Bochy, who were backup catchers, who made close to the league minimum, who loved the game and loved being there every single day. And that's not to say that these superstars don't, but the superstars don't have to work the day that they retire.
Yeah.
Everyone else could live for, a year, 2 years, 3 years, and then they got to find a new job.
Yep.
So if you get right back into it and manage, it's a great gig. But Buster was never going to manage the San Francisco Giants. Ownership's a great role for him. Draymond Green, much more likely to own a team one day than ever be an NBA head coach. And whatever the next iteration of Inside the NBA is 20 years from now when, Hulu is streaming games. And I guess Hulu does have live games. But
that's what they tell me. That's what Dave's told me.
I've yet to watch a game on that platform.
They better have them, because Dave keeps telling me they have live sports.
But whatever, podcast network is streaming NBA games one day with video, that's where Draymond will be.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the biggest, because I agree with you on Buster, ownership's perfect for him.
Yeah.
Right? He's involved. He's back here, but he doesn't have to do the day-to-day grind, and he can be part of the decision-making process. One of the biggest shockers to me, not that it only lasted 1 year, that it happened at all, was Barry Bonds as a hitting instructor. Barry Bonds as a hitting instructor, not because he couldn't do it. Of course he could do it. Not that you couldn't learn from him. Of course you could learn from him. Who wouldn't want to have Barry Bonds as their hitting instructor? The fact that Barry Bonds, with all he's accomplished, all the money he's made, decided to suit up for 162 games for the Marlins. Get on the plane, go to the games, stay in the hotel. I was like, wow, I never saw this coming. Guess what? It lasted a year, because he said the same thing after that year. What the hell am I doing? I'm out of here. That was a shocker to me that he did that. Not even a manager, a hitting coach. That was maybe one of the most shocking things that I've seen or heard happen to a great player, in terms of taking jobs and stuff. Because I never, if you would have asked me before he took that job, I would have said, not a chance he will do that. And then he did it.
One of my favorite parts of Barry Bonds being a hitting coach, where there were all these stories about how he was a complete disaster, how it just never worked, but that Giancarlo Stanton absolutely loved working with him. And he was the only guy that he got through to, because he was like, oh, this guy hits like me. We can figure it out together. And every other player just didn't get Barry's advice.
Didn't get it?
Couldn't figure out what they wanted to do. Giancarlo Stanton, 120-mile-an-hour bombs.
Well, we're good.
Yeah. You want to hit it 450 feet? I'll show you how to do that.
Well, that was like, wasn't the story that Ted Williams was a terrible hitting instructor?
Horrible.
Because he's one of the greatest hitters of all time. He can't tell you how to do it.
Yeah.
He can do it, but he can't tell you how to do it. That's always been my theory on great players and coaches, that they don't make great coaches because they can't explain it to you. They can just do it.
Yeah.
Like Magic Johnson, not a good coach. Larry Bird was a good coach, but he had Rick Carlisle with him. He had Dick Harder with him. Like, he had a great assistant staff with him. But it's just, these guys know how to do.
Yeah.
They don't know how to tell you how they did it. Why can't they tell you how they did it? Because you can't do it, because they're different. Their synapses fire differently. Like, everything's different that makes them who they are, and they just can't explain it. Like, there's a bunch of players in every sport that are in the middle. And I'm talking about, they're all great because they're at the professional level. But there's a bunch of them that are, like, in the middle there that are kind of similar, grind the same way, work the same way, do the same stuff, and got to work for this. And then they're the outliers, like the really special ones. Magic, Bird would be two of those that just can do stuff that you can't do. Like, you can't do it the way they do it. It'd probably be like the same as, I don't know, you could show everybody chords of Jimi Hendrix playing, but you can't play like him.
No.
But you could, like, watch him play, but you can't do that, and you can't do it just like he does it. So it's tough for these guys. It doesn't surprise me when coaches decide, I want to try to impart my knowledge, my wisdom, and it doesn't go their way.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine Jordan being a coach?
No,
come on.
absolutely not.
Here's how I did it. Well, that's great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate
I'll
that
try
advice.
that next time.
Yeah, I'll give that a spin. See how that goes. See how that goes for me. Not gonna work.
The mediocre players can become great coaches. The great players can become mediocre analysts. That's how this works.
That's usually how it works. And you're right about that, because the mediocre player's got to pay attention to every detail.
Exactly.
They got to squeeze everything out of it. So yeah, you're right.
On the other side, some soup.
Oh, your
Thursday
favorite.
evening.
A live soup.
I've been promised. Derek and Tim toned it down because I'm in studio today.
I'm going to have to get some some naughty soup in here for you.
Well, time's running out, folks. Dieter Kurtenbach at 6. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes Crowley In here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
and beating him down a little bit.
The glove.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house a little bit different, but they're all the same in one way, or possibly the same in one way. You've all got those places that the Wi-Fi just doesn't quite reach, whether you have an attic, a basement, corner bedroom, doesn't matter where it is, you're just not getting the same quality Wi-Fi, blazing fast Wi-Fi that you've come to expect from Xfinity. You're not getting it all over the house. Well, if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you can worry less about that. So the gamer, the streamer, maybe someone that's working or going to school gets taken care of just like everybody else. And that's the way it should be. Everyone deserves fast, reliable Wi-Fi. It's America. But everyone deserves quality Wi-Fi that's blazing fast. Not blazing fast in one room and kind of fast in this room and then not really fast in this room. No, everyone deserves the same. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home. Now through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or Visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you want blazing fast Wi-Fi that's reliable in every part of your house? You want Xfinity.
Excuse me, Flo? It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
It's time for soup. Take it from here, Tom.
Yeah, this one. I'm still kind of working my way through this one. It was a late entry into the soup bin. It's a man who trying to save money for the rainforest. Noble cause. And he did it. Well, you got to do something outlandish, right? You got to film something that's kind of outlandish. So he decided to try to get himself eaten by a green anaconda.
Oh, okay.
He wanted the green anaconda to eat him. So
and stay alive after this, I assume.
The headline does say, man who tried to get eaten alive by a snake immediately regretted it. So what he did is he got in this suit. I guess it was a carbon fiber suit, so it wouldn't irritate the animal's innards, and slathered himself in pig's blood so he could entice the snake to eat him, and then got down on all fours crawling toward the snake. It's like a sacrifice, this guy. So
I'm here to snake your drain.
And the snake obliged. The snake was like, okay,
who would have guessed?
We're good. If you're gonna drench yourself in pig's blood, let me go ahead and take a bite and see how this goes for me.
Real conservationist there.
Yeah, his name is Rosalie. So it latched onto his head, began constricting his arms and body and wrapping himself around. He said, it's getting coils all over me. She's got my arms pinned. She knows there's nothing I can do. So he's narrating this as it's actually happening.
Oh,
as he's actually getting eaten. I can't believe it. I'm getting eaten.
I'm here to snake your drain.
So the daredevil, I guess they were talking. There was going back and forth with I'm guessing not the truck, but the crew that was filming it. They said he didn't respond when a colleague checked in with him before the snake latched onto his head. He said Rosalie then screamed to his pals, "Stand by, guys. I'm starting to feel like she's consuming me."
Oh.
My guys, my face is down. I'm calling it. I need help. So the team immediately rushed over, wrestled the snake off of him, despite only part of his head being consumed.
So some of his head
was going down her throat, and it was a 20-foot long anaconda as well. So that's a big girl.
What qualifies you to get on the rescue team for that mission?
You need the money?
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
I don't know
some
where
indigenous person that can use the money they're doling out.
Where do you get on the rescue team for that?
I don't know, but it says, speaking of his attempt to get eaten alive, he said, the last thing I remember was her mouth open wide and everything went black.
Sergio,
remember a Friday
the Latin snake. Moo!
You playing sound for me? You don't have my headset on. I'm trying to concentrate on the story.
Some Ralph sound. So,
all right, go ahead.
Sergio, the Latin snake.
No, stop. Stop with the Latin snake, Mora. The last thing I remember was her mouth open wide and everything went black. I went limp and let it constrict. Just let it take nature's course. All the while, I was just thinking, eat, eat, eat. She wrapped around me. I felt my suit cracking and my arms ripping out of their sockets. Very good.
I have had it with these monkey fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane.
That's the worst. The absolute worst. Oh, the animal lover realized very quickly he could be inches away from death. He explained that he feared the snake was going to snap his arm as her force was fully on his exposed arm, which is why he decided to tap out like a UFC fight. He was like tapping out.
Yeah.
I don't think the snake complied. The snake said, sorry, I don't recognize that here in the jungle.
I was going to say, you can't really tap out in that situation.
Well, you can, but, I'm sorry. Your competitor is going to take heed. Your competitor is going to be like, nah, I'm sorry. I would still like to eat you. So, yeah, that's what'll happen if you slather yourself in pig's blood and offer yourself up to a green python down in the Amazon rainforest.
Here's for future reference.
Yeah. Now this one's wild. We all know you go to McDonald's or you go to any other fast food restaurant, they have the heat lamps. You get the fries underneath the heat lamps. Keeps the fries warm. It's not as good as when you just get them out of the fryer, but you put them in the little containers, you set them under the heat lamps, and you're good to go. And you're not all that. It's not all that big a deal. But what you're not expecting to see is somebody take the working end of a mop and to dry it out, hold it underneath that heat lamp where the fries are.
I might, yeah.
Where
that
the
sound
fries
effect.
are.
That sound effect could very well be me right now. No,
look. This is a McDonald's, and McDonald's floors are kind of nasty. I mean, it's not a peep show. Like, that would be even worse. Take the peep show mop and put it underneath the lamp. That would be bad.
I'm going to lose my lunch, and I ate at 11:30.
But they have a picture of this person holding, look at that, a picture of a person holding the mop underneath a manager, holding the mop underneath the lamp, trying to draw that thing off. I don't even know what you do at that point.
Yeah.
You leave, I guess, number one. And number two, you never go back. That is that's quite something. So, where do we want to go? Cardiff University develops killer bee beer. Yeah, I don't know.
Skipping that one?
I'm gonna skip that one, Tim. I did, Tim. It was appropriate, but it's still kind of
There's a high threshold, apparently.
Killer bee brewer's yeast. Interesting.
Oh, no, not the bees! Not the bees! Ah!
That whole story was for that. That's all it was for. It was that you just wanted me to say bees and beer. Ah! And then you can play that. Nassau County 5-year-old repeatedly calls 911 due to a hankering for a cheesy slice.
There we go.
Hey, look, I get it. You want a pizza sometimes? You call anybody you can to get that pizza. And little man decided he was going to call 911 to get his pizza. But it all ended well. He has a picture with the police officers and his pizza. We do have audio?
Pepperoni pizza.
There we go. There's our audio. Yeah.
It's 911, so I thought the call would be available. This seems like something Tim would FOIA.
Everything has audio
as
far as Tim is concerned.
Yeah.
Last one. Didn't get a chance to read the story. I was too consumed with the snake, just about ready to eat that dude, which I thought it would have been cool if he actually did eat
better
him,
story.
Yeah, it would have been a much
The
much
quotes
better
wouldn't have been
story.
as good, though.
No, they wouldn't have had any quotes. Quotes would have been non-existent.
Along with a lot of pizzas.
Thank you. Woman arrested for battering a man with a cinnamon roll.
Huh. There's worse ways to go.
That's just poor judgment. You can't waste a cinnamon roll on someone's skull. I'm sorry. Cinnamon rolls are too precious. Like, that better not have been a Cinnabon cinnamon roll.
Off topic, but is there a pastry with a wider variance in terms of quality than a cinnamon roll? I mean, you can get a really good cinnamon roll, and you can get just the worst cinnamon roll. Eat something that...
The hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like
No, I agree with you.
Hotel breakfast cinnamon roll,
Yeah.
very different than a bakery cinnamon roll.
I don't even know if you consider Cinnabon. Like, I guess it's a cinnamon roll.
Oh, I consider.
To me, it's a top-of-the-line cinnamon roll.
Absolutely.
And then calorie-wise, it's the top-of-the-line cinnamon roll.
It's on both ends of the spectrum.
It's damn near 1,000 calories for one Cinnabon. Like, that's it. Like, that's your meal for like half the day.
And the good news is you're hungry about 15 minutes later.
Exactly. You are toast. You are absolute toast. But man, those things are good. Now, I did not know this, and I probably had a Cinnabon about 3 years ago because I just didn't go to the mall, didn't order them, and I was more into, like, Saturdays are my day. If I want to eat like 4 Pop-Tarts on a Saturday, I'll eat 4 Pop-Tarts on a Saturday. Or maybe I'll have a bowl of Fruity Pebbles on a Saturday. During the week,
A lot of pizzas.
usually during the week, I'm pretty good. During the week, I'm pretty good. I get my walks in, get my steps in, and eat pretty well. Saturdays, sometimes I'll just say, screw it.
Yeah.
I want to have 4 Pop-Tarts. I want to have some pizza. I want to have this. I want to have that. So I'll have a Cinnabon rarely. I did not know you could have them delivered to the house. Like, you can get a 6-pack of Cinnabon.
My God.
Delivered to the house. Like, Lori did that. I'm like, what are these? And I looked in, I go, there's like 5 Cinnabon cinnamon rolls sitting here. Like, what are you doing to us? Why? Like, how am I supposed to walk by this 20 times a day?
How do you think it got to the house? What kind of app do you think was used for that?
Cinnabon app?
I think it might be like an Uber Eats app.
It could have been. You're not very trusting of those rideshare companies, but no, I trust
they're
them with
delivering
the food.
Cinnabon.
I don't trust them with me.
There's far more horror stories with the food than there are with the passengers.
Yeah, you're probably right. But if I don't know about it, I'm okay with it. Like, I just don't want to know.
All I'm saying is next time when the Cinnabon shows up half eaten,
no,
you know what happened.
But here's the thing, though. If you eat half of my Cinnabon, I can see that you've eaten half of my Cinnabon. I just want to make sure the frosting is real, okay?
Yeah.
Because who knows where that came from? There you go. You walked right into that, didn't you?
Some soup for you.
You walked
on the other side.
You walked right into it.
On the other side.
Face first. Well done, Carrie.
No soup for you,
Well
Tom.
done, Curly.
We are done. We are done. When we come back, the greatest Wheel of Fortune contestant of all time. You're listening to Tolbert and Coast, Crowley and Perkos on Thursday afternoon. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Sergio, the Latin snake. More.
49ers OTAs are underway, and Brandon Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey are not in attendance down in Santa Clara. Big deal or no big deal? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Bring gas. Bring gas.
Oh, you're lucky. I had some more soup for you. We'll get to that at some point.
We got some Wheel of Fortune soup.
Oh, we do?
I don't know if that's
right.
soup.
It's not soup, but it's pretty funny. It's like
qualify.
newlyweds game type stuff, which is very, very good. Do we have it, Tim? Is this tonight?
Yeah, this is this evening. So we're getting the East Coast cut. So any Wheel of Fortune watchers out there, this is spoiling your show this evening. Apologies to anyone who gets home and watches Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune, but we've got this fresh off of the East Coast Wheel of Fortune feed here, Tim.
Tavares, right in the butt.
What?
No.
What?
Blake.
This is the best.
Yeah, that's it.
This is the best. Right in the butt. Like
the S was on the board.
It's not even close. What are you talking about?
For the word best, the S was on the board at this point.
Right in the butt.
When that person guessed.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, writes more letters than this. Like, how do you screw? You just like, I mean, why are you on this show, pal? I mean, come on.
Actually, with how bad they messed that up, that might have just been a plant.
I think he might have did that on purpose.
This is the best.
Yeah,
that's it. I'm going to do this.
There is no way you
I like the what? And then hit Pat Sajak, no.
Right in the butt.
What?
There's no way that someone guesses that. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, in fact, let's see. Let me add it up real quick. Yeah, it's like 4 letters and 5 letters. So that's
right in the butt.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
It might have been. I hope it wasn't, but nobody that dumb could be on the show, could they? I guess they could.
They'll let anyone on, yeah.
Yeah, they'll let anyone on there.
Yeah.
I've been watching.
It's not Jeopardy. It's no
Are you
Jeopardy.
watching Jeopardy Masters?
I'm not right now. I'm saving it, and then I'll watch it all at once.
Caught up to episode. It's like an hour per episode now. But it's fun because there's like 3 of them on there that are just like
amazing.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Like, you remember how good Amy was?
Oh, yeah.
Not close. Not close.
Yeah.
She's like 4th, but she's not even in the same ballpark. James Holzhauer?
Yeah.
He's 3rd.
Really?
Like, and he's like not really, he's kind of in the same ballpark, but the first 2, I can't remember their names.
Ken Jennings isn't one of them, is he?
No, he's a host.
Yeah.
But the other 2, it's a girl and then Yanish or whatever. I can't remember. Yogesh, thank you.
Yeah.
Those 2, him and the girl. I can't remember her name though, but they're absurd.
Yeah, I don't know that that's for me then. I kind of like the everyman's Jeopardy.
Yeah, so do I, because we're like, well, let's go to Dumb Jeopardy, and then Dumb Jeopardy comes on. I'm like, well, I can't even answer these. Like, but this is like the questions they ask these people. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
and they're just like, click, 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 click. It's insane. It really is. I mean, you feel like you kind of learn something, but you can't retain it all.
Yeah,
you can't do it. It's just too much. You might be returning this or that. Although I did sweep a sports category. I would have killed all of them.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I could ever win Jeopardy on. Sports, animals, give me those categories, and I better run into a couple daily doubles, bet it all, and then just hold on for dear life at the end. Because other than that, it ain't happening. Shakespeare, count me out. We're done.
You.
Philosophy, count me out, okay? It just, there's like 10 religion, count me out. And they do those categories all the time. And those ones I just have no clue. Like when I'm at home, we'll all guess. And I'll just, for religion, I'll just guess Deuteronomy every time. I'm like, it's got to hit one of these times, doesn't it? It got to be Deuteronomy out there one of these times.
Yeah.
Rarely is.
No, I think that they have created such an incredible concept with the Dumb Person's Jeopardy because they catch you in the first 10 minutes of the show because everyone can answer 3 or 4 of those questions.
Yep.
You get the $200 question, you get the $400 question.
Yep.
All of a sudden you're hooked. You get to Double Jeopardy. None of us are answering.
Nah.
You're getting maybe 2, maybe 3 Final Jeopardy. It's rare. I mean, you have to have very specific niche knowledge to get that. And yet you've watched the entire show and you're coming back tomorrow night.
Yep, absolutely.
One of the greatest shows ever created.
It really is. And I would say the second round, I can usually get like maybe 5.
Yeah.
Most of them are $400. Yeah, mix in every once in a while a $1,200. Occasionally. Last show, I got a $2,000 one. I was like, hey,
in
nice.
the second round?
Yeah, in the second round. Knocked down a $2,000. But I mean,
put that on your plaque.
What does that happen?
Your Jeopardy viewing
once
plaque.
a month? Maybe once a month I'll get something like that. And then occasionally I'll come up with a Final Jeopardy. Like I really like kind of kind of clever Final Jeopardy. But here's the one thing about Jeopardy. It's not just about your knowledge. It's about figuring out which way the question's leading you.
Yeah.
Because they will they'll phrase it a certain way that takes you, kind of leads you to something or gives you a clue to what it is. And if you can decipher that fast enough, you may be able to, if you have, a broad knowledge of the topic, that may help you narrow it down.
Yeah.
If you can't figure that out, then you're screwed. And even if you can sometimes, pass.
I think my failure in Jeopardy is I would always guess if I was 80% sure, and I'd be wrong about 70% of the time on those.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
So I'd be in the negatives pretty quickly.
That does not work.
Anyone locally other than Andrew Baggerly who we know who's a Jeopardy champion? Because, Bags won 4 times.
People that we know?
Yeah, people in the Bay Area sports scene, Bay Area sports media scene.
No, not that I know of. I mean, Amy's from the Bay Area.
Amy, of course.
And she loves her sports. Although I would have to ding her because she didn't get Fred Biletnikoff on the
on the wide receiver question.
Yeah, that was like that collegiate wide receiver of the year. It's Fred Biletnikoff trophy. Yeah. She didn't know that one. I was like, oh, come on, it's a Raider. Come on, you're Bay Area. Let's go.
Yeah,
you got to know these things.
That's Wheel of Fortune is the game we could all win.
Yeah, because you just spin.
Yeah, you put anyone out there.
Spin, get a consonant, and then when you have money, guess vowels.
Yeah. And as far as I know, there's no actual test to get on Wheel of Fortune.
You need to show up.
I've tested for the Jeopardy. Obviously, I didn't get on. But you take the online test and you quickly realize I'm not cut out for this.
Yeah, I have no idea if you couldn't get on Jeopardy, I wouldn't even send it. They wouldn't even let me in the door.
No, it's an online. You can take it right now.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you need to do? Is it got to get 90% of them? Or?
I think you've got to get 90 or 100%. It's like 15 questions. That's general categories, broad knowledge, and very quickly. Yeah, you might have to be on a lockdown browser as well, which you probably don't have many.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
I don't even know what that is. So of course I don't have it. I don't have it.
Yeah. Well,
15 sports questions. I'm good. Maybe. Maybe.
Shall
we get out of here?
Yeah, let's get out of here. We got a JT Snow replay coming up.
Oh, we do?
Before
nice.
Dieter joins.
Okay.
Dieter's on his way in right now. So we got JT Snow coming up. Tom, should we thank our guests?
Yeah, let's thank our guests.
Yeah.
Well, let's thank our next guest, JT Snow.
really good guy.
Who was our guest a
From
while
Kalispell.
back. And then a guest again coming up. We will thank Larry Baer, Mark Spears, and one more, wasn't there? God, I know there was one more.
We had JT.
Barry
Barry.
Braden.
Yeah.
He was here. I was looking at him.
He sat here for 3 segments.
I always try to run through sports. Do we have somebody hockey on? Do we have somebody this on? Do we have somebody? No, we had somebody beer on. And real quick, again, Pints for Paws. It'll take place next Saturday. So if you want information for Pints for Paws and benefiting Berkeley Humane Society, berkeleyhumane.org/events/Pints for Paws. Great beer. Weather be good. Bring your puppies out there if you want to, and your dogs. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Boom. You can do that, and it's a good cause. Great beer. I'll be out there. A lot of people from KNBR will be out there as well. All right, Dieter Kurtenbach, you are now on the clock. Coming up, JT Snow, Dieter Kurtenbach, taking you up till 9 o'clock right here on the Sports Leader. Thank you very much, Derek. Tim, well done, boys. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God. Shut it down! Let's go home!
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert with you. Always fun to catch up with JT Snow. And I don't say it every time we talk to JT, but for those of the youngins out there that want to know, 6-time Gold Glove award winner, and he's on the Giants Wall of Fame. And he went to Arizona. That's the most important thing. What's up, JT?
Not much. What's up, guys? Yeah, that is the most important thing, right?
Was that about a wild a series as you could even? That stuff was just, you thought you were going to win the first one, you kick it, and then you're down by 4 runs in game 2 and game 3, and you come back and win both those games. I mean, that's a wild series.
Unbelievable, right? Especially on the road, and it's great for baseball, right? People watching, we're trying to get people back into the game, and the games now, they're just the way they're moving, and they're not so long, and the pitch clock, which I love, and then you have Joey Bart hitting a grand slam with his old team. It's just like for baseball purists, it's just like it's good watching. But tip of the cap to the Giants for hanging in there. Both those games look like you said. The first one looked like a win, and then the next 2 looked like maybe a loss, and they come back. So. I think we said this either last time or a couple of times ago. You got to win those games against those teams you're supposed to, and then the tough teams you got to try and either split or squeak out a series win here and there. But always good on the road, and sure a happy flight to New York to take on the Mets. So just a really, really cool series to watch.
What have you seen from Matos and Ramos since they've been up, and what have they brought to the team?
I just think, and again, I think we talked about this a couple of weeks ago or 3 weeks about if you're going to bring the young guys up. Remember we talked about let them play, let them just, sometimes when you're rowing the boat with one oar in the water, you're going in circles, you just get that young, energetic player in there and just get them to infuse some life maybe in the clubhouse. It really picks up some of the veteran guys, right? Just their energy. And I remember late in my career, we get young guys called. They're so excited to be there. They're trying to prove themselves. And it rubs off on everyone. And just, let them play. I know the injuries have taken their toll, but for them to be out there and just let them play and get at bats and get their feet wet in the field, it's only going to help as the season goes on. But, some big hits, some great plays. I think the Matos in center field the one day running into the – so, yeah, it's exciting. It's always fun to get some young guys up there, and they feel like their time is now, and they've been in the minor leagues in Sacramento, and they want to prove themselves. So, take the reins off and let them run and let them have fun and play.
And I said this yesterday, and I'll ask you, since you were probably a part of some of this as a player, as a veteran, but as a fan watching, I wanted to see these young guys come up. And Luciano's been really good at the plate. He boots one in game 1 that led to them losing the lead and ultimately losing the game in game 1. He booted one today. It didn't end up costing him. But when you're going to play the young guys, you just have to say, look, you're going to have to deal with some of this stuff. It's not always going to be perfect with these guys. You're going to have to let them get out there and get their feet wet. And they're going to make some mistakes. It's going to hurt occasionally, but you got to let them fight through it.
Absolutely. You hope that, when they're down in the minor leagues and the coaches down there work with them, get them ready. But when you get to the big leagues, it's such a different level. And, the game's the same, right? The mound's the same, the bases, brighter lights, more people. Game moves a little faster like any sport. I don't care if it's NFL, NBA, it goes a little faster. But, yeah, you're going to expect some of that. The physical mistakes are going to happen, right? What you like to see is just limit the mental mistakes. The base running, throwing to the right bases, pitchers throwing the right pitches in certain counts. Physical mistakes are going to happen. You're going to make errors. You're going to strike out. But we all went through it. We were all young players at one time, and it takes the coaches to stick with you and keep you positive, mentally. And the key thing is that they're out there the next day. Once you start doing that, and then you're not playing, and then the player's in limbo, going back and forth, and then they're not sure mentally. But the physical mistakes are going to happen, and they'll be less and less over time. It's 162 games is a long way to go. So, but I know that we've talked about it beginning of this year, was it go with the young guys, let them play, and maybe suck it up for a year or two, but let them get – there's nothing like experience, especially on the road in the big leagues and playing every day. So, I like it.
Yeah.
JT, what's the sense as a player that you get in the batter's box when you go from a terrible slump, one of the worst of your career, to 3 home runs in 3 days, 8 extra base hits and 29 at-bats like Matt Chapman has done? Because it feels like this switch has just flipped for him, and I've got to imagine you've had some similar experiences during your playing career. There's
no doubt, and everybody says the back of the baseball card is what it is, but he's in a new league, right? He was in the American League with Oakland and Toronto, and I know you play all the teams now, but it's a new city, and it takes a while to get your feet wet and get calmed down, and he's one of those guys that you don't worry about, and I know he was probably driving him crazy getting off to a slow start like that, but like I said earlier, with the long year, you just stick to your process, stick to your routine, stay strong mentally, and keep believing in yourself. The coaching staff to keep running him out there. It's not a time to panic. He's going to hit some home runs. He has done in his career, driving runs, and the one thing is his defense is so good that it takes a little bit of pressure off you mentally on your offense, because once that clicks, then he's going to be right there. And he plays such a good third base, and we see defenders that are good at their position, but when you get a guy that's next level, you really get to see the difference they can make in a game. And he's a Gold Glover. It was like that when Crawford was there. They're next level guys, right? They play the position so well that they stand out. And as a good defender, hey, I might not be hitting right now, but I'm going to do everything I can to take a run away, take a hit away. And that gets overlooked sometimes. So it's good to see him. He's a good player. He's a good person. You can just tell that he works his butt off day in and day out. His demeanor doesn't change. He's mentally strong. He's also a Southern Cal guy, right?
Yeah, yep.
Orange County down El Toro. So it's good to you always pull for good people. I think Matt Chapman's a good person, and it's fun to see him come around.
Talk a little bit, if you would, about the speed of the game, because you're right. No matter what sport you play, the speed ramps up when you get to that level. And, we've talked about the pitching before, how the breaking pitches are just nastier, and guys they're just nastier at the big league level. But forget the hitting part of it. I'm wondering about the fielding part of it, the decision-making, the base running, like guys have better arms. They're going to get the ball into second quicker or get the ball to the base quicker. And then the decisions you have to make on the infield with the whole thing kind of moving quicker than it is at the minor league level. What kind of adjustment is that, dealing with kind of the mental speed of the game and knowing that everything's got to happen a little bit quicker?
Yeah, you said it's the mental side. So it's thinking one play ahead, right?
Yep.
It's thinking you've got to process the speed of the runner hitting the ball, the guy at bat, the speed of the guys on bases. As an infielder, you have to play it out in your mind, the speed of the ball off the bat, when I can turn to, when I can't. So at that level, it's just, like you said, it happens a little quicker, but you've got to think, you got to be one play ahead. And you got to always, when I played, it's very simple, but it's like, what do I do if the ball's hit to me, or what do I do if it's not? And there's always a place to be, and there's always a base to throw to. But I think knowing your opponents and knowing the speed of the runners, the fields up in the big leagues are so much better than the minor leagues, right? You're going to get nice ground balls, and the fields are great, the grass, the dirt. So that's the physical part. But the mental part of staying one step ahead and not being – you see that a lot in the minor leagues at the lower levels. Guys might get caught off guard, right? They get a smash hit to them. They're not quite sure, runners on first and third, or bases loaded, or if it's a double play situation, what to do with the ball. But that's the main thing at the big league levels, is the decision making is you're always one step ahead. So then, and you play it out in your mind, visually, mentally. You in between pitches, you can close your eyes and just take a deep breath. And if it's hit to me, I'm going here. If the ball takes me to the left, I'm going there. To the right, if it's a slow roller, if I got to back up, all those things, and put yourself in the situation before it happens, so that when it does happen, you can react.
I wonder, from your perspective, JT, I know that we've talked about this a lot, but when you see the young players come up, I think that, veterans want to see them produce. That's now happened for the Giants. And you've seen over the past couple of days, the dugout looks much more fired up than it was throughout the month of April. And it looks much more fired up than it was at the beginning of May. And that's, of course, a byproduct of them winning games. But when you get contributions from guys that maybe you didn't expect, what does that do for a team's morale and psyche going into another big series? And next week they've got the Phillies and the Yankees, two of the hottest teams in baseball as well.
Yeah, it really picks you up. I mean, I totally agree with you. You could see at the beginning of the first couple months that the dugout is quiet and guys are walking around maybe head down or not quite sure. But then baseball is so crazy, like not like any other sport, where because it is every day, and all it takes is a game or two or a series for the young guys, like I said earlier, infuse a little energy and pick the veteran guys up maybe when they get a day off. And when they start producing, they start carrying themselves a little taller, heads up, there's more chatter. And then you start believing in yourself and you start believing in the team. And I look at the baseball lineup, right? When a guy doesn't come through, you know, they feel bad enough, but a good team, the next guy's going to pick him up, right? And the next guy's going to pick him up. And then you start rolling and you don't put so much pressure on yourself to have to be the man every at bat or every game. You know, now with the DH full time, you can just put 9 sticks in there and roll with it. So it's a lot of people don't think there's a lot of momentum in baseball like other sports like football or basketball, but there actually is. I mean, once you get rolling, and the Giants had a lot of new guys, right? A lot of new guys in the lineup. It's a new city. It's a new ballpark. It's a new clubhouse. Figure out where to eat on the road and how you travel and get to know one another. But once you start settling in, you start producing. So it's fun. It's fun to watch when a team comes together and they start pitching and hitting and playing great defense and running the bases. So you just watch the way guys carry themselves. Sometimes it's quiet in the dugout, and then when it's loud and guys are having fun, that's what it's all about.
Have you ever, at any level, found yourself at first base either looking in the stands or looking in the dugout or looking just elsewhere, and all of a sudden you heard the crack of the bat and you had no idea where it was? Maybe like in Little League. I don't think when you get into pro ball or in the big leagues, you're pretty focused. You got to know there's been times when guys have hit the ball and you really don't pick it up, right? It's on you. But it's, you know, I think nowadays I love the pitch clock nowadays because the game just moves better and you don't have as much time to sit there and have your head down and fix the dirt, right? Remember the guys used to fix the dirt with the cleats, and the pitcher's walking around getting the rosin bag and then doing his cleats. And there's definitely, back in the day, there's definitely time for your mind to wander a little bit. And you're out in the field, you're like, I'm 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, and I suck, and I'm up third next inning. I hope no one's on base. I'm going to strike out. So, but I like the way the game's moving now. It's really good. It's really fun to watch. No, I totally agree. Last one. I've thought about this before, but I always forget, and it's not like time sensitive, but I'm going to ask it anyway. When you're at first base, guy on first, and you're trying to turn a double play, and ball's hit to you, the runner always veers in toward the grass to cut off that angle. What were you looking for? What were you looking at to make sure you could make that throw? Because we've seen it all the time now where guys throw it into right or left field. They airmail it because they can't get a good angle. What are you looking for knowing that the runner is trying to block you?
The first thing that's good is that's why it's good to be left-handed playing first
exactly.
base, right? Because my left arm is on the inside of the runner. Right-handers have a really hard time getting that ball across to the shortstop. So, you're holding the guy on. You come off the back on the inside, and then once what I was talking about earlier, depending on the speed of the ball, if it's really hit hard, you can take a couple steps in on the cut of the grass, and then us as lefties can just throw it off the runner's left shoulder. The shortstop's going to take the throw on the inside, the infield part of the bag. And most lefties, if we drop down a little bit, we have a little bit of run on the ball, so it can miss them. But, when you get a big runner or someone that's smart and they can get on the edge of the grass, I've drilled a guy in the back before, and then you just go to the umpire and hope that they see that he's inside the line. When there's runners on first and second, you're behind the runner. It's a lot easier because you got more space. But, that's the hardest one. And then most people don't realize playing first base, you got to realize, do I get back to the bag? Do I let the pitcher get over and take it? Do I, 3-6-3 or 3-6-1, depending on where the ball takes you. But it's so important to get that throw to the shortstop. And I remember playing against Ozzie Smith or at the end of his career, talking to him. And I said, what do you like at shortstop from the first baseman? And he told me, he said, just give me the ball as soon as you can. He goes, I'm the shortstop. I've probably got the best hands on the team. That's why I'm there. So give me the ball early and let me work with it. It doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to throw it in my hat or my my chest or my right shoulder. He goes, just get it to me early. Let me do my footwork.
Okay.
And let me get out of the way of the sliding runner and get the throw back to first. So, it's easier if the ball's hit hard at you because you can just take a crow hop inside the line and give it to the shortstop. But it's a lot harder play than it looks sometimes.
No,
People
definitely.
make it out to.
Okay, you got me thinking of something. Now I gotta ask this since you said you drilled somebody. Has there ever been a runner at first base, whether they go to second, maybe a guy you didn't like for whatever reason, didn't get along with, and you drilled him in the back on purpose, or has there been a guy where he comes back in, you got to play to first base, and he slides back in head first, and you take the glove and just smash it into his ribs?
Yeah, actually smash it on his hand if they dive back in, hands first.
Okay.
First. I don't know that I've ever drilled a guy on purpose going down the line, but most of the guys in the big leagues, 99.9% are good guys. And they get down to first, and the first baseman's kind of like, the psychologist down there. You got to listen to all their problems.
Yes, you're the greeter.
Yeah, you're like the mayor over there. You got to be always in a good mood. But on the pickoffs, definitely, when a guy gets a big lead and dives back, I might slap it on his fingers or slap it on his wrist.
Nice.
But you're taught as a first baseman to kind of catch the ball over the bag.
Yeah.
And just drop it down instead of going out to catch, because the ball can move faster than you can move your glove. So you let that ball travel and you catch it right above the bag and just slap it down on the corner. And then guys will look up to you and say, "Man, why are you going to slap me so hard?"
All right, man. We're gonna let you run. We know you got a game tonight, right?
Yeah, we do. We're up in Montana. We're playing the Ballers. We're 2-0 on the year.
Nice.
2 one-run games, and I tell you what, it's been a blast. These kids are so fun to coach and so fun to be with. And we're up in Kalispell, Montana for 3 more days. We're playing the Glacier Range Riders. We won 7-6 on Tuesday. We won 3-2 last night. So good teams win close games. So boys are fired up. We're playing.
There you go. So if we had more time, I'm gonna have to remember this for next week. I'm gonna have to remember to ask you who the most talkative person was, who the least talkative person was when you're over there at first base, and who the funniest person was. So a lot of good stories come from first baseman because they get to see everybody kind of coming through. So good luck tonight. Right. Enjoy the next 3 games, and we'll talk to you again next week, JT.
Sounds good. I'll have 3 good answers for you on there.
Very good. Thanks, JT. Appreciate it.
All right, guys.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
Stratton from the stretch. Here's his pitch. Chapman swings and belts one deep left center field. Baer on the run, going back at the track. Looking up. It is gone. Matt Chapman again. Homers for the third day in a row here in Pittsburgh. Deposits that one into the Giants bullpen. It's a 3-run blast. And this is a 1-run game now. The Giants only trail 6-5.
Stay hot, Matt Chapman. As the great Joe Rizzo. As we all know, Dieter Kurtenbach here. Big Joe Rizzo guy. I say that with no sarcasm. Matt Chapman, 5 for 13, 3 home runs, 6 RBIs, and 4 extra base hits in this series. When the Giants signed Chapman, I had mixed feelings about it because I liked the deal for the Giants, and I certainly like Matt Chapman, the player. Obviously, the timing was peculiar, understandable, but peculiar. And I had mixed feelings about it because I have concerns about Matt Chapman's long-term viability. A lot of those concerns mitigated by the structure of his contract. But when that contract was signed, I was adamant. Here, my Mercury News column, Twitter/X/ whatever that thing is anymore. Like, anywhere you could find, on the street, to my wife who doesn't care, like, anywhere that you could get me pinned down for a Matt Chapman take, I would say the same thing. The guy has MVP caliber play. The issue is he only gives it to you for a week, a month, a quarter of the season, And the rest of the time, the floor is very low. Giants fans can now understand the full Matt Chapman experience. The defense is always going to be there. And my God, is he a good defender at third base. I mean, the play to end yesterday's game, the two plays to basically end today's game, next level stuff. Eat your heart out, Nolan Arenado. You're not that good anymore. Matt Chapman still got it in spades. You're never going to worry about the defense. It's as good as anybody is at their position in the sport. And that is a very, very good quality to have. At the same time, if you're not hitting, then what are we doing here? And Matt Chapman, you want to give some benefit of the doubt. At the same time, a veteran, someone who's been through the ringer more than a few times now, but first time in the National League, coming to a new team, trying to fit it, all of these things. You want to give some rope. You want to give some leeway, but we got to call it out like it was. He sucked at the plate for the first month and a half of his Giants tenure. And he is doing anything but that right now. This is the flip side of the Matt Chapman experience, and this is the kind of player that there are so few of in baseball, in that one, the glove is exceptional. The glove is game-changing. There aren't that many guys like that in general in baseball, where the glove itself can win you a game. The bat is prolific when it's on. So now you have a guy who can affect the game in a positive way all around. How many guys are there really like that? You can't say that an Aaron Judge is like that. He might be a more prolific hitter, and certainly on the whole, on a macro level, right? You go through all these guys. They're better players than Matt Chapman. They're more consistent players than Matt Chapman. But how many guys out there in baseball, when they're playing their best, are giving you elite in the field and at the plate? I mean, the list is like Mookie Betts. I'm just going off the top of my head here. Like Mookie Betts can do it. Corbin Carroll can do it to a degree. There's a few of them. Don't get me wrong. Those are the guys who are consistently up for MVP. Again, I'm not saying Matt Chapman is going to be an MVP. What I'm telling you is that he has these moments. He has these stretches. And your hope is they last for as long as possible. I saw this with the A's over his time there, and it was certainly prevalent with his time with the Blue Jays. And I keep my finger on the pulse of the Blue Jays, as you well know. These stretches are special. These stretches are why Matt Chapman thought he was going to get $30 million a year over 7-8 years. And these stretches are so valuable. My God, how valuable they've been. You look at what's going on with the Giants right now, winners at 5 of 6, and you could say the kids are the ones leading the way. And you can't get a rebuttal from me on that one. The kids, if we're going on the under 25 sect, that's Matos, Ramos, Luciano, Wisely, and Bailey. Those are your 25 and under guys. Over the last 2 series, the last 6 games, so small sample size, but a prolific number, 28 of 82 from the plate. They're batting .341 collectively. Matos has 12 RBIs in the last 6 games. Now, a lot of that came against Colorado, and you could say that the at-bats weren't so good today, but my goodness, does he look like he can hit the baseball. Ramos, I've been very impressed by the professionalism of an Elliot Ramos. Not terribly surprising, given that he's been up a little bit before. He has a lot more seasoning than certainly Luciano or Matos. At the same time, this is a guy who hadn't done it before. Hadn't really done it before. And a lot of the shine had come off of his prospect star over the past year or so. 7 of 25 from the plate, 2 home runs, a double, 4 RBIs, slugging .560, on base percentage .357. Those are hella good numbers. Marco Luciano, who I don't think can play a lick of short, but he can hit. He can hit. 6 of 17 from the plate since he's been called up and put into the lineup. 2 doubles, an RBI. That's a .450 on base percentage, .471 slugging percentage. Brett Wisely coming through today. I don't know if Brett Wisely is something that you consider a foundational piece or something that, you look at and you go, well, we got Brett Wisely. I don't know if that sentence is going to come out of anyone's mouth after I just uttered it. But he looks like he could be a useful player. He looks like he can be a positive player for the San Francisco Giants. He comes through today, gets himself a stolen base, 2 RBIs over the last couple of games. Brett Wisely. I like the cut of Brett Wisely's jib. And then Patrick Bailey. We haven't gotten a lot of Patrick Bailey as of late for obvious reasons, and we hope Patrick Bailey is doing A-OK on that front and stays in a good headspace as it pertains to his concussion issues. But he looks fine to me. He looks fine to me. 3 of 7 from the plate, a double and an RBI. Those are the young guys. And you can say the young guys are carrying them. I would venture to say that it's actually kind of the old guys that are carrying the Giants right now. And I love the fact that we can have that debate. I love the fact that we can get into the nitty-gritty about who's actually doing better for the Giants, because we have multiple options available to us today. I think Matt Chapman with the glove, Matt Chapman at the plate, no one's hotter than him in baseball right now, and that's been the case well before this 3-game set against Pittsburgh, where he has been truly in fuego. Matt Chapman, Lamont Wade, those guys are holding down the fort, and this is what I'm talking about when I say Matt Chapman, MVP caliber player. Not over the course of 162, but for the course of 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 games. The kind of player that is so good, the team has no choice but to ride the wake. And it's a very tall wave that he's pushing out there right now. So, again, when it comes to Matt Chapman, what you hope is that the good times last for a long time, because this is a boom or bust kind of player. And I guess the positive is we've already seen the bust, and here's the boom. And a lot of the underlying numbers during that bust said, it's coming. It's coming. He hasn't lost a step. This isn't a Paul Goldschmidt situation. This isn't a Corbin Carroll situation where Carroll's got the shoulder thing and he's just been garbage all year, or Goldschmidt's lost a lot of bat speed. And so what he was able to do, he can no longer do because, he's just put on a lot of miles on the odometer. Every underlying metric said Matt Chapman is going to start hitting the ball. He just needs to get his timing right. He just needs to line it up. And you pair a guy who is hitting the ball the way that he's hitting the ball, because very few players in baseball hit the ball harder, more consistently than a Matt Chapman when he's on. And that glove, my God. And you got something really special, and you have a team that's looking pretty interesting these days. And that's the question of the night here on Sports Phone KNBR. I don't blame anybody for being down on the Giants after what happened in that Dodgers series. I don't blame anybody for getting frustrated with the state. This is still a team that's under 500. One game, but under 500. A team with a negative run differential. There was a lot of pessimism out there, and I'm not here to tell anybody that was incorrect. I'm not here to tell you that you shouldn't continue to hold it. I think there are very valid reasons to be pessimistic about this team, and we can get into those a little bit later on in the show. But my question to you tonight is, are you starting to believe a little bit? Are you starting to feel just an inkling of hope? Are you starting to see the vision that we all had for this team in the preseason coming to fruition? Are you buying into the baby Giants? Are you buying into a guy like Matt Chapman figuring it out, catching up to where he is usually at, and leading this team on a night-in, night-out basis? Are you feeling positive about the black and orange? 808 KNBR is the number. I got to get your takes on this because I'm going every which way on this. As much as I'm loving what Chapman's doing, as much as what I'm loving what the baby Giants are doing, I got concerns as well, and we'll get into those a little bit later on in the show. But 808 KNBR, are you feeling the hope for the San Francisco Giants? Because we got to be real about this, too. That hope's about to get tested. Maybe not against the Mets this weekend, but you got the Philadelphia Phillies coming next week, followed by the New York Yankees. I don't know if you've been following baseball. Phillies are pretty good. Yankees are pretty good. And while obviously Oracle Park is a home field advantage to San Francisco, the Giants have shown so far this season there's a pretty big gap between the pretty good teams and them. Are you feeling like the Giants have a chance to tighten that gap a little bit? Are you feeling this momentum, and do you think it can continue? 808 KNBR is the number. Dieter Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. I eventually got here. Let's thank the guy who spun out on the bridge in Alameda for that extra JT Snow replay. Really appreciative of everybody here covering my ass. Just as the Giants sort of covered Matt Chapman's ass while he was struggling, I promise to hit the ball hard for the rest of the show. 808 KNBR is the number. We want to hear from you. Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. on The Sports Leader.
Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
First pitch, the runner goes. It's a strike. Bailey's throw to second. It's there. He is out at second base. Bailey with the throw. Luciano with the tag. And the possible tying run cut down on the bases. 2 outs in the ninth.
Hell of a play by Patrick Bailey. Say what you will about the man at the plate, though he has been very good at the plate this season. That is not the strong side of his game, hitting. And he's a good hitter. That dude can play some catcher. And it's a great throw. It's a great tag by Luciano. We got to give credit where it's due. Marco Luciano is a, how do I put this kindly, developing shortstop. He's figuring it out, and it's a tough game. And that was a hell of a play by him to make that tag and to get the Giants that much closer to ending the game. A hell of a win for San Francisco today, 7-6. Hell of a wild series. An absolutely wild series, and I think it does say something about the San Francisco Giants that they were able to bounce back from a brutal loss on Monday, a game that they controlled start to, not finish. Grade A choke job at the end, and for them to be able to bounce back amid the circumstances of what days are these? The last 2 days, I think, speaks volumes to the character of this team. I thought Bob Melvin managed out of his gourd this morning. And I think that the Giants, FP Santangelo said on one of these broadcasts recently, and I thought it was a really interesting point. He was talking to Pat Burrell, and this was a side conversation, so we can only take FP's word for it. But Pat the Bat said that they are trying to change the temperament of the Giants at the plate. They are trying to instill more of a fighting mentality with 2 strikes so that they're just going to try to work it a little bit harder. They're just going to grind it out. And I wrote a column last week when Giants lost those first 2 games to the Dodgers. Logan Webb's on the mound Wednesday night, and Logan Webb did not have his stuff. And not only did he not have his best stuff, he knew that he couldn't go to his best pitch the entire game because the Dodgers were sitting on his changeup. And so the entire game plan with Kirk Casale, who had flown in from Rochester, New York that day, the entire game plan was you can't throw the changeup because the Dodgers are sitting on it, as we had seen earlier in the season. And now you don't have your best sinker, and you don't have your best slider, and you're getting, I think it was 31, 32 pitches in the first inning, and it's starting to be a bit of a red alert situation. He gets out of a jam in the first, but it's a lot of pitches. The Giants' bullpen is taxed, as you would expect. They had just lost 2 games to the Dodgers, and so they're just throwing arms out there. And Logan Webb gritted his teeth, and without his best stuff, and without the ability to go to his best pitch, found a way to keep the Dodgers off the board. And the entire Giants team followed suit in that game. They got gritty. I don't know if this is a reaction to that, an extrapolation of that, if this is something that they talked about before that game. But my takeaway from that game is the Giants won it because they were gritty. They are now in a very disadvantageous situation with the injuries that they have going on, with all the young players that they're relying upon, with the scenario that they faced in the standings, and that they were going to have to follow their leader, Logan Webb, and just be gritty for the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5, until some of these guys started to get healthy again, and not just healthy, but productive again. And you start getting Blake Snell comes back and he starts giving you actually Blake Snell-like performances until maybe, it might even last until you have to get Robbie Ray back into the fold. Regardless, I have found that the Giants have, in fact, been very gritty since that game. You don't have to be that gritty against the Colorado Rockies, But the grit that they showed the last 2 games, and in particularly this morning, with Paul Skeens on the mound, and my God, what a pitcher he is. Today was not his best because we've seen the best. His second start in the major leagues, he went, 6 innings, no hits, 1 walk, just painting all 4 sides of the plate with 100 miles per hour, that splinker. Oh, my God. I wouldn't want to be up against him. I don't know how you're supposed to hit that guy. He had 13 swings and misses today, and it was pretty by his standards, by what we've seen so far from the young Paul Skeens. And the Giants looked like they were going to lose. Joey Bart hits a absolute moonshot grand slam, giving up grand slams in back-to-back games. They somehow won yesterday. You're not going to repeat that, right? They just start chipping away. Start grinding out at-bats. They get into that Pirates bullpen, which is trash, and they start grinding these guys into a pulp. Is it sexy? Probably not. I wouldn't put the Giants very high on the list of aesthetically pleasing baseball teams to watch these days. But if it gets results, so be it. The ends will justify the means if the ends is a win. And I think that it is a very positive sign for a team that is in a very strange and difficult scenario. This season has not gone the way that anyone thought it would, unless you were pretty down on the Giants coming in. It's a team in a weird spot, and I think it was always in their best interest to just tap into some sort of a spirit, to find some identity. And if that identity might not be pretty, but it's effective, and that identity is grinding, so be it. Maybe we can build on that in the days, weeks, and months to come and turn it into something a little prettier. But in the meantime, just keep winning baseball games. Just keep treading water. That's what I think this team is doing. They're just treading water. Let everyone else drown around you. Just keep your head above, and we'll maybe find something a little bit more at the end of the summer when we're getting into fall. But in the meantime, keep treading water, because if you go under, you're not coming back up. All right, we'll take some calls on the other side of the break when we get these phone lines completely full between now and the other side of this break. 808 KNBR is the number. Are you buying into the Giants? Are you feeling the hope? Do you think that there is something here that is going to sustain us for the rest of the summer? I got to hear your takes on this. Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. on The Sports Leader.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
And his 0-2 pitch. Wisely swings, line drive, base hit, center field. And the Giants take the lead. Luciano scores from third. Brett Wisely with the go-ahead hit here in the 8th. And it's 7-6 Giants.
There's something to that guy. There's something to that guy, Brett Wisely. Again, I'm not saying we build the team around him or anything, but if Farhan knows how to do one thing, it's how to find like a scrappy dude that can play 4 positions. I think he's got another one here in Brett Wisely. Big at bat, big game for him today. I'd like to see a little bit more of him. I'm not sure who goes out. I'm not trying to get in all those machinations, but a little bit more Brett Wisely I wouldn't mind in my life. And I didn't really mind Tyler Fitzgerald that much, but I think I like Brett Wisely more. And maybe I will no longer hold this opinion in a couple of days, but if new information develops, I'll let you know. You're listening to 104.5 and 680 KNBR, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's go to the phone lines here in the 7 o'clock hour in the Lord's time zone, the Pacific Standard Time. Or is it daylight time? I don't know what the hell they call it anymore. Over here in San Francisco, Bob in Saratoga has been patiently waiting, and we are eagerly awaiting your call here, Bob. Bob, how you doing tonight? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I read your column every day in the Mercury News, and you and Kerry are the 2 best analysts that I've ever listened to, so please keep up the great work. I think that the big improvement is we've brought back people like Buster Posey, Dusty Baker. We got a great manager now compared to what we had last year. Farhan's out and setting the lineup and making the pitcher changes. It's in the hands of a pro. And these guys have built a great clubhouse culture now, which is what we used to have when we had World Series winners, et cetera. So we're on our way. We're not there yet. The pitching, as Yogi Berra said, is 75% of baseball and 40% is hitting. So the thing is, we've got 2 potential starters. If we can only get them healthy, if they're added to what we have now, we can always use Hicks in the bullpen, because I'm a little worried about our 8th and 9th innings, losing these games in the last minute. Hicks would be a perfect solution to that if he's willing to go back to being a closer. So those are all good things. I mean, I think we're going in the right direction. I'm very enthusiastic that we can at least get into the playoffs, and if we're hot, we can maybe even go further.
Well, the last part there has always been the game plan. And you can call it pragmatism, you can call it defeatism, whatever you want. I think it's a little bit of both. But I don't think the Giants came into this season expecting to compete with the Dodgers for the National League West title. And I think that they've always had their eyes on a wild card. And truth be told, that's probably the right answer, given that, as you noted, just get hot at the right time. And it might be a bigger disadvantage to be a team that wins 100, 105 games and dominates a division, because now you have this big, long break. Everyone rusts up a little bit, and you saw what happened to the Dodgers last year. Meanwhile, you throw in a team into a 3-game series all in one spot. They might be a little bit looser. They might have a little bit of momentum. They might be feeling good about themselves. They'll have another champagne celebration if they win that series, and now they're rolling in with momentum where the other team's dealing with rust. We talk about this all the time with the 1 seed, once the 1 and 2 seeds in the NFL playoffs. Obviously, there's a war of attrition that happens on the physical aspect with both baseball and 162 games, and then, of course, with football and just the fact that it's murder to the human body. But regardless, the Giants, yes, I think that has always been the plan. Let's go bit by bit here with your call here, Bob. I can't really speak to the clubhouse environment as it compared to last year. I mean, I think we all know what happened at the end of last year, which is that the clubhouse turned against the manager. And I don't think that was unfounded, but it did feel as if a lot of guys stopped performing and a scapegoat had to be had. And the very easy scapegoat is a guy that I have called out again and again, and I called him out in the time that it was happening, a guy who was just kind of phony and weird and was very defensive about a lot of the decisions that he made. I'll give him this. I'll give Gabe Kapler this. He had an ethos. He had a plan, and that plan stopped working because eventually guys stopped buying into that plan, and a lot of guys just stopped hitting and stopped pitching well, and at some point a head has to roll. Farhan Zaidi looked at the situation and said, it's Gabe or me. Luckily for him, it wasn't both. And very quickly and deftly sacrificed the manager that he handpicked and brought in, unquestionably, a very good manager. And I'll say Bob Melvin had a hell of a game today. He burned the boats. They were down to their last pitcher today. And I think they were down to their last position player today. I mean, it was an all-out assault to win the game. I have no problem with that, even in May. Ask me in 3 days if I have a problem with it, and I might have a different answer for you, but I do appreciate the aggression. I will say this about the notion of sort of getting back to, if I'm reading between the lines here correctly, this sort of old school baseball mentality. I do think there is absolutely some of that. And I do think that Bob has a lot more control on, if we're talking about autonomy of the lineup card and things of that nature, I do very much think that Bob has more autonomy in that regard than Gabe Kapler did. At the same time, I think Gabe very much didn't want that autonomy. He wanted things to be collaborative in terms of getting the correct stats and maximizing all possible areas to get a 1% marginal win and then to stack up those wins. That was that ethos. And Bob goes by the gut a lot, and that's A-okay. So long as it works. Ends are going to justify the means if the ends are wins. I will say this. I think that there is a bit of presumption, and I don't mean to put it on you in any way, but like when I watched Mason Black today, my initial takeaway was that the analysts got to him. And what I mean by that is, in this modern game of baseball, everything has become so about optimization, right? We just go back to the Gabe Kapler ethos. We're going to look at every little thing, and we're going to try to win by 1%. The zealousness and the zealots of optimization do things like take a pitcher like Mason Black, who does not have swing and miss stuff. Yeah, I don't think he has major league caliber stuff. What he does have is 4 or 5 pitches. He has 4 or 5 pitches that, in theory, when they're operating and he can command them, can keep guys off balance. And what I saw from Mason Black today, and my theory, and I'll have to talk to Mason Black about this, was that someone got to him and tried to optimize his pitch mix because they said, oh, well, here are your 2 best pitches, only throw those. But if those 2 pitches aren't good enough, then you need the other 2 that might not be as good as them because you need to mix it up as much as possible. You are junk balling. It's very hard to be a junk baller with just 2 pitches. And Mason Black, I apologize, Mason Miller is very much not a junk baller. Mason Black is somebody who has to go up there and is going to have to win with the craft of pitching because he does not have anything close. He's not even in the same league outside of the fact that they're both in Major League Baseball, but he's not in the same league as a guy like Paul Skeens, who was on the other side of the mound and does have 5 pitches, but also throws at 100 miles per hour with like a 92 mile per hour split finger. It's a whole different sport that guy's playing as opposed to Mason Black. So I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. I can't say definitively one way or another that the sort of the analytics undertones of this team, which have been derided again and again, and I think a lot of people point to almost exclusively as the reason it hasn't been so fun to watch Giants baseball lately, and I'm not terribly disagreeing with them. I think that stuff persists. I don't think that the Giants have fewer analysts who are all about hanging out on the StatCast page and looking at the Rapsodo data than they did last year because Bob Melvin is in charge. But going to like Pat Burrell's talking about sort of a very old school mentality of we're going to go up there with 2 strikes and we're going to fight. We're going to fight. I don't even need you to get a hit. I don't need you to get a double. We're not going for that. We're just looking to extract as many pitches from a pitcher as possible with 2 strikes. We're going to be the toughest outs in baseball. And I think if you can merge the 2 things, because it'd be stupid not to look at the data and find a way to use it to your advantage. But if you can merge that with a collective mentality that does lend itself to a good clubhouse and does create somewhat of a team sport in this strange game we call baseball and gives the team an identity, now you got something cooking. And maybe the Giants have that going on right now. And I think that certainly the personnel that they have in place gives them the best chance to get something like that. But I'm very curious to see how they handle this pitching staff moving forward, because another big takeaway I had on the game, and I do appreciate the call here, Bob. Thank you for reaching out. It was good stuff. You got me going. I'm very interested to see how they handle the starting pitching staff here moving forward, because as I mentioned earlier, they ran out of pitchers today, and this is becoming a theme. This is not something I can go on Fangraphs or MLB.com and look up. How many times have these guys run out of pitchers? I'm sure I can run a code somewhere, but I'm not that smart. Maybe I'll call someone who is, and they'll get it to me by the end of the show. But I would, off the top of my head, I would say that the Giants have run out of pitchers 4 times in a game this year. And that's got to lead the majors. And again, this is not to go in on Bob Melvin or anything. I think it has everything to do with starting pitching. And I can't even blame Farhan Zaidi for this, because who expects Blake Snell to suck as hard as Blake Snell has sucked? And you can't guess if someone's going to get injured or not. Keaton Wynn getting his forearm tightness, and he wasn't very good before that forearm officially, quote-unquote, tightened up. And I guess they could have seen what was going on with Kyle Harrison, but there's a larger conversation to be had about where Kyle Harrison is at and looking at the underlying numbers that are involved in the results and being concerned. And then Jordan Hicks. I mean, here's how dire the situation is for the Giants at starting pitching right now. Jordan Hicks is puking his brains out before his last start. Puking his brains out, and they're like, you can still pitch, though, right? Because we don't have any other options. You got to pitch. He's like, I got nothing in my stomach. I'm sick as a dog. It's like, yeah, but you're pitching. Okay, so go out there and throw it, I believe, 8 miles per hour slower than his norm. Somehow we eked out 5 innings. I mean, again, another credit to Jordan Hicks, who I think has been really good this season, but we're starting to see some things, last start excluded, we're starting to see some things where it's like there's a little bit of wear and tear here. I'm starting to see some fraying on the seams. So you got a starting rotation right now that's 4 guys. 4. Because I cannot consider Mason Black a starter, seeing as he had a 2-inning opener today. You have Logan Webb. We have seen the very best of Logan Webb this season. We have seen Logan Webb really struggle this season. If we're talking about Logan Webb as an ace, right now he's got to be in the lower half of Major League Baseball when we're talking about aces. We all know he has the potential to be a top 10, top 5 guy. We all know the upside of a Logan Webb. He's not cruising right now. It's not as if every 5 days you go out there and you go, Logan Webb's got it, we're good. No, there's some struggles along the ride. And he is certainly not the kind of pitcher, never has been, never will be, that's going to go out there and just mow the other team down. Just own them. No, you're going to actually have to play baseball behind him. And sometimes that doesn't necessarily work out. Baseball's a very fickle and unfair game. So that's your ace. And that's the one guy you can count on. And truth be told, you can't count on him the same way that other teams can count on their aces. Right or wrong is what it is. Love Logan Webb, leader of the team. Your number 2 pitcher right now is Blake Snell. I don't think further analysis is needed to explain why that's not a very good thing. On paper, it's an awesome thing. I wish we were playing the games on paper, because Blake Snell has been bad, very bad. And anytime you think, hey, this is getting better, he's like, check this out. I'm going to be bad again. And there was always a volatility with Snell, and I don't believe that this level of Blake Snell is the permanent level of Blake Snell for the San Francisco Giants. But given how good he had looked in the minor leagues on his rehab starts, I thought he'd be better than he was the other day. I thought he'd be coming in here and looking kind of like Blake Snell, which is always a little bit of a roller coaster. Man did lead the National League in walks last year and still won the Cy Young. It's a bit of a roller coaster. But I liked the concept of, here's Logan Webb, a guy who's going to go out there and he's going to pitch. We talk about the craft of pitching. We talk about, a lot of guys just going up there, they just got gas, right? They got the stuff. They don't know what they're doing. They're just throwing it as hard as they can. They're just trying to get their best stuff over the plate as hard as possible, as often as possible, until the manager pulls them after 4 1/3. Like that's their ball game. Logan Webb is out there trying to get weak contact and play to his defense, and I appreciate that approach. I don't know if it's necessarily beneficial compared to the other stuff, but I appreciate that approach. Then you get Blake Snell, who's out there doing his thing, which can be dominant. And the righty-lefty aspect of all that, I love it. After that, you have, as of today, Harrison and Hicks. Hicks has been great. I don't want to go too far in on Hicks because I think it would be nitpicking for something that's been really, really good. And you can't go off of anything in the last game because, again, puking his brains out. Harrison has been excellent statistically. I'm very concerned about the longevity or his ability to continue to do what he has already done statistically as the season progresses. Very concerned about it. But if we're looking at a macro sense, 22 years old, doing what he's doing now, very bright future for Kyle Harrison. I'm not sure if we're going to feel like it's that bright in a couple of weeks, but I'm hoping to be wrong. After that, bombs away, baby. I don't know who it's supposed to be. They want to toss out Mason Black anymore? Like I can't see it. Carson Wisenhunt isn't ready. He isn't. He's got a 6-something ERA in Sacramento. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel. Alex Cobb isn't near. Robbie Ray isn't near. We got a bit of a problem here when it comes to starting pitching. We'll get into it on the other side of the break because it pertains to the bullpen, and there's a lot of stuff going on with the San Francisco Giants. Nice to be talking about it after a win, though. Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. on the Sports Leader.
We want your reaction, so give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR. This is Sports Phone KNBR, streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
Here's the 1-1, and Ramos swings and drives one deep out to left field towards the corner, heading way back. It is gone! Home run, Elliot Ramos. Out to deep left along the line. Second home run of the year for Ramos. And the Giants inch a little closer. It's now 5-2.
As much as Luis Matos has really been hitting the cover off the ball since he's gotten called up, the .552 slugging percentage, Elliot Ramos has been better. 2 home runs, double. No, he doesn't have 12 RBIs in the last 6 games like Matos. But 4 RBIs and a .560 slugging. Both of these guys, small sample size, early days yet. We all remember Casey Schmidt came up and was ripping the cover off the ball at the plate too. And what happened then? There has to be cautionary tales. There has to be a reminder that, again, it hasn't been very long. But these are hotshot prospects. These are guys who, in my opinion on Matos, should have been the starting right fielder to start the year. And with Ramos, somebody who was in no way surprising that they were called back up to the majors. He was the first call. These guys look like they got it. They look like they got it. I'll say this about Luis Matos, by the way, and he's made a couple of nice plays in center field, but I was criticized. I'm not being sensitive about it. Legitimately, I think it's an interesting counterpoint here. I was criticized for maybe bringing up Jung-Hoo Lee's ability to play center field a little too much, because I was ecstatic about the way that this guy played center field. In fact, I said on these airwaves, and this might have put somebody over the edge, I said on these airwaves, he's worth buying a ticket to a game because of the way he plays center field. And it's very reminiscent of like an elite free safety. It's not something that's going to come across on TV. You have to be there. You have to see it. You have to feel the game to understand how good he is at that, because he makes it look so easy when the camera pans to him. And what he's doing is not easy. And if you needed any evidence to that fact, Luis Matos in center field, ladies and gentlemen, who I think is an average center fielder. But having watched Jung-Hoo Lee for the first portion of the season, going to Luis Matos now is an experience. It is a stressful experience. And again, I think he's a good center fielder. I'd prefer him in a corner. I think he's a good center fielder, but I really miss Jung-Hoo Lee's glove. And I'm just kind of sad about that. Regardless, we were talking about Giants pitching and how the lack of starting pitching is really putting this bullpen, which has been very good, in a bind. And that this is not a formula for sustained success. This is not something that you can fight, scratch, claw your way through, because we are at May 23rd. There's too many games left if this is the formula for the Giants from here on out. If you need to do what they did back in 2021 and they got to get through like a month and a half, maybe. I still don't know how they did that. But like mid-August, they're like, we have a 2-man rotation now. And they just, Gabe used up all of his magic. That's the only explanation I have. You can do it for weeks, and even that's pushing it. You cannot do it for months. So a bit of a concern there. And Derek in San Mateo has been patiently waiting to talk about the Giants bullpen. Derek, how you doing this evening?
I'm good, Dieter. Thanks for taking my call. You are on fire, sir.
I'm amped up. I'm amped up, Derek.
As you should be. I mean, we're coming off a couple great wins. Like,
absolutely.
We think we're going to lose, and we come storming back. So, yeah, great. I love watching this. Don't get me wrong. Love my Giants. I think you actually just said that the starting pitching is the problem, and the bullpen has been great. I actually see it in reverse.
Lay it on me.
To be honest. Yeah, well, I mean, Bob, the last caller, said move Jordan Hicks to the bullpen. I'm like, no, we can't afford to do that right now. Right? The idea of getting Cobb back, who I think had a setback.
Yeah, I'm just no longer banking on that. You know, I've believed too much too frequently. Now I'm just on the exact opposite side. I'm just going to presume it's not going to happen and be excited when it does.
Yeah, so, I mean, so the Cobb thing, okay, whatever. My concern, actually, in the starting rotation is the Snell thing. I mean, trust me, I love the Snell thing. I was there at his first start at Oracle. I was all behind it. But, I mean, just seeing the trend of what's going on right now, I got a bad feeling that this is going to be one of those, we took a deeper look, and he's actually going to be out for the season sort of thing. Like, he's just not performing. I mean, you know, he could blame this and blame that, but, you know, he started late, which was not great, and maybe you could say that we rushed him or he rushed himself. Yeah. So I actually, unfortunately, and trust me, I don't want this to happen. I want him to be
right. Yeah, no, it would be a very, very different. I would get a different tone off of you if I felt like in some way you were trying to put the voodoo hex on the Giants here. That's not the vibe.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I just portend. I mean, just that feeling where like it just doesn't feel like he's going to come back at any time this year. I hope he does. But I mean, I think everyone else is kind of holding their own. You know, Webb, obviously Hicks, Harrison's doing his thing. Yeah. Maybe we're missing that fifth starter. That's fine. But to get back to my original point, like I think the bullpen is our problem. And you actually maybe kind of 40 in the slip said Mason Miller.
Yeah.
Well, let's go get Mason Miller because I think that if everything kind of regresses to the mean, right? Like I'm sorry, love me late night Lamont, love it. He's not going to be batting, 400 OBP all year. No way, right? Matt Chapman going on a hot tear, fine. But he was playing kind of how he was playing. And all these things, you know, to say that this is not going to keep up pace with the Dodgers. We can go on a hot streak for, 5 or 6 games. That's fine. But if we squeak into the playoffs, my concern is going into the 6th inning, the 7th inning with a lead, and holding it. I point to poor guy. I've said this like 3 times on calls. Eric Miller. I'm just like,
you're not an Eric Miller guy.
Can you go without letting up a run? Like when was the last time you get a scoreless inning? You know what I mean? Like
I'll look it up for you.
I don't remember if I said this with you or somebody else. He reminds me of a hard throwing lefty reliever that was has a lot of like zip, but then didn't work out very well. Jordan Hicks. Sorry, I mean, like, it just remind me of Jordan.
Yeah, there's a little bit there. I get that.
So like comes out hot, throws out 100, but these guys are paid to hit, and I don't mean to pick on him just specifically.
No.
I just look at the bullpen. I'm like, we need somebody who's reliable to like bridge the gap, and then maybe I'm spoiled with the 10 the 10, 12, 14 years where we had our guy. It was automatic almost, right?
Yeah.
I don't feel that way. And to be honest, that's my biggest fear. The hitting, okay, we'll piece it together. The starting pitching, we'll piece it together. And even, I'm sorry, Camilo Duvall, love him too, but man, would you trust him in a Game 7 series? Like, it's going to sweat. We're going to sweat. Well, and we'll have torture.
Let's dive in on Camilo Duvall a bit, because my biggest issue with Camilo Duvall when he was used last year is he was so frequently used in non-save situations, and he sucked because outside of maybe 1 or 2 guys, most closers, like labeled closers, not this committee nonsense, Not this whoever's hot or we're going to put you up against 2, 3, and 4 if even that's in the 8th. I'm talking about like classic. They get the light show. They have their theme song. Like it's a thing. Closers, bottom of the 9th at home or top of the 9th at home. This is the guy who's coming into the game. Those guys are wired differently, and those guys kind of need they kind of need the situation. And so when you're bringing them in tied, every time I see a true linear closer brought in a game that's tied or a game where they're down a run, but it's the 9th and they were already warming them up, so let's bring them in. Oh, I need some work. Every time I'm like, there's a run at minimum because they don't have the juice. They run off the juice. And what makes just a good bullpen arm great and turns these guys into closers is that they can harness the adrenaline of the situation at hand, those big situations, and turn it into something a little bit more. And in particular, the closers that have been great have, I mean, I look at a guy like, this is too early to say he's great, but like one of the best closers in baseball this year is Robert Suarez in San Diego. Robert Suarez throws one pitch. He throws a fastball. Do with it what you will. Most guys are striking out on it. You think about the greatest closer of all time, Mariano Rivera. He just threw a cutter. Do whatever the hell you want. You can't beat me with it. And Trevor Hoffman, that dude did it with a changeup. It wasn't even his fastball. It was a changeup. And so you think about sort of the great closers and the guys that you really want closing games. Brian Wilson's a great example. Here's the heat, buddy. Do with it what you will. They have this bulldog mentality, this energy, and this temperament. Camilo Doval is a cool customer, but he has shown in his time as the Giants closer that he needs to be actually closing games to get the best out of them. And I'll tell you, the greatest thing for someone in sports media like myself is our vantage point at Oracle Park. It is downright criminal how good of a view we have in that press box. And let me tell you, I've seen a lot of stuff, and I am very much somebody who pushes out stuff over everything. I just want the dudes who have the nastiest of nasty. And I don't know if there's a pitch nastier than Camilo Doval 101 with cut. It's gross. It's absolutely gross. So, no, he was not very good in the first game of this Pittsburgh series. And ultimately, I think most of the bad performances he's had this season, and again, I'm just going off the top of my head here. Correct me if you know I'm wrong. A lot of those have just been tied games, non-adrenaline situations. But in an adrenaline situation, to answer your question in a very long-winded way, and I apologize for that, yeah, there's not a lot of guys actually that I would prefer over him because that guy has a pitch that he can throw again and again and again, and you just can't do nothing with it. And I do think he gets up for the big moments. Do we still have Derek? Did I bore him to death? I think I did. Sorry, Derek. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Great point. And I think Camilo, at least if we're talking about that part of the bullpen, he's just too young for me. And trust me, I believe that. I get that. He's got the stuff, and I believe he's got the stuff. But if he doesn't have it between the ears, it's one of those things where he just comes in kind of like doing the tranquilo.
He is tranquillo. He's the Iceman.
Yeah, and that's fine. And I'm all for like coming in just for the ninth, but we need it locked down. We need it absolutely locked down. So I mean, if we get help, go get that Mason Miller. That's all. I won't take up your time, Jeter. It's been great.
No. Listen, the time is yours as much as it is mine, and this is a good conversation. I want to extend it here if you'd indulge me.
Sure.
I think. Listen, we all got a little bit overconditioned on Tyler Rogers, and that is neither a good nor a bad thing. But when Gabe Kapler had any stress in his life, he'd just press the Tyler Rogers button, and here came the Submarine Man. And he's a good pitcher, but he inspires zero confidence in any human known to man. Probably he's a submarine pitcher. Like it just is what it is. There's some inherent biases in the human condition on top of the fact that he doesn't have overpowering stuff, even though he can make dudes strike out while they have the ball hit them in the face. Regardless, like Taylor Rogers has not gone on any sort of a dominant streak since he's come in. If we're looking for if we're trying to reverse engineer the game and we're going 9-8-7, and that's probably the bare minimum of what you have to do in modern Major League Baseball. So let's even call it 9-8-7-6. I think you want Doval in the ninth. And while it might not be the number one, he's not Mason Miller. Mason Miller's unbelievable. But I don't think there's a better closer in baseball than Mason Miller right now. But I'll take Camilo Doval over 20-something other guys. Like, I really do feel good about him. Your points are salient, and I understand them, and I can't tell you you're wrong about them. I might come around to your side soon. But as of right now, I'm still all in on Camilo Doval. The question then becomes, who's the eighth inning guy? Because I do think you have multiple options for seventh, and I think you have a pretty good choice for the eighth, especially with the emergence of Randy Rodriguez. The question is, who is that bridge guy that's going to get you to Doval? Who is going to step up and be the closer in waiting? Maybe it is Rodriguez because he has that kind of stuff. I think the Giants expected it to be Luke Jackson. Clearly, that's not the case. Ryan Walker is currently holding that role. Ryan Walker is on one, to use the parlance of the children. Like, Ryan Walker has been as good as any reliever in baseball this season. So I do think we need to maybe buy into Ryan Walker a little bit more. Maybe there's some of these biases of, well, he's kind of funky. Funk doesn't make us feel good. Funk feels flippant and temporary and fleeting, where, listen, he just keeps doing it. He just keeps getting dudes out. And maybe Ryan Walker is that eighth inning guy. I would love to see Taylor Rogers go on a run. I would love to see a Taylor Rogers that just looks like he is mowing dudes down, because this is a guy who has closed in the past, and this is a guy who was signed to sort of be that 1B closer, because there were still very serious questions about Doval when Taylor Rogers was brought in. And Doval has continued to progress. Those concerns have proven, to whatever degree, we're still conversing about it a bit, but to whatever degree unfounded. He's unquestionably the ninth inning guy for this team. But a Taylor Rogers, I don't think has ever had a stretch where we've been like, oh, here comes Taylor Rogers. It's over for you guys. Good luck. I think the only thing that we think about Taylor Rogers, and this is probably unfair, but legitimately, like, this is where my mind goes. I'm watching every game. You're watching every game. Like, we're all experiencing this together. The only thing I can tell you about Taylor Rogers is he once threw his glove in the trash can. That was like his second game with the Giants. That was 2 years ago. Like, that's it. So we don't have anything else to latch on to, whereas with a Ryan Walker, we can look at it and say, like, he's kicking ass right now. Like, Ryan Walker's a really, really good reliever right now. Interested to see how Randy Rodriguez fits into all of this. And I'm still high on Eric Miller, but, like, I don't want Eric Miller in high leverage situations. And we get back to the starting pitching point with that. Like, Eric Miller's in that spot because who else can be in that? They've run through everybody else. And so here's Eric Miller, who, when he's on, can be really, really good, but is, what is he, 20? Well, he's 26, but this is his first go-around, really, in the major leagues for the Giants. I'm more bullish on the bullpen than you, Derek, but I think you make some very good points. Floor is yours. I mean, where do you want to go with this?
Oh, actually, I was going to say I got one more point because I don't want to actually.
No, it's wonderful. Great.
I just have one more good point. Everyone who's listening, all the people at Cumulus Media, if it's still Cumulus, Dieter for program director. Thank you very much.
No. Under no circumstances do I want that job. I want to be do not put in the paper that I want that job. Thank you very much, Derek and San Mateo. Great conversation there. It's not a perfect bullpen. I do think it can be the second best bullpen in the National League West. San Diego's in there. Don't get me wrong. San Diego has a pretty good bullpen, but I like the Giants on the whole more than San Diego. And I won't mention who has the best in the National League West. It ain't Arizona, and it sure as hell ain't Colorado. You see what Colorado did today? Whew. That bullpen ain't very good at altitude or at sea level. As someone who has long believed that bullpens win divisions, I think that if anything else, if I want to make 1 point off of the bullpen and back the bullpen up here, because, again, it's tough. It's tough to feel good about a bullpen, and this Giants bullpen doesn't have a lot of guys that make you feel some sort of way. But if this bullpen wasn't very good, the Giants don't win these last two games. They don't win the last two games because starting pitching has not put them in a position to win these last 2 games. And these guys have had to carry a lot of water for a team that hasn't hit and hasn't had reliable starting pitching yet. And the fact that this team is 1 game under 500, and as of this morning, I haven't checked since some other games have played, 1 game back in the wild card chase as of now, that this team's head is still above water in the water treading contest that is Major League Baseball 2024, I think is a credit to the bullpen. And I think Bob Melvin has done a pretty good job managing it. But we have room to disagree because, trust me, it ain't an empirical point. Do not make me the program director of this station. That would be the end of this station. Speaking of this station, you're listening to Sports Phone KNBR. And thank God I'm not running it. I'm with you until 9 p.m. on the Sports Leader.
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
2-2 pitch. Flores swings, ground ball, right side, and that's a fair ball inside of first base. In to pick it up, Joe, rounding third Soler, heading home, and he's going to score without a throw. And the Giants have tied the game in the 8th. Wilmer Flores with a pinch hit RBI single. It is 6-6.
Hell of a win for the Giants today, 7-6 over the Pittsburgh Pirates. Paul Skeens on the mound, and the Giants got a win. Listen, I know Paul Skeens is 3 starts into his major league career, but the way that he was throwing last week when he was struck out the first 7 guys that he faced in his second career start, 6 innings, 100 pitches, no hits, damn near perfect. Obviously, the pedigree as a prospect. I mean, I think he did 22 minor league starts, if that. Had a sub-1 ERA at AAA. Like, even if you're not into prospects, even if you're not somebody who knows what MLB pipeline is, or somebody who has ever paid note to where a guy was drafted, like Paul Skeens was in the zeitgeist of even casual baseball fans. And I remember it's not that long ago, it was last week, but watching that game against the Cubs, I mean, and texting around with buddies in baseball, I mean, one of the clear takeaways was, what the hell is this guy going to do to the Giants next week? And he had a pretty good start, but the Giants got theirs on him. They got him out. They got him out of the game. And from there, they went to work in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning against one of the worst bullpens in baseball. Whereas the Giants didn't have a starting pitcher today. Eric Miller starts the game and does fine. I mean, in theory, the 1 run he gave up was caught by Luis Matos, and then the ball was no longer in his glove and over a fence. But regardless, 3 hard hit balls against him in an opener spot. You could do better. You could do worse. 3 strikeouts. I thought he got himself out of some stuff. I like Eric Miller. I'm not saying Eric Miller for the 8th inning or the 7th inning, and I'm not even sure I want to see him in the starter role again. But as someone you can call on when you need a bunch of relievers for the day, you could do a whole lot worse than having Eric Miller out there. Then you go to Mason Black. Mason Black was how do I put this kindly, not good. He wasn't good today. 2 2/3 innings, gives up a grand slam to Joey Bart. Had his moments, but was getting smacked around. He had 2 strikeouts. He had 2 walks. And when you think about a guy like Mason Black, he can't have the walks. He can't afford the walks because he's not getting guys out through swings and misses. So if he doesn't have control, what does he have? Now let's talk to Pat about this. Pat has been patiently waiting to talk about Mason Black, and I want to talk about Mason Black. How you doing this evening, Pat?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Giants won today despite Mason Black in a lot of senses. How do you feel about the young starter?
Okay, here's what I want to. I got in, see, because I'm way down here, and my Wi-Fi goes in and out, so
okay.
I don't have.
Let's get it in. Let's make it happen. Let's not extend this thing out. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, on Mason Black, you talked about someone got in his head, like with that you.
That's my supposition. That's my guess here.
That's what I mean. I wanted to kind of pick your brain on that one because this analytic thing, I believe in using it like some people. I get the impression, and I don't mean this negative at anybody. I just don't agree with it. It's like with Gabe Kapler, you couldn't tell him nothing. I mean, it's like it's just the analytic thing, and that's it. I kind of look at things like that as I like the old school and it kind of uses it as like as if you're driving in traffic. You know what I mean? I don't know. You know when to use it, when not to use it. What do you think?
I get where you're coming from with that. I would also like to say at least when we're dealing with analytics, there's something empirical and there's something that we can put our finger on. Whereas, I get what you're saying, and I do think you're correct when you say, well, you couldn't tell him anything because he would always just, well, this is what the numbers say, so it doesn't matter. There was no feel, there was no emotion, whatever. But I don't know which I think that being stubborn and tied to your way of thinking is incorrect no matter what the basis is. And there's a lot of old school managers who couldn't explain themselves. I just know what I'm doing. Don't question me. You couldn't tell them nothing either. So it goes both ways, I think.
Yeah. No, I know.
And listen, as I said earlier in the show, you do need to have – it is still a game played by humans. And as much as they want to take the human element out of the game, one, it's at their own peril because no one wants to watch a bunch of robots play baseball. And two, it doesn't lend itself to success if you cannot tap into the human condition. So melding the two, having good data, having good pitch design, having all of these things, being able to meld that and the ability to relate and communicate and give deference to the human, to a guy's thoughts on things. Understanding that there's still some feel in this game is very important. And I guess I don't know one way or another, but I would guess that if anyone could do it well, Bob Melvin should be able to do it well, because I think that there's a pretty good track record. When you think about analytics, you think about what, the Moneyball Oakland A's. And I know that wasn't Bob's team, but it was certainly the way of thinking over there when Bob was in charge of the Oakland A's. And I think he did a very good job there of melding those two things. It's a little bit different. We're a little bit further down along the tracks. Every team in baseball, if they have any money and know what the hell they're doing, is all in on analytics. Moneyball won, but it's still important to have that human element and have that ability to talk about feel and to allow guys to play the game, as opposed to certainly what Gabe Kapler wanted to do, which is play the game on paper with human beings. I think Bob, if anyone can do it, he stands the best chance. But with Black, it's also on Mason Black. And I know he's a young pitcher and that he's somebody who doesn't have any clout at the major league level. But he also has to be self-aware. Like, there's got to be some self-preservation there of, these guys are telling me something that doesn't make any damn sense. Yeah, the numbers say to do this, but the numbers ain't going to keep me in the major leagues. If I think that this is going to mess me up, I need to not do that. And I did not like what I saw from Mason Black today, because ultimately he's somebody who doesn't have the kind of stuff that can be optimized by analytics. The only way that you can optimize Mason Black is for him to feel the game and for him to understand situations and to play a little bit of cat and mouse with the batter. Because, again, he's not going to blow it by him. If he was somebody who had a 97-mile-per-hour fastball and a really good slider and then had these three other pitches that were completely worthless, that's fine. Lean in on those two great pitches because you have two great pitches. This is a guy who doesn't have any great pitches. He needs everything that he can use to get out of games without giving up 4 runs and not giving up 110-mile-per-hour exit velocity, not to go too deep into the analytics, home run from Joey Bart, which Joey Bart was able to deeply admire throughout the entire process. Shout out to Joey Bart. That had to feel good for him. Ultimately, his team lost the game. 808 KNBR is the number. I want to get your thoughts because we got some time between now and 9 p.m. to get those in. And that's the most important thing we can do on this show. Get those thoughts in. 808 KNBR is the number. Dieter Kurtenbach's with you until 9 p.m. on The Sports Leader.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports phone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Rodgers trying to end the game right here. He comes set. The 2-1 pitch. A swing and a pop-up. Right side. Wade over. Foul ground. He's got room. He's got it. And the Giants have won. Another comeback. Today, rallying from 4 runs down, a 5-run top of the 8th. And then the Giants hang on late. They beat the Pirates 7-6. They win 2 out of 3 in this series, and what a series it was.
That stuff was wild. That was an exhausting 3. Who else needs a beer? Like, legitimately, that was as exhausting a 3-game series as you're going to get in Major League Baseball. Hell of a product. If the Pirates and Giants just want to play every game against each other, I'm in. Because that was I was in a glass case of emotion for all 3 of those games. And even when you thought, well, Joey Bart hits a grand slam, that's going to do it for the day. There the Giants are. Chipping away. Gritty as hell. If you're going to suck, there's one way to get out of it. Start digging. Start pulling. You're in the hole. Get some dirt in your fingernails and pull yourself up. And maybe you get to a point where you can do something cool and something interesting. I got to get this off my chest because we only have so much time. You're listening to 104.5 and 680 KNBR, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. The Giants, you'll hear on these airwaves, the Giants like to, and this is the Giants, and I know the fan base agrees to a large extent. I will not speak I won't speak universally because I'm sure somebody disagrees somewhere, day and age we live in. But the Giants like to promote that they have the best booth in baseball. I believe every Giants game on these airwaves more or less starts with that phrase. And that is a well-earned title that they have self-bestowed, unless we want to go with awful announcing, and I think they bestow it as well. You think about how good we have it when we're talking about announcers with the 4 that we know on a day-to-day basis. Obviously, Dwayne Kuiper and Kruko are not traveling. And Kuip will travel a little bit, but he's dialed it back. We all know that Kruk can't do it the way that he used to do it, and that's been something that's been very much in the works. So the Giants have had to mix things up. And, John's put in a lot of time. He doesn't want to travel as much either. You get Dave, he's on assignment. Suffice it to say, the Giants are going to the bullpen a lot when it comes to announcing. And I am someone who mixes my media when I partake in San Francisco Giants baseball. I'm trying to take in every inning. I'm trying to be able to be comprehensive in my understanding of this team because it's that or I think about the Warriors offseason. So I'm going to be all in on the Giants. And this past series, the Giants went with Dave Fleming and Javi Lopez in the booth on TV, and Joe Rizzo and FP Santangelo in the booth on radio. And this is an opinion that no one at Cumulus has vetted, no one with the San Francisco Giants has vetted. I don't care what they think. I think they'll like it, but I don't care what they think on this. This is me as an individual who they have stupidly given a microphone to saying this. It was an absolute pleasure. Javi Lopez over these last 3 games was spectacular. Let me give you an insight into the workflow that I usually have. I will work from home most days. Right? I'll go out to Giants. I'll be out. I'm trying to be in a lot of places. I'm trying to talk to a lot of people. But most days I'm just on the phone. I'm just calling people, a lot of texting people. I prefer to talk clearly. Regardless, there's a lot of home office time for your boy. Sometimes the home office is in the backyard with my beloved porch TV. Sometimes I'm actually in the office with the TV off to my right. I watch a lot of day baseball because heaven forbid I am behind at all with the goings-on of Major League Baseball. I'm in a $100 fantasy baseball league. I can't afford to fall behind lest I lose and I'm just doing the quick math here, $300. So I'm all in, baby. You know the high stakes that I'm playing with in my fantasy baseball league with my idiot college friends. I spend a lot of time watching MLB TV. I have watched, certainly, by this point of the season, 5-6 innings of every broadcast crew in baseball. We all know that the main four are as good as it gets. The fact is that the Giants can go to the bullpen and bring in 3 people who are not part of the regular broadcast crew, in that they're not in like the press guide as the main dudes, and that they can put out such a positive product is sickening. It's sickening. Javi Lopez should be full-time somewhere. I thought he was exceptional. Exceptional. And the chemistry with Dave is noticeable. They are great together. And I'm sure a lot of people who are listening here in this time slot have a very strong, positive opinion about FP. I'll tell you this. Bygones be bygones, whatever. FP is wonderful on the radio with Joe Rizzo, and I think Joe Rizzo is dramatically underrated. I'm a big Rizzo guy. I don't know what purpose this part of the segment has served, but I wanted to get that off my chest. It's legitimately annoying that the Giants have all these great announcers over here, but when they're not working, they also have these great announcers over here. Whereas I watch sparingly, because they suck, my Chicago White Sox, my childhood team, who did at one point, I think, have an argument for the best TV booth in baseball with Jason Benetti and Steve Stone. And they let Jason Benetti walk to the Detroit Tigers because they didn't want him doing, the Fox Thursday night football game in the fall, and because their owner's an egomaniac. And it's a hot mess. It's unlistenable garbage now. And I just want to tell Giants, maybe here's the point. Giants fans, you are so lucky. I consider myself very lucky. We all know how bad it can be. And if you don't know how bad it can be, let me tell you, it can be so bad. And the fact that they can go to the bullpen, somewhat pun intended here, and pull Javi Lopez, who at the start wasn't very good, but now is as good as anybody in baseball in that analyst role, and have Dave Fleming calling a game on TV, and to be able to pull FP and Rizzo to call the game on the radio, what a pleasure. What an absolute pleasure. And I hope that that's made somebody happy, but I don't say things to make people feel happy or sad. That ain't my ball game. I say what I think. I try to bring the best information that I can forward. I try to be thought-provoking. I'm trying to do a lot of stuff. What I'm not trying to do is lick any feet. But it's a legitimately positive take that I had, and I wanted to share it here on the air. Let's go to Joe and Clayton. We're going to go off the board here a little bit in terms of the topic of conversation tonight, but I'm interested in this topic of conversation. Joe and Clayton, the floor is yours here on Sports Phone KNBR.
Thank you, sir. Great evening. I always enjoy listening in. You guys are brilliant. I think relevant to the world today is NIL and transfer portal. And I'm not talking football tonight. I'm talking specifically basketball.
Okay.
Honestly, it's going to change the very culture and climate of every locker room. You want to talk about monopolies with the one gun. All these kids are going to go minor league for 2 years. If they pop through mid-major, whatever, they're gone for money. I was reading an article from ESPN for 24-25 NIL transfer folks, and one of the athletes, great Great, first name, Osabor, was with his coach at Montana State and then into Utah State, and is now going to UW for $2 million in NIL. And I'll tell you something, it's disastrous because it rubs against the NCAA rules, policies, and sanctions. Furthermore, it gives kids money. And you know what happens when the money's there? Now there's agency, there's all kinds of turmoil and issues. And the stability and loyalty to programs is rot. I mean, let's take my alma mater.
It's already gone. I mean, this is not a conversation of in the future. This has happened already, and it's only going to get worse.
It's going to get worse. And you know what's going to happen next, and it's already happening, is it's going to go down to high school. And now you've got this magnetized nucleus occurring for all the wrong reasons with high school kids getting big cash, and God willing they can manage that or have people in their lives that can. But, you know, there's going to be the savage inequalities of the haves and the have-nots. And, you know, you look at like mid-major where you've got high-character programs like my alma mater at St. Mary's. You got kids decommitting. They're, you know, really solid coming in. You've got folks moving out. I'm not faulting them. It's the reality of what's going on right now. We're kind of half asleep societally. I mean, it kind of tips into other areas of things that are going on. But for me, I don't know. If we think outside the box, maybe it's like, okay, you got D1, D2, D3, NAIA.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, you know, and other schools are wealthier than other schools. If you go post-16 now, or you're in the national championship, you're getting big cash, Johnny Cash, that can mitigate the salary for coaches, maybe put half of it toward a building, whatever. But when you've got NAIA money, NIL money sitting on a table, and suddenly you're going, hey, we can offer you this and you this. Now we're playing professional sports. Right. Think of the 11th and 12th man in the NBA making $525, trying not to get a 10-day contract and bounce back to the G League, and everything's impacted there. It's becoming a more international game. But I'm telling you right now, you look at Caitlin Clark as an example, 0-7, great athlete. The people around her really suffer. I watched the game this weekend. Great kid, but she would have made more money staying on with endorsements and NIL money. I'm not a proponent of that. All I'm saying is it's rampant right now. And you know, we've seen lawsuits in football because people make promises in the vernacular, but
just happened with Jalen Rashida.
You know, yeah, and it's not drilled down like agents with contracts, you know, at the level of high-level sports. But to me, I thought about it. Maybe it's, you know, with your NIL money, you can only put in a certain amount based on the division you're in and give the stipend to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you want to play D3, D2, everyone gets the same stipend, even if you're sitting on the bench. And, you know, with your tuition and books being paid, my opinion is this. Utilize that money. Maybe go out and get a car, but let's start having some longitudinal forward thinking here and invest, you know, those sorts of things. It's very complex, as you alluded to. I don't have all the answers, but I'm telling you, it's taken the beauty of college basketball that was pure. David and Goliath, you can get small team in there on the state side, whatever, once every 30 years, maybe going too deep. And now we've got this monopoly with the bigs. Nobody's going to be one and done. They're going to hang on. 5-star athletes. I mean, even Gonzaga in our league, they've got a hook on this. And I don't know if we go back to Australia, St. Mary's, or into the Ukraine area. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I can go on and on.
Randy,
thank you for listening.
I appreciate the call. There's a lot that I have covered college football for a long time. Now, being in the Bay Area, it's not something I get to actively do as much, but there was a period of time where your boy might have been breaking some big news on the college football front. I've left that life behind, but I still know enough people. There's a lot that we can get into on this. Ultimately, I will point out that Randy Bennett is paid a very good salary to figure this problem out, and that Randy has his principles and his guiding lights, and he's going to do it the way that he sees fit. But the landscape has, as you alluded to, Joe, and I appreciate the call, irrevocably changed in college sports, and in particular in college basketball, because there are so few roster spots and the money is unregulated under any means. Now, let's not be naive to the fact that college basketball players have always been paid. College players of any caliber have always been paid. It was just a question if it was legal or not. And college sports, I find so very interesting because there's no one in charge. There never has been anybody in charge. And when you think about the epicenter and the moneymakers in college sports, they're in the Deep South, right? The SEC, right? You're talking, let's just get down to brass tacks. We're talking about some red state leaders here. And they're all about hands off, right? No big government, whatever. And now that they have legalized a practice that had been in practice for years and years and years, now that that's legalized, they're all like, why isn't there a government in charge of this? So I find the hypocrisy of a lot of that to be hilarious. There's some news that came out today. And I think this news is incredibly apropos to the conversation we're having. And I'm very happy that someone gave me a segue to talk about it here. Thank you, Joe. The NCAA and the Power 5 conferences, which is really the Power 4 because the Pac-12 no longer exists, but they still are a voting block regardless. They agreed to a deal today to pay all players. What that really means is that they're settling a very large lawsuit that was brought upon the NCAA that was brought on by folks that weren't allowed pay to play as it currently exists. Here's how this goes down. Let me just give you the future of college sports, because right now it's the wild, wild west, and if you're a very big program, you got no problem with that. And if you're a small program, if you're a St. Mary's out there, you have a big problem with that, because it is, as Joe said, a haves and have-nots. Here's how this goes. As Joe alluded to there should be some sort of a system that everyone gets a stipend, that everybody gets paid a little bit, and that's how we go. That is not possible to do unless these college athletes are categorized as employees. And under the current NIL agreement, and by the way, please stick with me here because I will wrap this up quickly, and then we'll get back to Giants baseball, Warriors basketball, and 49ers football. But as per the current standards of NIL, you are an employee to get that money. You are tasked with something to earn that money. But you are not tasked by the university or the athletic department, and some schools have separated the two. I look at Florida. You are not tasked by either of those to get the money. You are, in fact, employed by, in most cases, a collective, which is boosters. So when people say, oh, well, they're paying guys now, boosters have always been paying players. It's just on the books now. It's literally no different, save for the fact that someone has to write the contract. And it's not a duffel bag of money from a shoe company, University of Kansas, or a booster giving you the Trans A&M. Shout out Eric Dickerson. It's all the same. It's just legalized. The only way for this to be fixed, because, again, it's always been this way, it will continue to. The cat is out of the box and the bag and the duffel bag. The only way to fix the problem is to categorize college athletes as employees. And I'm not going to pretend to know the legal ins and outs of that, but I do know that what's happening with this lawsuit being settled with the NCAA is something that has to happen in order to reach that point. And if athletes are able to be categorized as employees, it does give them the right to unionize, and that does give them the right to collectively bargain with conferences and schools. But it also allows these schools to pay out players a certain amount, typically a fixed amount, and typically a fixed amount based on conference output. So the money wouldn't even be coming from the schools, it'd be coming from the conferences. So the SEC, the stipend there is $100,000 a year per player. That's just a number I'm pulling out of my butt. And in the West Coast Conference, it'd be $25K a year. And these are direct payouts from the conference, just as the conference pays out directly to the schools. And because the players are employees, now you can attach some stipulations to that money. Now you can say, this requires you to be here for 2 years, or this requires you to do X, Y, or Z. The same way a scholarship requires stipulations. Hey, you want to keep this scholarship? Here are the rules for keeping the scholarship. But so long as it was a black market, now it's a gray market. So long as that's the case, it's going to be chaos. And the haves will continue to win, and the have-nots will. And the only way to continue to prosper is to cheat harder, is to continue to push the boundaries. Just as it was, oh, you couldn't pay players. Well, what was the way to win? You paid players. Now you can pay players. What's the way to win? Find ways to pay them more, find ways to pay them for less, find ways to pay them in ways that no one needs to know about. Until the athletes are employees. I'm not even saying unionized. I'm saying employees with the ability to unionize, until you can collectively bargain, you don't have the ability to go to the players and demand anything. And so long as the money keeps going towards the players and the players don't have to do anything in return for it, because it's not money coming from the schools, the athletic departments, or the conferences, it's coming from these nebulous LLCs, which is just code for boosters, it's going to continue to be like this. It's going to continue to be a mess. And there's no way to make college sports feel like college sports once did, when we were all pretending it wasn't happening when they were paying the players. Oh, it's not happening. No, they're all amateurs. Everything's fine. It's a purity of the game. We can never go back to that. So we might as well do this right. And the only way to do it right is to allow the schools and the conferences to collectively bargain with players, and the only way for that to happen is for them to be employees. If we still have any listeners, I'd like to tell you that you're listening to Sports Phone KNBR. And I have been wanting to get that entire diatribe off my chest for a very long time, and I'm glad someone was interested in it. I did not plant Joe. I kind of wish I had. 808 KNBR is the number if we want to get into the deep nuances of NIL, or, talk Giants baseball or any of the main topics of the day. The floor is yours. We're with you for another 39 minutes on the Sports Leader.
Speak your mind on these sports leaders. Sports phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Matt Chapman on the airwaves earlier today. Stay hot, Matt Chapman. Might be the hottest player in baseball right now. I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of anybody who's on a heater, but hard to believe that anyone's doing better than Matt Chapman at the moment. And again, as I mentioned off the top of the show, which started late, thanks to that guy who spun out on the bridge in Alameda, how do you get the car facing the wrong way on the wrong side of the road? Regardless. At 5 o'clock. Thank you. Really appreciative. Regardless, now I'm out money. Not a lot of players in baseball that can carry a team. Right? Baseball is entirely built to not have that happen. Think about basketball. Well, one guy wants to go out there and drop 50 because we really need it tonight. They can, and they can win a game that way. I don't know if it's the best long-term strategy, but get this. If you're a good team, you usually have one of the better players in the league, or two or three, or in the case of the Warriors during their salad days, 4. It's kind of a prerequisite. You think of even hockey, right? There are 20 guys that are out there every night. We're in studio right now. We're watching Stars and Oilers. I mean, the Stars are a nice, comprehensive, deep team, and I'll talk hockey all night long. I only got 32 minutes left. We can fill it all with hockey talk. Regardless, the Edmonton Oilers are out here. They got Connor McDavid, who, if you don't know, and not everybody knows, best player in the world right now. They got this other guy, Leon Draisaitl. I mean, unquestionably top 5, might be number 2. And I like a couple of their guys, but the rest of their dudes are not exactly all-stars. And they got a goalie back there who is a journey in Skinner. And yet, here they are playing in the Western Conference Finals. So, even in a sport that doesn't think itself to be one that can be domineered by 2-3 players, great players at the top and a bunch of average or below average guys underneath them on the roster, it can happen in hockey. Football, you go, oh, football's the ultimate team game. And I agree with that assessment. If you have a bad offensive line, you're going to have a bad time. If you have a bad defense, you're going to have a bad time. You need to have good guys around. But let's really be honest about this. It's a quarterback and head coach league. Toss in a wide receiver or a great tackle or a great defensive end or an unbelievable free safety here or there. But, it's a head coach and quarterback league. Do you have a smart head coach that can get the most out of the players on your team? You're going to be in good shape. A lot of those guys are going to seem a lot better than they probably should look. And if you got, Patrick Mahomes, you're just in the Super Bowl every year. And sometimes winning a Super Bowl with an inferior team. I know that the Kansas City Chiefs defense was good last year. Their offense kind of sucked all year. They won the Super Bowl anyway. Their offense kind of sucked in the Super Bowl. They still won it because they got that guy, and he's that good. And you look at some other teams that don't have good quarterbacks but have all these great players everywhere else, and they're not winning Super Bowls. Baseball, though, we just had a team in baseball that had, we can get into the nuance of it here, but 2 all-time great players. At certainly one of them was at the peak of their powers, or powers that should not be able to peak any higher given that they were so astronomically high. And then another one who was an all-time great who was still giving it to you at all-time great levels when he was healthy. I'm talking, of course, of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. They had Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani together for 6 years, and they won no playoff series. They only went to the playoffs once. Clearly, baseball is not a sport in which one man can carry a team. A lot of people like to call baseball a individual sport, masquerading as a team sport. I don't necessarily buy into all that, but it sure as hell ain't much of a team sport compared to the other ones, and it sure as hell ain't a sport where one guy can carry you the whole way. So when I say Matt Chapman's a guy who can actually carry a team, I mean it. That is a very high threshold. And it's not a threshold that is sustainable over 162 games, but it's sure as hell sustainable over, I don't know, a month and a half, probably the max. Matt Chapman right now is good enough because he's an all-around player, not Ohtani all-around, but all-around in the sense of you're not getting a better glove at third. You might think that someone's of equal stature, but you're not getting anyone better. And that's been the case for a long time. And as of right now, no one's hitting better. And when you have a bat like that in the middle of your lineup that is just scorching hot, even when he's getting outs, it looks good. The ball is hit hard. Even when that's happening, I mean, when you have both of those things going, you're going to win a lot of baseball games. Again, not over $162, and it's not a good model to just bank it all on one guy. But there's not a lot of guys who can do what Matt Chapman's doing right now. Very small list. And frankly, a lot of those guys probably play for the Dodgers, and so it's surplus to needs. Surplus to needs, but like, even look at an Aaron Judge. Hit 62 home runs in a season. Carried the Yankees offense. He's fine in the outfield. Was he going out there and just carrying the Yankees that entire year? I would say no. But that's about as close as you can get. If he was playing third or playing short or was behind the plate and making impact plays again and again and again, he'd have a stronger case. Trey Turner last year for the Phillies, god awful for the start of the year. Later on in the year, he started heating up. And now Trey Turner is not an elite glove, but he's a good glove. And it's like, hey, this guy's carrying our team right now. I think the best example currently would probably be Mookie Betts. And Mookie's glove is laudable. It's worth noting, but I think the fact is if you're in the outfield, it's kind of tough to make a huge impact, right? The most important position, center field, shortstop, third, and catcher, in my estimation. But Mookie has that versatility. He's playing short for him now. I think he's doing a pretty good job. Not great. Don't think he's going to win a Gold Glove there, but he's doing a pretty good job. He could have won a Gold Glove at second, won a Gold Glove in the outfield. He's a hell of a baseball player. And there are moments when he's hitting, like at the beginning of the season for the Dodgers, so well that you can make the case that he's carrying them. Not that they needed to be carried, but that he's carrying them. I mean, Matt Chapman, as of right now, and a lot of guys around him are playing very well, and so maybe this is reductionist, maybe this is making a mountain out of a molehill, even though it's a pretty big molehill. Maybe this is all just over-the-top bloviating, but it is really fun to watch a guy who in both the top and the bottom of the inning can make game-winning plays. It's really fun. And it's, dare I say, been worth the wait for the San Francisco Giants to get this Matt Chapman today. And again, the only question that I have is how long can he keep it going? There's no evidence one way or another that this thing is going to dip away or stay hot forever. You just don't know. You got to ride the wave. And this wave could go for a long time. This wave could go for another day. I don't know. But it's a damn good thing it's happening right here, right now. And in particular, with all the injuries that the Giants had, Matt Chapman picked a perfect time to find his swing. I'll note this. Don't be surprised if Jorge Soler is next. Do not be surprised at all if Jorge Soler is the next guy to get in fuego. It was really interesting watching how the Pirates pitched to Jorge Soler in this series. I had made the comparison on these airwaves and in my columns that Jorge Soler was a Pedro Serrano type. And for those who are not abreast on the greatest baseball movie ever made, 1988's Major League, Pedro Serrano was a power-hitting outfielder. I think he played DH as well. I believe played by Dennis Hasbert. You might know him as the Allstate insurance guy. Pedro Serrano could hit the ball 500 feet. Pedro Serrano could not hit a curveball. And there was some things in that movie as it pertained to that don't age well. Regardless, rum for bats is something that Jorge Soler probably needed, because the Pirates, say what you will about them as an operation, they had a pretty good game plan for Jorge Soler, which is we're throwing this dude nothing but sliders. Nothing but sliders. Luckily for Jorge Soler, they could not locate said sliders, and he waited on the fastball. And when he got that fastball, my God, did he do damage on it this series. And I know that it doesn't feel like Jorge Soler is there, and I'm not saying that he is broken out or anything like that. But the exit velocities will tell us a lot. When we were worried about Matt Chapman, I kept saying the underlying numbers are there. And if I need to be specific about it, I will. Here we are. The underlying number was when he hits it very hard. When he hits it, it's going very fast off his bat. We just experienced one of the singular greatest games in terms of exit velocity in the history of baseball with O'Neal Cruz the other day. 120.4, and then he followed it up later in the game with 121. It's not humanly possible, or so I thought. Maybe there's something wrong with the stat tracker at PNC Park. Regardless, if you can hit the ball so flippin' fast that the human reaction is, I need to get out of the way. And I qualify that as anything over 100 miles per hour, consistently over 105. I think Major League Baseball considers a hard hit ball over 95. I call BS on that. A hard hit ball is 100 miles per hour. If you can get triple digits on exit velocity, which is impressive, you are hitting the ball very hard. And if you're hitting the ball very hard, good things are going to happen, because it's very difficult to play defense against a ball that is coming at you at 100 miles per hour. Unless, as evidenced, you're Matt Chapman. Jorge Soler is hitting the ball very hard. Now, there's a lot that goes into breaking out, one of which is he needs to hit the ball more. But if he can line up the contact, and his issue so far is when he has been making contact, he hasn't been getting the barrel on the ball. And so even though he has one of the fastest, strongest swings in baseball, he hasn't been getting the sweet spot of the bat. It's the same issue that Matt Chapman is having, and you've seen he's gotten his timing right. He's a little bit more locked in, and now those balls that were going off of the inside, the outside, the top, the bottom, they're getting the dead sweet center of the wood, baby. He's hitting that logo right on the number. And when you're a player like Jorge Soler, who once hit 46 home runs in Major League Baseball, you got to presume that it's just about making those fine-tuned tweaks so that the ball that's going off the end of the bat, going off the inside of the bat, top or bottom, he gets lined up. Again, he also needs to make contact against sliders and any breaking ball whatsoever, but I thought he showed progress in that regard during this series, and I'm seeing the exit velocities on average just tick up, tick up, tick up, tick up. So I don't know how long the Matt Chapman thing is going to go. I think that everyone has a clear right to be worried about how long the kids can keep hitting the way the kids are hitting, right? Because they don't have the track record. And now there's a book on them. And now they have to adjust just as pitchers they're facing have to adjust. And that's a much easier game for the pitchers than it is for the hitters. So we all remember Casey Schmidt. Oh, my God, what a great hitter. What's happened since then? I'm not saying everyone here's Casey Schmidt. I'm just saying that not everyone's going to stay this hot. I'm not saying Luciano is going 353 at the plate with a 450 on-base percentage. I'm pretty sure that's not going to be his numbers at the end of the year. I'm pretty sure that Luis Matos is not going to hit 345 for the season with a 560 or a 367 on-base percentage and a 552 slugging. If he does do that, he's the National League MVP. Sorry, Shohei. It's Luis Matos's now. There is regression built into some of these numbers, just on the basis of these guys are not Shohei Ohtani or Freddie Freeman or Bobby Witt Jr., to throw a non-Dodger in there. Or Bryce Harper, if we have to go down. Bobby Witt Jr. might be one of those guys who can completely win a game because he's awesome in the field as well. I just saw him over this past weekend in Kansas City. What a player. A spectacular watch. Very fast. The Giants should get somebody like that. That'd be fun. Regardless, as the young guys are likely to come down, and you don't know how long Matt Chapman's going to go, and it means someone else is going to have to step up. Lamont Wade, he's not going to get on base all 6 times from here on out. Again, I hope he does. Here's your MVP trophy. Guys who are hot will cool off, and it's about who will step up to then get hot when those guys cool down. This is how a good baseball team is structured. Not everyone has to be on all the time, especially when you're a team that doesn't have a lot of guys who are consistent, everyday, elite performers. The Giants don't have one of those. That's okay. They seem to all be consolidated in Los Angeles. Don't be surprised if Jorge Soler is the next one up. Now, before we go to break, because my producer Kyle's looking at me, and boy, is he shooting daggers. It's 110 miles per hour coming the other way. He wants me to go to break. I want to get this point in, and it's not a fun point. I'm concerned about Wilmer Flores. I'm concerned about Wilmer Flores because Major League Baseball recently put out a new addition to their StatCast Baseball Savant suite of tools, which I use frequently, and it allows me to prognosticate that Matt Chapman's about to get hot or that Jorge Soler's about to get hot. I'm very concerned with this new tool, or I've spent a lot of time with this new tool, which is swing speed. And it's not something that we had really available to us. We were eyeballing it for a long time. This guy's bat looks slower. Well, I can tell you how slow it is now or how fast it is now. And that data is easily digestible and readily available. If you've been thinking that Wilmer Flores hasn't been swinging the bat so well, you're right. It is very slow compared to his peers, not just at first base, but really at every position. And it's something that is relatively new when I talk to folks around baseball who might have had this as proprietary information, secretive, clandestine information before. The new information that everyone has is somewhat damning. I'm very concerned about Wilmer Flores' ability to catch up to the modern Major League fastball, which I guess just starts at 97 miles per hour now. That's fun. So if we're thinking, hey, Jorge Soler's about to go up, Wilmer Flores has not had that good of a year, maybe he's on the come up, I would only offer one of those guys as the next person to get hot for the San Francisco Giants. I'm very concerned about where Wilmer Flores is at. He's obviously always going to have a great approach at the plate. You want to talk about professionalism, you start with Wilmer Flores. He can still be productive. Because he's never been a fast bat guy. But in terms of somebody who can put up big numbers for a stretch of time, I'm going to bet against that. And with Lamont Wade hitting the way that he's hitting, with the roster, the way that the roster looks, I think that we are not terribly far from a world in which Lamont Wade Jr., platoon man of all platoon mans, is an everyday player for this team, and that they play him against lefties because Wilmer Flores just ain't getting it done. I'm giving you a positive prediction. I'm giving you a negative one. We'll see if I'm right on any of them. And we'll see if I can get through this break unscathed. Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. on the Sports Leader.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Well, you're perfect to us, Matt Chapman. We love you. Love talking about analytics. I think there's a lot of positives, more positives certainly than negatives that can come from analytics. Not in any way ignoring the downsides of it and turning everyone into a robot. I get that. But there is very much something to be said for the human element in this game, in all games. And I think Pat the Bat Burrell is doing a great job of bringing that human element to Giants hitters. And in particular, Matt Chapman, as he just said, he was trying to do too much. He needed to simplify his approach. Just be a dude. He's been a dude. He's been a big-time major league player his entire career. He didn't forget how to be a good baseball player overnight because he moved to San Francisco. And would I like it if they had some hitting guru who could unlock the best versions of everyone ever? Sure. I don't know who that guy is. That would be the most valuable person, coach, whatever in baseball. So having somebody that can get hitters into the right mindset, which is unquantifiable and exceptionally valuable to whatever degree you want to place value, money, runs, whatever, is immense. And I think the Giants have that, and they have a chance to extend a pretty good streak here as they go to New York to play the Mets for a 3-game series this weekend. And it's important that they continue the good times in New York against the Mets team that is, I'm going to call them out of it. They're pretty deep under 500 now. The bad vibes going on there. It was never supposed to be a good year for them after last year when they thought they were going to win the World Series. And guess what? They didn't come close. They're not spending money the way they used to. They ate a bunch of money so that they could sort of reset. I think the Mets are going to be in very good shape moving forward because I think that they have an exceptional general manager and very smart people in that organization, and money is not an issue for them. And they'll spend it. They've shown the ability to spend it as opposed to put it into, I don't know, real estate or moves to Las Vegas. But the Mets are gettable. And one of the best practices you can have as a fan of baseball, as a fan of a team, is to look at those probable starting pitchers. So let's just go through, because the Philadelphia Phillies and the New York Yankees show up at Oracle Park starting on Memorial Day. And those are going to be 2 tough series because those are 2 great teams. But let's go over the next 6 starters that the Giants are going to face. And I think we have this locked in because rotations ain't that complicated. They're going to face Christian Scott tomorrow. Now, Christian Scott's a hot shot prospect who is not such a hot shot at the major league level. Here's the game plan on Christian Scott. Make him throw anything but his fastball because he can't locate it. And his fastball isn't good enough to beat you. It isn't. He cannot locate the changeup, the slider, the slurve, the curve, the woo's it, the what's it, and the who has it. He can't locate it. He can't locate it, and I'm going to call this out, he's pitching scared. He's afraid to attack the zone. Maybe that changes tomorrow because he does have really high-grade stuff. But it doesn't matter if your stuff is any good if you can't get it anywhere near the strike zone, and his good stuff is nowhere near the strike zone. Spit on it. Let him come into the zone with the fastball, crush the fastball. There's your game plan. I do this for free. Luis Severino on Saturday. Luis Severino has the ability to be one of the best pitchers in baseball. Luis Severino also has the ability to be a dumpster fire on the mound. He is as hit or miss as it gets. There's a reason he's on the Mets and no longer on the Yankees. And it has nothing to do with suspensions and things like that. It has everything to do with, in May, he has 13 strikeouts and 12 walks. And he just gave up 5 runs to the Marlins of all teams, the Marlins. And then you get Sean Manaea again on Sunday. And here's the thing, as much as I'm worried about the Philadelphia Phillies after that, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself here, here's the three-man rotation for the Phillies. Taijuan Walker, who's not good. Zach Wheeler, you're losing that game. Don't go on Tuesday. They're losing. Zach Wheeler's on the mound for the Phillies. And then Christopher Sanchez, who has his moments, but is not. If you could get any three, you don't want Wheeler, but you're always going to get either a Wheeler or a Nola. You're going to get a good pitcher in there somewhere. This is about as good of a lineup as you can get when you're facing the Philadelphia Phillies. You want Walker. You want to face Walker, and you want to face Sanchez if you're playing the Phillies. The Giants might be able to keep this thing rolling. Sadly, we cannot keep this show rolling because we have a hard out at 9 p.m. and ads that need to be played. Appreciate everyone who joined us here on the show tonight. It was a blast, and I thought we had some pretty interesting conversations and some other conversations that you might not have found interesting, but I found just tantalizing. So a little bit for me, a little bit for you. Appreciate you being along for the ride, whatever the hell it was. And we'll do it again, I don't know, some other time, maybe a month from now, maybe a week from now. We'll see if Matt Chapman is still hot the next time I'm on, and we'll go from there. I'm Dieter Kurtenbach for Kyle, Cole, everybody who helped us out here tonight. Appreciate them, appreciate you. We'll talk when we talk. Have a good night.